Let's what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart.
What is going on, everyone? I hope everyone is having a beautiful morning, evening, afternoon, middle of the freaking night, whatever it is in your time zone. It is, well, pretty much Monday, but we'll just call it Sunday, since this is the Sunday stream. Sunday, the 7th of June, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumeru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. It is still Sunday in California, really? Oh, you're right. There's one more hour of Sunday over there. I don't know. So I don't know. Am I early, chat? Am I late? I don't think I'm late. Am I late? Technically, wait, yeah, 10 o'clock Pacific time is like the goal. But yeah, let me give you some personal news to explain to you exactly why that goal was not met today. As I mentioned before, yeah, I had a surprise, unexpected expense that just happened at the worst possible time. I looked at my bank account and it really was, right? I was like down to nothing. I had, you know, the extension cost an amount that is literally 200 Thai baht less than what I had. I went to the language school hoping that they would say, hey, listen, you know, yeah, we got to take the money that we're going to give to Thailand, to the Thai government, right? You know, I give them the money, they give it to Thailand. That's got to be cash. Understandable, right? But what I thought maybe is that they could let me pay the amount that I pay them to wait in line for me, essentially, because yeah, this would be like a 2-day affair or longer, 2 full days, 2 days where there's no streaming, and I don't think they would appreciate me streaming from the Thai immigration office. I think that might be a little bit of a problem. But yeah, so no chance of an immigration stream, as fun as that might be, as much as you might get to meet some of my classmates in that sense. You know, it's not gonna happen that way. I would just have to miss those days. So, you know, I pay them a little bit extra so that they can take some of the you know, time that I need to be there away. And I was hoping, okay, so for the money for you, right, I can give you a credit card because I've given you a credit card before. And they were like, no, it needs to be all, you know, and so it's the shittiest thing too, because like every time I take out money, it costs the same flat fee, which is, I don't know, almost $10, right? Wait, is it $10? Oh my God, let me do the math. Yeah, it's around $10 to take out. So I only do it like in big, you know what I mean? I take as much money out as at a time. So this time, like, I don't even have much, like money left. I end up taking out an extra 1,000 baht, and you know, it cost me a quarter of what I took out. It cost me a quarter extra for the convenience of using the ATM. And that's what I was trying to avoid. I tried very nicely to explain that to them, and they very nicely said that that was not acceptable to me. I could not my way out of there, even though I was literally 200 baht short. 200 baht from loot. Anyway, chat, the most expensive thing in the world is being poor right now. But yeah, thank you to those of you who are supporting me right now on Throne. I put up a little emergency fund for that on throne.com/nocommentchick, and some people actually helped me out on that, and much appreciation to you. Obviously, like I have the money, right, for this. I've got to have the money for this, or else, like, you know, it'd be big trouble. I'd be in big trouble with immigration, probably not staying in Thailand at that point. So, you know, that's the important thing, but it's the whole question of, will I be able to eat in between now and the time when my Twitch paycheck posts and, you know, all of that other stuff. So yeah, thank you to those of you who helped me out, and it's still up there. If anybody wants to, I'll probably be taking it down tonight, and just you know, like the way that works is to withdraw money from that, I have to take the goals down. I can put the goal, like a lower number of the goal, back up, but yeah, that's probably what I'll do tonight. So, you know, best time to support me, you know, would have been a few days ago. Second best time is today, because again, it's not even Monday, right? So I think we're good. Not I think as long as I get that the payment processing, like first thing Monday morning, I'll get the money as soon as I possibly can, and hopefully it will make it so that I don't have to go without, like, I mean, not without food. I've got, like, you know, I've got rice, I've got tofu, I've got a little bit of veg left in the fridge, but, you know, go without other things, coconut water, fruit, things that are good for me. So yeah, thank you to everybody who helped out with that. So that's my personal news today from the time that I hit stop streaming on Saturday morning. Very it's a horrible timing. It's horrible timing, chat. The moment that I've been like selling to you as, like, you know, as like kind of like the opening moment of Persona 2, or at least in my mind it was like the first big thing that happens, the thing that like hooks, the hook that gets you interested in, right? The hook finally happened during the stream. And that stream was right when Denims was streaming. So we're gonna be going over that Denims stream, trying not to be jealous of Denims, but she is our free speech queen, right? So, you know, our fair use queen, Denims, all hail, all hail. I too will bend the knee. Coconut water is a surprisingly good hangover cure. It's good. It's just good to have around. It like hydrates you. It keeps you cool. There's a lot of good things about it. But yeah, thank you for those of you. I hopefully will be able to re-up on that coconut water as soon as soon as that payment hits my account. But yeah, we're hoping we can meet the goal as well. But anyway, yeah, so is that all of the personal news? Yeah, no, it's just really scary. I didn't mean for it to get this low, and I thought I kind of had it solved. I don't know. I think when my next YouTube payment hits, crossing my fingers, knocking on wood, that I'll be okay, right? I'll be okay, because I was streaming a lot more last month than the month before, streaming a lot more this month than last month, so you're gonna be seeing a lot more of me in the near future. I'm feeling a lot better. That is the reason, chat. Is like I was sick over the winter and just like did not get fully better. I've been having all these days where it's like, you know, I'll work for 2 days now, and then I will intend to be on for a third day. I'll get done making the thumbnail and I will just be too tired, and I will go to sleep for the remains of the day. That's fucking crazy. Go to sleep, like, you know, do a little work in the morning, go to sleep at noon, and then wake up a little bit in the evening, eat something, and then go back to sleep for the full night. And it's like somehow my body just needs that rest. But, you know, I got that rest, and I should be good. We're gonna try to go a little quicker with this today, chat, because we don't have a lot of time. In fact, I should be really, oh my god. Yeah, I should be really wary of the amount of time that we have, because I want to at least get through all of Denims today. I am hoping to also give you some bonus content. Let me put that bonus content, first things first. Bonus content goes in the chat here. Starting a poll. All right. And in chat, look, I gotta say this I don't want anybody to get worried about this, but if anything like should happen where like near the, I don't know, the end of the month, I am not streaming, you know, that would be like I didn't get the money for rent, and losing the deposit, and gonna have to or try to organize like a hotel or something like that. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it did, it would be like I would be streaming to you on my laptop still. I'll give you an update, but if there's a little disappearance, that's why shit is incredibly tight, and I just gotta, I don't know. YouTube is fucking me a little bit, all right? YouTube wants me to show my ID, and it's this whole thing where they're gonna AI it, and they're like, if you do not successfully, like, you know, submit your AI or submit your ID after like 3 times, you know, you're gonna be permanently demonetized from YouTube, right? Hopefully it doesn't get to that. I'm gonna do that as soon as I can. I have not had a lot of time lately, and I want to do this right? Because it's all the whole thing about like, is there a reflection? Is it, you know?
At Depths 20x, super chatted $5. I enjoy ya.
I enjoy ya too, and thank you for the super chat. It's one of those things where you know what I mean. You submit like what I'm assuming, hopefully, can be just a what can be just a photo of my photo ID, right? But then they're like, if there's a reflection, if you don't have all the corners in there, if it like is unreadable, you know what I mean? And it's AI. It's AI. That's what makes me nervous, right? And then that whole thing of like, well, just to protect you from getting your identity stolen, we'll lock you out after 3 tries. Thanks a lot, YouTube. That really fucking helps. You fucking assholes. You know what they want? Is they just want not to pay people. I believe. Oh my God. Bricks and Minifigs is breaking the freaking bonus content, the vote today, because they only allowed so many letters in there. All right, there's that. Hassan versus British Neolib on LBC. Anybody see that? Hassan went on LBC. He thought he was going to have a nice little conversation. They were going to be like, yeah, our home office sucks. Sorry, we're Turf Island, right? Because generally LBC, from what I've seen at least, I mean, I know they've got a lot of different hosts on there, but they're one of the more reasonable British news outlets out there over on Turf Island. I think. Am I wrong? I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I thought they were one of the more reasonable ones. Hassan seemed to think that as well. And instead, he gets this guy that just gets put off by him saying that there was a witch hunt over Jeremy Corbyn, right? He gets put off by it. He's like, it triggers this guy. I don't think this guy was even gonna, oh my God. I don't think I got to get this stream going because chat is really ready. But yeah, thank you everybody that supports me in whatever way that you do. I'm gonna try to get this up and going very quickly because I want to have as much time for this Denims. This is my only shot at Denims, chat. I also had my only shot at Bad Empanada, and I gotta say 2 out of 3 ain't bad. All right, people have been complaining for a long time. I hear your complaints. Your complaints are valid. And the motherfucker stepped over the line, I think, in the last couple of days. More on that tomorrow, chat. I will have a full day and hopefully get the stream started very early tomorrow to talk about, yes, Hassan versus Bad Empanada. That's not on the bonus content. I apologize for that, but there's no way that I could cover that. I don't know how much time we're going to have for bonus content. I'm guessing if we get bonus content, it'll be through a bonus stream that'll happen after Thai class, as it sometimes does. And yes, we'll have to end up being members only after the fact. So make sure you're here this morning if you're interested in whatever we end up selecting, which right now looks like it's gonna be Hassan versus British Neolib on LBC. Yeah, that's in first place. 9 votes though, so get your votes in. The vote is going on over at youtube.com/nocommentchick. All you gotta do is click on my channel, and then you can click on my live stream, and then you can click on the poll, and you'll be able to vote, right? So make sure to vote while you're there. Like the stream, it's very important. I gotta keep reminding you of that. I'm supposed to keep reminding you of that. It says on my notes, chat, farm chat for likes. So get farmed. Woo. Wait, no, I feel like this is what Molestany does to his audience, except it's not about farming likes. It's about farming, I don't know, farming DMs, maybe? I don't know, chat. No, sorry, that's more of Chud Logic's thing or Lonerbox's thing. As Destiny does that. I don't think Destiny's ever, like, gotten with a fan, right? That's more of the Orbiters that tend to do that. But anyway, he is Molestany, so I don't know. I just felt weird when I did the get farmed. I'm like, what is this? This looks bad. This is a bad look for me, chat. This is a very bad look. You know, she's just like Destiny and Vosh. Yeah, no, all streamers are perverts. That's right, chat. But let's get going here and gauntlet. No gauntlet today. We're not running the gauntlet because we don't have time. I apologize for that. But what I do have time for, hopefully here, is to thank some supporters because we got some people supporting the stream already and making the stream, well, actually getting us closer. I would say making the stream longer, getting us, making the stream longer and then possibly getting us to, our goal today is to make it so long that there's time on the board when I got to go to class, and then that rolls over into a bonus stream that'll happen in the morning, which will be like 2 hours after I go to class. 2 hours after I go to class, I get done with class, and then I can do all of that stuff. But let's see who we've got to thank. First of all, I gotta figure out how much time to put on the board too. I'm gonna say 2:30 is what we'll start with. Is that? I think last time I did one of these streams, I started with 2 hours. Yeah. I'm gonna wait 2:30. God. Anyway, I'm trying to juggle things here. Did I put that in the browser? Yes, and hopefully I can now do this. No? That. Something. Let's try this again. Did not work. Let's hope that my tech is working better for me today. But yeah, a little crash out at the end of the stream last time. If you're one of the few, the proud, that were watching Persona with me instead of the Denims premiere, yeah, we got to the cool part. We got the song, and I didn't get copyright claimed for the song. Right now, if I played the OST version, that's a more professional vocal, I would. But what they literally got was the voice actors to sing as if you've been chosen for the band Muses by Sasaki Genji, the music impresario, one-hit wonder, and now mega producer, right? You've been chosen, and so he's got these, lyrics for you, these notes for you, this melody for you. Do your best, right? Being not professionally trained musicians, not studio musicians, or particularly trained vocalists. It's not like how 3 high school girls would do if they were forced to lay down an idle track, right? And so yeah, it's funny, right? It's not funny. It's kind of cool, right? The actual voice cast doing the song, which I had never heard before, but yeah, it didn't get copyright claimed. What did though is the battle music, chat. The battle music is getting me copyright claimed. So every time I do a Persona 2 stream, it is a demonetized stream. So thank you to those of you who are supporting the stream, because that kind of helps me offset the chunk of money that YouTube's trying to take from me, and even wanting more, chat. Did I see the Persona 2 teaser today? Yeah. I want to talk about that a little bit, but I just want to also remind people that teaser is similar to the teaser for Persona 5 that they released in 2014. Anybody remember? It was just it was like chairs, and they were like handcuffed, right? They were like school chairs with handcuffs and chains around them, right? And so it just like all it was is like prison, school. I mean, we did eventually, yeah, there's the prison aspect of Persona 5, so it was represented in there. But that's 2014. Remember, Persona 5 released in September of 2016, right? So that's 2.5 years in between that initial trailer, which I would compare to this one, and the actual release of the thing. They're saying that Persona 6 is releasing in this fall of 2027. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. I've gotten used to not believing Atlas, right? I think that it might be more like spring or winter of 2029 or like fall of 2028. It seems like a more the Persona 30th anniversary album is super neat. I like the big band styles that they got on the songs. So the thing is, yeah, let me not be negative. Let's positive thinking, right? Let's positive thinking. I got to get that in my head, Chad. I got to be like Maya. I say, let's positive thinking with like that kind of intensity, right? But obviously not like in a deceptive way or a toxically positive way or in a way that you are saying, you know, you're gonna be there for somebody that you let down when the chips fall, but in like a serious way, in an honest way, and in an adult way. Because chat, Maya's an adult. She's entering the workforce. She's living her dream, being a journalist, and it's just like me living my dream of getting to stream for a living, getting to talk about news events, getting to talk about issues of justice and injustice like the one we're going to talk about today, and that being my vocation rather than the things that I studied for, which were also fun. But anyway, we got to get going here, chat. What did I say? I'm going to do 2 hours and 30 minutes, but that's actually going to be more than, okay, like, right. Watch how this works. Okay, watch how this works, right? So we start off. That's not the one. That's the one. Okay. We start off, open control panel, reset timer. What's the timer on? 4:30 from last time. Let's take that down 1, 2 hours. And then, chat, look what I'm going to be doing. I am immediately putting back those 10 YouTube memberships. Look at that. 10 more minutes, 20 more minutes, 30 more minutes. And then let me look at what else is here. Oh my gosh, Depths with the gifted membership to Steeler fan IRI. Let's put that up there. That's gonna add 3 minutes to the goal. You see how this works, chat? Every time you support the stream, it adds time to the stream. Now, look, it'll add time to the point where I am like, leaving, I'll end stream to go to Thai class, right? But once it gets past there, if it does, and this happened last time and it worked perfectly, we only had like 16 minutes left on the clock, but I started a bonus stream after Thai class, and sure enough, people kicked the subathon up and gave me enough time to actually do some real bonus content for you. So it was a really fun bonus stream last time, hoping for another one this time. Let's see, there's one other person that I gotta thank here before we get going, and that is Depths. Depths enjoys me. You enjoy myself. I believe that's a Fish song. But thank you, Depths. I don't think you were connoting jam band fandom, which we determined is kind of like the Hajj for white people, right? Going to a jam band concert, every white person kind of required to go to one jam band concert during their life. Probably going to be wait, what are there other jam bands now, chat, or is it just Fish? Fish is like old, right? They're like, the Grateful Dead is dead, is literally dead for the most part, at least. So you're not going to see any reincarnation of the Grateful Dead as a jam band, but I don't even know, chat. I don't go. What is the Gorge? Is that where near where I lived? The Gorge was the place that people would go to see jam bands, and it sounds like a fun concert. Anyway, a fun type of place. Anyway, look at that. So what are we doing? We're adding. All right. So first of all, we add. Wait. Let's see here. 3 minutes for the Depths, and 2, 3. And oh, sorry, I got that backwards. Wait, no, actually, yeah, 8 minutes for the Depths, because the Depths also somebody got weaseled. Wait, chat, a lot of people got weaseled. Oh my god, I need to read those off. I need to read those weaselings off. So what is that? We're starting with 3:05. I said we weren't going to start with 3 hours, but here we are, chat, thanks to viewers like you, because the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by viewers like you, and you can support me in a lot of different ways. Super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships. Wait a minute, there's 2 of those. Depths, you were, I'm surprised here. I'm gonna add 1 to 3 more minutes there, so there we go. Wait, is that right? I feel like it should be more than that. No, we should be up to 11. I don't know what is wrong with my math, chat. I should count it in Thai. Maybe that would be the other thing that I did at the school that was embarrassing, is like, so I walk in there, and when you're walking outside in Thailand, it's hot, right? Unless it is winter, or it's raining outside, it's hot as fuck in Thailand. And so I come in and the woman says, "Sabadi mai." And I say just like, "Sabadi mai" back, which I know means like, "How are you doing?" And I said, "How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing?" Like, oh my God, how are you doing, sales lady? Right? I don't know, it's kind of weird. And she was like, "You mean Sabadi?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, actually I don't mean Sabadi, because you all are taking the last of my money. I meant my Sabadi, okay? My Sabadi, which is how you say I am not doing well. Thank you very much," right? But you don't say that in Thailand because of Krung Jai. If you say you're not doing well, then the person feels obliged to like help you out or something like that. And then you're imposing on something, and you try to never impose on people in Thailand because you got that Krung Jai. You got that frozen heart that is a Krung Jai, Jai Di. It's a Thailand thing. Mai Bin Rai, chat. Everything is Mai Bin Rai except for when I want to be able to pay 200 baht on a freaking credit card, then apparently it's not Mai Bin Rai, it's Mai Dai. Mai Dai. Or no, it's Dai Mai? Dai Mai. Yeah, Mai Dai is like don't do. Dai Mai is like cannot do. Or wait, what the fuck am I saying? I don't think Mai Dai means anything. I think it's Dai Mai. Dai Mai cannot do. Will not happen. It's not gonna happen, right? But anyway, chat, I'm not mad at anybody. I'm okay. I'm dealing. I'm trying to deal. But yeah, we're adding time and we're starting it here. The other things that you can do that'll add time to the stream is, like I said, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, I think the link is like right down here. If you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, right now I'm trying to make myself get back to zero from this unexpected immigration expense, and also try to finance my trip to Thailand in September. It is coming up. Quicker than I want it to. But if you want to help me with either of those things, if either of those things sound like a worthy, a worthy cause for you to support, you can do that on throne.com/nocommentchick. You can also support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, which reminds me, somebody just did support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, and I think it was Kira Safira. Let's sub ad time. I've got to read weasels out, chat. I am a little bit behind the 8 ball. Look at that, 20 extra minutes. That is because Crystal Safira, thank you for supporting me on Patreon. In fact, I'm going to give you a fancy shout out in just a second, because that's what you get if you support me at the fancy level, right? If you support me at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out, and if it's a higher level, then you get a fancier shout out. And I gotta think of more things to give you, to people that are supporting me like that, because honestly, I appreciate at a time like this, it is much appreciated. So anyway, I appreciate all of you, and I just appreciate those of you. If you think you can't do anything for the stream, wrong. You can like the stream, and you're doing your part, okay? If all you got is your thumbs to offer me, take care of yourself, take care of your family, right? Make sure you're okay first, and know that you can always support me by liking the stream on YouTube. You can also support me for free if you've got Prime. You can support me for free by hooking up your Amazon subscription or your Amazon account to your Twitch account. That'll give you what's called a Twitch Prime sub, and it's a free sub for you to use. It costs you nothing, right? You can use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all of my emotes, and you will also be able to, send me links. I think that's on there as well. Wait, that should be on there. Let me know if that's not on there, if subs can't send me links, because that is one thing that you should be able to do. You can also turn back time, right? Look, you can turn back time, and you do turn back time every time you support the channel, but you can also turn back time for yourself if you miss something on Twitch, right? That is like a sub-only feature now. So if you're wondering where that went, it's a sub-only thing now. It does cost $6 if you don't have a Prime and you want to get yourself a sub. It's twice as much as the YouTube memberships, but people do appreciate them because I guess they give you their animated emotes on Twitch. Twitch is like a weird premium. It's like sitting at one of those nice theaters that has like a recliner and they bring you drinks, sort of. So if you want us to bring you drinks, then you can support me on Twitch. And look, if you're like, that is never gonna happen, just sit tight, okay? As long as you're active in chat, there's some chance that somebody with a JD, somebody with a kind heart, will come by and maybe throw a gifted sub your way. That can happen. That does happen. It's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Wow, are you okay? So whoever just sent that donation on Throne, there we go. Whoever did, you got like DJ timing. Like you're like a DJ. Like where do I gotta call and give it like a reference for you to like a club or something that you can work at, because you got the skills. I'm waiting to see you do those double fader copy tricks and shit, live. But yeah, that's amazing, amazing timing. I can't even believe it. So let me try to see what's going on there in chat. I swear to God, I'm trying to start the stream as soon as humanly possible. And that is a thank you to Direful for supporting me on Throne. We're gonna add oh, thank you, Athena. Yeah, resubscribing using the Prime. That's a smart way to do it. That's a smart way to do it. No cost to you. So, and it puts a little bit of money in my pocket, and I do appreciate it. We're gonna add 5 more minutes, and the Prime should automatically gone. God, am I Midwestern? It's gone. No, it's gone. It should. Let me know if it didn't happen. Let me know if you ever like donate on Twitch and you don't see it happen automatically. Let me know, all right? Because I can fix that. It's just like when you put in money for a candy bar into the machine and it doesn't give you the candy bar. You can go up to the counter and ask, could you please get me that candy bar? And I will be happy to do that, because it should not be ripping you off, right? We don't want that. And another 5 memberships from the depths. Okay, this is gonna be okay. I gotta lock in here. Sub ad time 25. We are getting really close to unlocking that. Oh my gosh, it looks like we're almost there. Unlocking the bonus the bonus stream after my Thai class. I can come back and we can cover the bonus topic if I didn't get to it, right? Or if you would rather, we could do some gameplay. But I'm guessing I won't get to the bonus topic. That's probably what we're going to be doing. So let me just shout these out here. Wait. Oh, also I want to let you know. So you're going to hear the sound whenever you support the stream, whether it is through a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you give somebody else or other people memberships. If you support me on Throne.com or on Patreon.com or on Twitch, right, you can, will, and should hear this sound. And if you don't, let me know, because I want to make sure that it's counting your thing. But that's the sound of continuity. Well, that's the sound of people getting weaseled. Let me read these off here. This is from the depths. Nox Delotl, you just got weaseled. Sue Fair Wolf B, you just got weaseled. Quiet tired. I always feel that way sometimes after stream, especially. I feel very quiet tired. But you just got weaseled. Monty J 6601, you just got weaseled. Ken Salazar, what? Wait, what? Isn't that like a politician or something? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just mixing up your name with a politician's name. You just got weaseled. There's others I have to. There's others that need weaseling. Let me see if I can find them. I may have let it run to. I'll do what I can, chat. I'll do what I can, because I know. But I'm excited for P6. I hope it comes out soon. I am not expecting it to come out until at least, 2028, if not 2029. Let's be real, chat. Let's be real. This will probably come out after the next presidential election. If I don't know. I hope I'm not just being doomer. Niaz Rocky, you just got weaseled, and I believe by the depths, and that is a good thing. And then we got... This is Kira Safira, Crystal Safira. You have just so Schooly Mom, you just got weaseled. This is all thanks to Crystal Safira. Scarlet Ray, you just got weaseled. Again, thanks to Crystal Safira. Aggressive Progressive, hopefully not Jimmy Dore, but some other truly aggressive progressive. You just got weaseled. Mr. Benji, Jimmy Dore's other name is what? Libtardo1. Libtardo1. Look out for that user on Twitter. That's Jimmy Dore's alt, we think. Mr. Ben Benji, you just got weaseled. And Regina Sparks, you just got weaseled. Tyritol, is that like Holidol? I love that game. I'm probably reading your name incorrectly. Tier Etol, maybe? I don't know. 7385, you just got weaseled. Emily Wood, 3680, you just got weaseled. S. Knope, you just got weaseled. Alberto, on trade 9807, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, I feel like I missed like one person or two people. I got Niazraki. I'm gonna try to look for those the ones where it's okay, Steeler fan in Rhode Island, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I think I got, there might be one more. Did I get everyone? Okay, if I missed you, apologies. I try to shout everybody out, so just so you know, if you have a membership, that you have it. Because if you got this, chat, and I do the bonus stream today after Thai class, I want you to know that even if you missed the stream itself, right? Even if you're not up for the morning, if you got a membership, then you're going to be able to see that as a member. Same thing as a sub, and coming soon to Patreon as soon as I can get that set up for my Patreons out there. And I know for the rest of you it sucks, because like some of you, you're like, I was in that stream and then I fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. I could not be awake for the actual morning stream, and then I missed it. Like, I was part of that stream and I didn't get it. I hear you. I'm trying to figure out a way to get the streams to you as well, without killing my algorithm by leaving something live that doesn't get as much views as I normally do. It's an algorithm thing, unfortunately. But I feel like I've explained all of that. The other thing I need to explain is the poll for today. So like I said, the poll is going on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can click on my name and you can click, what the fuck? That's the old one. Oh my God, chat, I was like 103 votes? That's impressive. No, that would blow my mind if that was going on, but no. Let's see what this poll has. It's not 103 votes. It is 24 votes. That's a quarter of the votes of the last one. But hey, we're just starting the stream. All right, the night is young. So thank you to everybody who's voted. Make sure to go over there on youtube.com and vote if you haven't already. You can vote even if you're on Twitch. Just like open up a browser tab or something. Feel free to vote and then just go right back to Twitch if that's where you're watching it. I'm not trying to change your viewing behavior. I'm just trying to let you know where the voting is going on and giving you a chance to place your vote, because this is going to determine probably what we're going to watch in the bonus stream, right? Yeah, it would have to be what we're going to watch in the bonus stream. Right now, Hassan on the British Neolib versus the British Neolib on LBC is in the first place. Second place, Mehdi Hassan rolling PBD. That's second place. Third place, Tim Pool weighs in on Ethan versus Denims. Chat, I'm not even kidding. Tim Pool's got a perspective on this. Tim Pool's got a point of view on this. And it's a little bit surprising, I have to say. It's a little bit unexpected what Tim Pool is gonna say about Ethan Klein and Denims, but I haven't even seen it all. All I know is I watched like 3 minutes of it and I was surprised, so that's on there too. And then last place is the Bricks and Minifig Reckless Bin update. We got, I believe, a more body cam stuff has been released, and there's a lot going on, and we need to catch up, right? Because a lot has happened since we last covered the Lego story with the Legos guy, and firings. The corporation has fired, some of the villains of the video. And but they're still acting like villains themselves. Corporate is the biggest villain of all, chat, is my takeaway from this. So anyway, that's your options for today. We'll probably get to it after the stream. If we got time left on the clock, I'll do a bonus stream. And then we will, and also know that if you support the stream, you've got the ability to put your money where your mouth is. That means that you can, when you donate, you can say, hey, I want to see Hassan versus the British Neolib, or I want to see Mehdi Hassan on PBD, or I want to see Tim Pool weighing in on Ethan's versus Denim. You can say, you can endorse one of these things, and your endorsement will have like the power of like a bonus that attaches itself to the poll numbers, right? So you'll actually boost the poll numbers. Now, if that sounds unfair, you could also say Vox Populi, in which case you're saying, I want to double down on whatever chat is chosen. I want to get in the way of people trying to donate, trying to change the results of the chat. I don't like that, right? I'm going to put a little hurdle there for them to have to jump over and get like, you know, part of their lower half cut off. Their donations won't be quite as effective anymore. I'm going to say Vox Populi, right? That's you're right to say that too. Or you could say video game, in which case we do video gaming every Friday, so long as we have 100 points in the kitty. Right now, the kitty is a little bit empty. Let me look. Kitty has got, wait a minute, that's wrong. No, wait, it is right. We were right on 100 last time, so yeah, it's 0. It is actually zeroed out this time. Look at that, 0. So, but it's a long time until Friday, isn't it? I believe it is, a long time until Friday. So yeah, make sure that if you're donating and you're a gaming frog and you like the Persona 2 playthroughs and you were in the chat last time, you just weren't saying anything because you were like half asleep or it was super late at night or you were watching Denims on another screen or whatever. There's like a logical reason why I got left all alone to make the choice of whether or not to slap Maya Amano across the face. What? Yeah, without chat's input. It was a sad moment. I know why it happened. It's still a sad moment to me. And I'm not, I'm not angry, but I am hurt. Okay. And Maya's really hurt because she got slapped, probably because nobody told me not to. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like, look, I know more about that game maybe than the rest of you. I think that the slap on the face actually means something, actually corresponds to something later in the game. It's not Tatsuya, abusing his best friend, as one might think. You know, you probably shouldn't slap your best friend across the face. But I think in this game, somehow Maya needed it. That sounds so horrible. But, you know, they give you a choice of, like, you know, slap her or comfort her. And then if you slap her, then you can comfort her after slapping her. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, I feel so weird about that. It was literally, okay, fine. Nobody's gonna tell me not to slap Maya? Nobody's gonna say don't slap Maya? I kind of think you might have to slap Maya. This is a fucked up game where you gotta make choices, and every choice, even the little ones, actually dictate like something later in the game. Like, it's crazy, chat. I think there's more little, I don't know, maybe not more. It feels to me like I'm surprised at how many different routes the game can take over like little things of like, do I comfort her immediately or do I slap her and have her say thanks? I needed that, because I feel like Maya's kind of a thanks I needed that kind of girl. I wanted to see what decision you would make. You needed to see what, well, it's going to tie in something later, to something in the game when Tatsuya does a little, puts the smackdown on somebody else, let's just say, and ends up hitting a lot closer to home. Maybe to all of us, right? The game's got a profound message, chat. And I don't think I've entirely... I don't think I've got it yet. That's why I have to play it again. That's how I have to play it in the Japanese version, and it's different. It's a different version. Like, even though I played this game before, it's like a whole nother experience. Everything is like changed a little bit, and you're gonna see it's gonna change even more in the second game. Anyway, enough of talk about gameplay. The gameplay happens on Friday. You can support the stream, and when you do, you can support your favorite topic, or you can support the voters and whatever they choose as their favorite topic, or you can support me playing video games on Friday. Any of these choices are available to you, and that is the point I was trying to get across. All right, and hopefully not wasting too much time getting there. And the last but not least, let me shout out my Patreons, because I do appreciate my Patreons. You literally, your Patreon money is going to be the first thing to hit my bank account after it being virtually emptied by my, just absolutely avaricious Rongrien, which I will not name because that would be, I don't want to do any, I don't want to violate, I don't want to say anything, you don't say anything bad about a business, okay? You don't know what business I'm patronizing, and so I can talk about it, but if I did tell you what business it was, I would have to be a little bit more mum, because again, like people have gotten like in trouble for leaving bad Yelp ads, Yelp replies in Thailand. It's a weird thing. So I'm not trying to do all of that. Anyway, yeah, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Neo Pergos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zara Xerix. With that, chat, I believe we can get this party started. And thankfully for us, Direful has God, I really want to show you this Persona 6 trailer stuff. There's not much to it, but the big thing that I want people to see is like how similar this was to a kind of notorious trailer for Persona 5, where I feel like they didn't have the game ready, right? When I look at that at the Persona 5 trailer, there's one element reflected of something that made it to the end that was actually a theme in the game, and that's the chains and you know, the prison theme of Persona 6. Every Velvet Room is a manifestation of the protagonist's like hopes and dreams, and so the Persona 5 protagonist felt like he was falsely imprisoned. Okay, that is that. Oh my god, Darful, I'm looking for your okay, I think it's right before the Hassan versus Bad Empanada, which we'll be doing tomorrow. Stay and chat, I'm involved in that now. I didn't mean to get myself involved in that, but I am involved in that. In a small way, hopefully not in a big way, because we're not trying to get involved in anything doing to Bad Empanada, but okay, there we go. I think I've got the oh my god, copy the link. Okay, there we go. I got the timestamps. Thank you so much, Darful. This is a big help, and especially on a day like this when I gotta rush. It's not gonna be a rush job, chat. I always put in, you know, my full effort, but it is it's gonna be a little bit of a rush. Speaking of rushes, does Denims still do the Democracy Now thing in the beginning, or like is it Democracy Now? Oh yeah, it looks like she does. She has the little screen here. That's kind of cool. I always get worried Amy Goodman would sue me, but looks like Amy Goodman has not sued Denims yet. And yeah, we'll try to get in a little bit of news too tomorrow, because it's News Day Tuesday. All right, so there is Denims, and there is, oh my gosh. Looks like people have already found to some degree. Well, that's right. I put it in the pinned. It's pinned on both platforms. So, Try that. There we go. We got our fair use queen here, Denims. It is her moment. It is her moment. Even though it was my moment for my favorite scene. Actually, a little bit of a nostalgic, scene from Persona 2. I didn't even remember, but I was playing this game when all the controversy surrounding me went down, and there were certain moments where I got accused of weird stuff. Like, she was doing weird stuff at this exact time, and through the power of Zera's ability to research and my own persistence, we were able to say, oh, really? This time exactly? That's when I did the bad thing? Huh, that's really funny, because it kind of looks like I'm playing Persona 2. It kind of looks like I've either got my hands in the air because I'm dancing to a song, that was one clip, or I've got my, hand on a controller and I'm not typing unless you think I'm typing with my feet. But yeah, it was kind of a nostalgic moment for me. Some of you got to relive that and heard a little bit of it's a crazy thing to be like, this is what White Nervosa was doing while Maya Okamaru was walking out onto the scene to menace our heroes, right? White Nervosa was menacing me. And, well, I'd like to say neither of their evil plans worked, but I don't know, chat. I don't know. But yeah, this is the Go Live post that I've got, the Go Live tweet, right? So here's how I do it, right? I put the thumbnail right there. There's the tweet right there. Look at that. There's no link, though. How would you find out where? Oh, it's right down here, right? So if you can go on to this and like either or both of these, either of both of these posts, you could also reply to them if you're excited about the stream, if you got thoughts about what's going on with Denims, or even retweet it if you want to. If you think that your audience on Twitter, your oompies, your followers would be interested in. I'm not asking you to jam it down people's throat. If you got people that would unfollow you for this, then you don't have to. Don't feel obliged, okay? But if you want to, it's there. You can retweet it. You can like it. You can comment on it. You can do whatever you want with that, and it will no doubt help me out. And with that, chat, I think that is everything I've got. Yeah, go over there and support that. Also, make sure to like the stream. Enough calls to action. I feel like it's all calls to action. I'm just trying to get them out of the way before we can go into the Denims statement about the court case. Oh, we're not quite there yet, though, are we? We're a little bit off center. Let's see if we can fix that. I can find that Twitch window, I believe is what it's called. Twitch. Where did I put it? Twitch alerts? Close. Oh my god. Window 3. It's over at Twitch capture. That's the one. There it is. Okay, perfect. I gotta recharge my fan. And give me air in my face. Oh my god. Where I need it. Always air in my face. Okay, so there's Denims. We're not gonna start where she starts though, because we got a guidebook. We got a strategy guide. What? Oh my god, how did that happen? Oh my god, Direful, I scrolled all the way up. Wait, maybe it's pinned. Is it one of the pinned things? No, there's two things that are pinned, and I think they're both gauntlets, actually. It's a good way to keep pins from getting too messy. I'm gonna have to scroll up for this again. BE drama, that's for tomorrow. Okay, I'm looking at that. The BE drama's all ready to go for you, chat. I might even show you what my interaction with Bad Empanada. Yeah, I know the guy. All right, I've defended him. Like I said, he's defended me. I've defended him. He saved my life. I saved his life. It's like, we didn't do it because we're like super friends or anything like that. We did it because in both cases, because it was the right thing to do. And, that's the Bad Empanada that I know and love. Love. Oh my god, please don't clip that, chat. Nocommentchick says she loves Bad Empanada. What would Bad Empanada do with that? You'd probably think he was reliving the couples thing where she threatened to come out to see him in Argentina and pretended she had the hots for him. No, we're not doing that, chat. We're not doing that. My only hope is that Bad Empanada learns to love himself. All right, he really should watch my Persona 2 gameplay. I feel like that the game's got enough like positive messages in it about like learning to love yourself that Bad Empanada could really benefit for. It might even help his Path of Exile gameplay, which is abysmal, chat. Like worse than Elon. I didn't think I'd ever see anybody who's worse at Path of Exile than Elon Musk, but yeah, Bad Empanada actually kind of low-key is. He needs to hire somebody to just like level him up or something. I don't know. It's kind of sad to watch a grown-ass man. Okay, so there it is. I got Denims on screen. But yeah, we'll try to. I'll show you what's going on with BE in the downtime or something. You bumped the the Twitter thread. It's under LBC. Oh, you bumped the Denims thing. Well, I found it again. It's because of Discord, Direful. It's not your fault. It's Discord. It just like I don't know. I clicked on somebody else's messages, and then I clicked back on yours, and it didn't save my place. So massive complaints. But let's see what Denims has to say.
don't know if campy is the right word, but I thought it would be.
Oh my god, why she got music on?
Suit, but in like a fun way. You know, I feel like everybody else wears suits for fun, and I wanted to also wear a suit for fun. I wanted to do that. I wanted to be like, yeah, I'm suited up.
You know, funny enough, that looks a little bit like the suit that they AI'd me into on the immigration picture. I have no idea why, chat. They like photoshopped me. I don't think they thought I looked good. They put me in a different outfit to look more professional. And oh my god, chat, I haven't even explained to them yet, right? I wasn't sure if it like I don't know, like I wasn't sure if it was women's clothing either, right? Because like the way that the passports work under Trump is that your passport is not necessarily going to match up the gender marker on your driver's license, right? And I could have tried to finesse it, but I could have also delayed my passport, and I really didn't want. I wanted to get out of the country, but like I need to explain to the school people that the gender marker here is not reflective of my state license, right? And I don't know, chat. I don't know. Weird stuff. Seeing yourself photoshopped in a more gender neutral type of. I don't even know what they're doing, chat. I hope it's legal. That's all I have to say. I hope they're staying legal and on the up and up. I hope I'm not patronizing one of those, shitty language schools.
But good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great Saturday so far. I tried to.
Yeah, they're very open about gender, but I think the markers are one thing that at least so far they're not open about. Now, the one exception to that is if you've had, like, surgery. Like, I think that you maybe get your marker changed at that point. And so if I don't know if I have to send them I'm wondering if I could get a separate like Thai marker than my US one, or at least explain to the people in the language school so they like understand like a little bit that I'm not a femboy. Like have to explain. Wait, I don't even know. Do they have femboys out here, chat? I don't even know. Is a femboy a thing? Probably. There's probably some analog there. But yeah, Denims, victory speech and awesome outfit, very similar to the one that like I just don't know, chat. I need to relook at it. Did they give me like a nice open neck like this, or was it more buttoned up? I don't know what gender that that clothing was supposed to be, but it was a very strange version of myself that doesn't really exist in real life. They call them ladyboys, unfortunately. I don't know, like that is trans people in general get called that, and there's a controversy about that too. There's different ways to say trans person in Thai, including just torans, right? I think like if you say Asian countries are weird about trans people. I mean, I think the US is weirder, but they're weird in different ways. Let's just put it that way. They're weird in different ways. There's a whole like religious explanation for why like trans and gay people exist in different cultures, and sometimes it's not super respectful. I mean, but again, you gotta respect Thailand for this, the fact that they avoided Western influence and colonization for 500 plus years, right? While Cambodia, Laos, and Thai and Vietnam fell to French influence, and Myanmar and I believe Sri Lanka and India fell to British influence. Thailand was never completely under control of them, although they did make some changes, right? Thai boxing is different. The addition of the gloves instead of these really rough ropes that used to tie, like old school Muay Thai is with ropes that are sharp and abrasive, and they cut your face every time you get punched, right? So you don't just get cut by the elbows, you get cut by the fists too. You've got Karchuk, Karchuk, I think is what that's called. they still do those matches occasionally, right? So they gloved up to be like, oh yeah, we do boxing just like you, Britain. Please don't invade us, right? And then Japan during World War II and the United States during the Vietnam War, kind of held influence, but they never held complete sway. And so for that reason, the rules and stereotypes and the way that trans or gay people are thought of in these countries, it may not be perfect, it may not be great, but it's not imposed from like Western, Christian morality, let's just say. So it is, yeah. Anyway, chat, let's get into the denim. Sorry, I thought I told you all my personal news, and it turns out, yeah, it was bugging me. It was bugging me a little bit, right? It was bugging me. I was like, wait, do I need to talk to them? Do I need to be like, it's Pride, let me explain this to you, or let me try? I just like explaining yourself in fucking Thailand. Okay, so here's the deal. Like, very few Thai people learn English in a way where they could understand a detailed and nuanced like paragraph, right? And very few people that speak English or any Western language learn Thai in the way where they'd be able to express themselves I'm used to being able to, having like, the brain that I do, having the like verbal intelligence that I do, being able to explain myself really well, generally, if I can get somebody to listen. But in Thai, it's just like, you got to really streamline what you're saying. Because again, the level of English proficiency, and it's just because they're such different languages, right? We express our emotions with our tone. And in Thai, your tone is expressing meaning. It's a different, same word, different tone, different meaning. All right. So it's very hard to learn. It's very, very hard to learn. Anyway,
Get ready as quickly as I could, so pre-show could be short for new people in chat today. And man, whoa, we have a lot to talk about. That's not cause you to have FOMO. Well, no, I feel like it's a male.
chat, she's got a possum. Do you see that? She's got a possum. She also has like that. You see that little it's like a neon palm tree. I had that one when I first started streaming when I was going to school in San Diego, right? I had that palm tree and a little cactus. Those were like my background decorations. Anyway, we've got the same mic too. And according to my freaking immigration picture, we wear a very similar outfit. Although I'm not sure I liked mine as much as hers. Anyway,
Dominated field wearing suits. I'm like, I'm trying to get in there. I'm trying to get in the suit game, bro. Not actually, but okay. Oh, thanks, Space God. So we have a lot to talk about today. Yeah, I was thinking about talking about the weather, maybe? Should we just talk about the weather? It's
shoot the shit. Yes.
nice and cloudy outside.
Feel free, Queen. Go on.
No, all in all honesty, okay? We have many a thing to actually get to for real. Before we talk about anything, I do want to say I really do appreciate all of the support. I made a tweet yesterday, and I've talked about it like over and over and over again, and it just like, I don't know, it means a lot. And
Hassan's hot. I'm gonna fuck him.
I don't know how I would have been able to do any fighting if not for any support. And I have tried as hard as I can to be as open as I can about everything case-wise. And I've tried to keep you guys informed. And, I just felt like a responsibility that if people are donating and they're donating to see that money go towards this lawsuit, I wanted people to see where it was going as much as I could.
Oh yeah, good point. Narwhals by Nature says, now the question is, will Denims get even a fraction of the credit for quote unquote saving the internet that H3 did? Good question.
Chatted $6.67.
Good question.
I keep wishing there was a lawyer who could actually explain the process and what is likely to happen and isn't just a sexist ass who hates denims.
That's an unfortunate thing. And I'm trying to think of an I feel like there should be an exception I can't think of one though, entirely. I mean, Pisco's like the closest thing, but again, Pisco said that Denims didn't have a good chance in this, right? And I think she might even subtweet him a little bit here. Anyway, speaking of sub, let's sub add time, and add 7 minutes back on the clock. And thank you for that super chat. Let me give you also your continuity sound. Legal Mindset lost his law license and fled the US because he owed Chase 60K. Wait, isn't Chase the one that gives like the is it Chase chat that there's one bank that will give you like free withdrawals from any ATM that would have gotten me out of paying fucking almost $10 chat for the privilege of withdrawing. Oh my god, withdrawing how much? $30? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. And it wouldn't have happened except that like they wanted the cash and they wouldn't take the card. So I gotta, yeah, anytime you withdraw money, right? If you ever go to Thailand, okay, just withdraw as much money as you can at one time, every time, because it's gonna cost you a ridiculous sum of money, and it's only worth taking out when I haven't used an ATM in like a day. I wouldn't normally either, and I try to avoid it as much as I can. But yeah, some things need to be paid in cash. Here, not to complain, chat. I gotta learn to be more krung jai, because if you like let people know your problems, you know, in Thailand, sometimes they will feel obliged to fix them or for you. And if they can't, then they'll, you know, they'll feel, I don't know. It's awkward. That's why Krung Jai is about like not like just minimizing. Yo, thank you Anonymous for the contribution to my surprise Visa fee extension. This will help. Hey, look, you covered the ATM fee right there, Anonymous. Thank you. And you also gave us 25 more minutes for me to react, or possibly even come back tonight. In fact, I think it's looking more and more like that will happen, doing a bonus stream, which will be in the morning for you, Monday morning before the majority report, right? I'll be back. I'll cover whatever wins the bonus topic, because I'm guessing I won't have time to get to that, or maybe the rest of this too, if we have more denims and people are still interested in. But yeah, make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, when you vote, like the stream. A few streams ago, chat, we got 100. We got 100 likes, and it blew me the fuck away, right? Because I knew that like almost everybody that voted also liked the stream, and that means a lot. That actually, like, I know I always say it, like, but it's not just this like minor thing. It really does help every single stream. More people watch it if more people like it. So I appreciate those of you who do. Anyway, let's let Denims cook.
And so sometimes it's been slow, and I really appreciate everyone's patience, and I've tried my best to give
Denims cook
as many updates as I possibly can. Now, before we go any further, you got to play League to bring you back down from this high. Real. Real. But before we get any further, I do want to say really quickly that this is a tentative ruling. And I'll read the post that I made about it, but...
Okay, she mentioned League, so I gotta ask you this, chat. I gotta ask you this. All right, if there's any video game that you think that I could play at like odd moments of the stream, we've tossed around the idea of even doing like a little video game gauntlet, or playing like a little bit, like starting the stream playing video games or something. I worry that if I do that, people will think it's a video game stream and they'll be like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna come back when she's talking about stuff. But yeah, let me know if there's anything that I should get into, that I can get into at like minimal cost, and or even like little browser games and stuff. Anyway,
the ruling that everyone has seen is a tentative ruling. So basically, tentative rulings are what the judge thinks.
Subway
before,
Surfers.
A hearing. I saw a lot.
Didn't somebody get killed like doing that game literally? I'm surprised they allow that game like on TikTok and stuff. Noita. Ooh, Noita. Yeah, I've seen. Now you got to be good at that. Like that's harder than Terraria, right? Noita is hard, right? But I've seen people play it. It looks like fun. But yeah, somebody like really like got on a subway train, and I think they stood up at the wrong time, and they got really messed up. I think they got died. I think they got died. They got killed. That's what I'm trying to say. Message you about a stream talk that might be relevant. On Tuesday. Okay.
A lot of people that don't seem to understand or
Oh, is it the Trump one?
know all of the details. So we'll get into that. Sorry about taking yesterday off. I had a lot of stuff to get in order, and then I went to the hearing. And now we're here. Went to the hearing, now we're here. Okay. Basically,
Wait, she actually went to the hearing. She went to the hearing, chat. So we were wondering about this. H3 was live, I believe, when the hearing was going on. H3 did not talk about the case. The only thing that Ethan said on, since this has happened, is he showed a picture of a woman on TikTok. She's got a picture and she's like showing it and it's a picture of Jesus, right? It's a really badly painted picture of Jesus. And H3 is making fun of this woman's art skills. Even though somebody posted a picture of Hila's art and it's not really much better, but okay.
We'll talk about it. I'll talk about the tentative ruling first, and then I will go from there to reading the document.
There's a Twitch vote integration on what? On Noita? On Noita?
I want to talk about some people. So, yes, let's go bit by bit, and then I can try and explain sort of.
Yeah. But Denims was there. I mean, I don't even know if she needed to be there. It was Ethan that would have needed to be there to appeal, right? And he was not. So that makes me think that we're going to get a judge. Well, she'll explain the whole deal. But based on what I've heard, that makes me think that the judgment might be coming sooner rather than later. If Ethan does not, either argue against it, present new evidence, or at least try to set up a time to do so, then we're going to get at least one ruling official and in the books very, very quickly.
What the next moves can be. What's crazy is that you have a lawyer who's explaining to you how shit works.
Oh, they can vote random events. That's kind of like a vampire survivor.
These armchair lawyers are so stupid. I will say, there is something very funny about the number of like YouTube lawyers that were like, there is literally no chance she loses on all factors. That like there is no judge that would ever for even a moment think this isn't a cut and dry case. It's like every case has a chance to lose, but like no chance. Like, come on, dude. And
here's the thing, though, chat. Our copyright law is really fucked up. It's really fucked up, and it's ill-defined. And there are 4 factors that contribute to fair use. But because like so many of these trials do not actually get taken to court, they're never really expanded upon by judges in a way that sets precedent, in a way that locks other judges in to see it the same way. And because of that, there's a lot of, room for interpretation, let's just say. And the fear is that if some judge came in and interpreted it all very strictly, that almost no one's fair use would be considered fair use. So there's an inherent danger in even doing reaction content, right? But there's also an understanding. There's also a social contract amongst YouTubers, and there up until recently, right? It's always been in effect, if a larger content creator tries to silence somebody smaller for their criticism, they get a reprisal from the other people on YouTube, from the internet itself, and that's always kind of kept people from doing this Ethan shit. The only difference is now we've got like kind of a manosphere that Ethan is harnessing against, somebody that it hates, which is a crazy thing because nobody thinks about Ethan Klein, Girly Pop Nation as a manosphere, type show. But at the same time, we're connected to what? Kino Casino. We're connected to Lolcow Live. We're connected to Asmongold, right? It's kind of there, even if Ethan's not saying that, it's kind of there. And so based on that, that's the only way the reason that he chose the 3 people is that if he chose XQC, Asmongold, and Hassan, right? Well, fuck, nobody would care about Hassan. People would probably cheer him on for that. But they would care about the other 2, and he would actually lose the PR. And when you look at his court case, you see it was written, I believe, mostly for PR. Sub ad time and 3M, and Ethan convinced people she didn't react. It's crazy. I know. Yeah, and even Pisco, the one thing even he admitted that he didn't do that would be, you should do before you make a determination like this is watch Denims stream. Now, I get that it's like a 3-hour long stream, but that should also tell you something. How long is the content nuke? 1 hour and 40 minutes? 3 hours is almost twice the time. Denims added almost, or maybe even more than actually twice the time, like all things considered, right? And that should have given Pisco a clue right then. But again, remember, he's under social pressure, right? He's a lawyer. I think he's a good lawyer. I think that he usually analyzes things in a very objective and dispassionate way, but he is also subject to the realities. And we've seen Pisco cave on a number of things, right? You know, he's basically bent the ring. Yeah, he bent the ring and kissed the knee. Is what he did. No, he bent the knee and kissed the ring to Destiny time and time again, even though he doesn't agree with Destiny on most of this stuff. He may be DGG's favorite law tuber, but he's not a very DGG guy. And I don't know if he realizes that there's a whole wide world outside of this little echo chamber that he's been living in since I fucking knew the guy, right? And again, I knew the guy. He's a really nice guy in person. Pisco did nothing but impress me. Every time I had him on, he was an incredible guest, probably one of the, if not the most insightful guests that, you know, I've had on panels and stuff like that. And I think he's too good for this. I think he belongs on like Breaking Points or something, right? I think that Pisco, out of any of these slop tubers, is the one guy that might have like a real future ahead of him. And to kind of, yeah, bent the ring and kissed the knee, ate the knee. Wait, what? Kissed the crow. There we go. Ate the knee. Okay. I get where you're coming from, Ghost ATW. Did I see the Kino Casino clip where they are anti-Semitic to Ethan? I didn't, but I would have assumed that would be every Kino clip, because those guys are like, I mean, am I mistaken in thinking those guys are Kiwi Nazis?
I think some of them now are like, I actually was saying from the very beginning that she had a really good chance. It's like, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. Why are you lying? The Dow, why are you lying? What the heck?
Oh my God.
But anywho. Oh, also, I did want to talk about the More Pegasus thing, that Hassan being like, oh, interesting that that's how the laws are. Interesting. And then More Pegasus immediately was like, you know, I actually just kind of don't want to cover Hassan anymore. I realized that, like,
which ironically was what J Stalk said about Destiny when I don't know what they've got on J Stalk chat, but again, the groypers that have taken up residence and kind of like labeled themselves as fellow snarkers, hello fellow snarker, they'll show up in your Twitter thread. I'm talking about Sleepy, I'm talking about Kino, sorry, not Kino, I'm talking about Queeman. God, don't mix up Queeman with Kino Casino. He's bad, but he's not that bad. I'm talking about, you know, Dickers and Aiden and all the rest, right? You know, these are the commentators against Destiny in the commentary war that have kind of taken up the snark mantle. In fact, stolen the valor of the skull and the CPS for themselves, right? And then proceed to lose to Destiny, right? I don't know what to say, but Hassan has given him a little bit too much play. I would imagine. I would imagine this will come back and bite him in the ass at some point, right?
should cover things besides Hassan.
Like, these aren't like principled people that just happen to be in the Destiny orbit. They were in there for a reason. And yet they were in there until it became unfeasible to continue to support Destiny, right? I would not be like, you know, talking about these guys like they turned over a new leaf. They've awakened their solidarity or anything like that. They're nobody's leftist. They're nobody's leftist. I mean, look, I'm glad that there are some people within that orbit criticizing Destiny within the commentary community in specific. I'm glad that's a change. That's a welcome change. I'm glad that there are people that don't just knee jerk and be like, Denims bad, Femoid bad. That's good. But remember where these fuckers came from. Like, in some cases worse place than from Destiny, in terms of some of them are from Destiny's engagement with the Groiper community, and some of them from Destiny's former pedophilia normalizing orbiter, Mr. Girl, right? Anyway, I keep my distance. I hope Hassan can see his way to do the same, because again, they will absolutely put the shiv in Hassan at their first opportunity, given the chance.
It's like, isn't that convenient? You changed it up real fast, didn't you? But anyways, I want to spread my content wings. I just wanted to do that, you know? So we'll talk about that as well. Put this here. Now, let me open up whew, the post. Let me pull this up, and then let me pull this up. I think this is probably the easiest way to find it. Hold.
They are effective clippers at most. I mean, they have effective clippers, but you could do that too. I mean, not you, Direful, but just like anyone could do that, right? If you wanted to clip my content, right? If you wanted to, I don't know, let's say build a like a Twitter account around it, like that's kind of what they're doing, right? They're putting together people that can go in, take clips, make them, clip something that pops off in the algorithm, put it up on Twitter, and it helps the streamer because it gets their name out there, and it helps the clipper because they're, people like Substance have built out pretty substantial followings on doing that. So that's available for everyone if they want to do. They've just got more people in their community, and also I guess they run a clip Discord. They run insane. Well, see, the problem is like that was where the doc showed up, right? Was in their clipping Discord. Yeah, I don't think I want to be repeating any of that. I do have like a Irene or an NCC industrial complex section in Weasel Cord, and we are thinking of in the near term combining our Discords together, bringing everybody from the free Discord over to the paid Discord, which will then become a free Discord with a paid area in the Discord. Yeah, that's where we're set up to do industrial complex stuff. That is me offering any help needed to people who want to make YouTube channels and put out my segments on those in much the same way as Hassan channels do, or even if you wanted to do like a kind of clipping operation either on Twitter or I guess TikTok. I mean, be careful on TikTok, right? They've really got it in for the pro-Palestinian movement over there right now. I don't even know what's going on TikTok, but anything like that is an option as well if people are interested in that sort of stuff. And I've got enough expertise to get anyone who's interested but just doesn't know how to get started. I can get you started. In fact, I'm thinking about writing a little style guide.
Okay, wait. No. All right. I'm late. No, you haven't missed anything yet. We're still good.
We're still good. Okay, it looks like we'll be advancing the 101.
Perfect. All right, let's open this up. Excellent. Yes, good. This was the original one that we had filed. And then 2 weeks later, for motion they replied on May 1st. So we filed our motion for judgment on the pleadings. I believe this is the day, April 17th. Or we either did it on the 15th or the 17th, I don't remember, but this is when the court took notice of it. And then they replied on May 1st. So we issued a document. Here it is. I'll pull these documents up. I think this one might be it. Or it might be this one. So yeah, this was our original document for motion for judgment on the pleadings. This was the original one that we had filed. And then 2 weeks later, Ethan replied, basically making their arguments on why they disagree. And then we replied back, obviously. So they made the arguments that they wanted to make in this reply basically a month ago. So the hearing is basically the most layman way to explain it is that the hearing is just in case the judge feels like there was something that was missed, or in case you feel like the judge missed something, you can talk about it. And sometimes judges will release tentative rulings, and the tentative ruling is basically saying, this is how I'm probably going to end up ruling on this. We're still going to have the hearing anyways in case there's anything left to think about. And then we'll have like a
Yeah, it's really like a change my mind kind of moment, right? Normally, if nothing happens that changes the judge's mind, like as in new evidence being submitted, then very likely the tentative judgment, the final judgment will look a lot like the tentative judgment.
Final ruling. So this was so I wanted to read this out. This is what I posted yesterday. What a crazy 24 hours, man. The tentative ruling feels a little surreal. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who has supported me, believed in me, helped me get here. I could not have done this without all of you. For those who are unfamiliar, tentative rulings are sometimes published in advance of hearings in the interest of streamlining the hearing. The tentative ruling is the position of the court before the hearing, so the fact that the tentative ruling is to grant my motion for judgment is incredible news. The hearing was earlier today, and the judge has taken the matter under submission, and an official ruling will be issued, hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm feeling very optimistic. I'll be going over the document tomorrow on stream. So, yeah, the judge, basically, the hearing was on the 5th, on Friday, and the judge released this document on, I believe, the 4th? I believe it was the 4th. Yeah. And the tentative ruling basically says that they want to grant the motion for judgment on the pleadings and that they find that my work is fair use. And a big reason why tentative rulings are so important is because it's very rare that they are changed. So here is the tentative ruling. I figured that we could just read it together and we can go over everything. I make 6 figures selling YouTubers. Denims is cook thumbnails. What am I going to do? Yeah, so reversal is pretty rare. It's, yeah, it's pretty rare. But the other thing, too, is the content.
Normal nature, 2 things. It looks like Tom Steyer won't be cosplaying as Ozymandias in California, so that's good. Well, look, Becerra's not good. I need people to understand that. Becerra's worse than Newsom, right? So if you don't like his, not so subtle hatred for the homeless and just, just centrist policies, right? More of that under Becerra, right? It's a one, it's something that people are going to have to learn. Is that, when you want change, somebody's background is not necessarily something to get hung up on. And yeah, the candidates suck and they need to get better. And there should have been better California candidates. There should have been somebody better than Steyer that didn't have this confusing thing. Hassan's thought on Steyer was that all he would have had to do to get into, to do a little bit better was to bite the bullet on Israel-Palestine and actually call it a fucking genocide. Like, apparently Steyer's, grandfather or father was involved in the Nuremberg hearings, and he could have said something like, Hassan's example was like, look, my grandfather worked on the Nuremberg hearings, and or I think maybe even father, given how old Steyer is, and so I know what a genocide looks like when I see it, right? Something like that would have bought him a little bit of credibility. It really is what he's missing, because yeah, he made his he's a billionaire and he made his money doing fucked up horrible things. However, look into the Congress, look into the Senate, and you're going to see that's not that uncommon. That it's not that uncommon, and there may be a situation in which the person with the worst background has like a better set of policies, right? And then that's a whole thing to deal with. But yeah, if he might have been better off. Other people have said, trying to build a third party, trying to support the DSA, something like that. But yeah, Becerra's not just don't be expecting anything good for Becerra. Don't be surprised if it's worse than Newsom in every way that you care about.
Of the ruling is very good for me, and a lot of it is.
Wait, there's a new file on Court Listener. I think it's just Rom asking for a recording of the hearing. Wait, Rom asking for a... So wait, Denims was there at the hearing. I'm assuming her attorneys were as well. Rom and Ethan were not? They skipped it? That's crazy. That's crazy. Because chat, the suspicion is that maybe Ethan never intended this to actually go to court. Maybe Rom, maybe they knew, because the way that they wrote this thing, it's either Rom is just incredibly incompetent, which that's not, wouldn't be too surprising, or they or the filing was written for Asmongold to read off and be like, yeah, based, right, without understanding it. It might have been the assumption. Pratt has been eliminated. That's true. Yeah, Pratt, that's a good thing. He's gonna complain. Pratt's gonna say that it was stolen for him, because the way that California does their elections is it takes weeks or more to get all the vote counts in, and generally they count the rural areas first, or somehow they always count the Republican votes first, right? So you get the possibility for a red mirage here. Now, the fact that there is a red mirage is actually bad, right? It shows that more Californians than should be are entertaining, really bad candidates, especially when we're talking about Pratt. But yeah, it did flip, and it did go Raman's way. She's not great either, right? Hassan, remember, had Nitya Raman on, and talk about not being able to bite the bullet on Palestine. She kind of failed the test there. That actually hurt her campaign. I think Ray was better than Raman, but did not poll high enough. So Raman was our chance to have like a non-Karen Bass person in there, and now it looks like it is going to be Raman versus Karen Bass.
Very damning, I would say, for Ethan's case.
The hearing was scheduled for months. Rom literally, he's not, wow. Rom literally had to be there, and he wasn't, and he came back on Monday to be like, hey, what's the, well, not even Monday, it's like Sunday, right? It was also a non-public hearing. Ethan once likely to see and hear, because he refused to accept Rom's answer.
And the fact or the idea that it's not impossible that
Marmar says, my understanding is that Rom was there and Ethan was not.
Can overrule, or like not overrule, but that the judge can change their ruling or change the decision, the original decision. But
oh, you're saying Rom literally had to be there and was there. Wait, where did I get that Rom wasn't there? Rom was there. Miku's like, I don't know, where did I pick that up from? Somebody. I thought somebody said Rom was not.
Your lawyer would have to provide like a lot of evidence to convince the judge not to rule that way. So I feel really good. Oh, all right. So we could go ahead and read into it. Oh, and then something else is very important. So it could be anywhere. So just so we're all on the same page.
Shut up, socialist.
So we still have to wait anywhere from 2 days to 2 months for the judge to officially publish a final ruling.
On this part, right? On this part. On the content nuke. I think there's also going to be a ruling. I've heard various things, chat, but the latest that I've heard is there will be a ruling on the countdown stream as well. My thought is that the countdown is not a creative, and there's not enough creativity and originality put into the countdown to really merit him, you receiving like the statutory damages for it.
Right. So maybe on Monday we'll figure out what the final ruling is. Maybe next week, maybe the next week after that. I don't have a time, unfortunately. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff to wait for, I guess. And even if the tentative ruling goes through, Ethan could potentially still appeal.
Shut up, socialist.
I have to say, one really sad thing about, I almost feel a little bit bad for Ethan, because a lot of the people that are on his side are some of like the most anti-Semitic people I've ever seen in my life. Like it's kind of like unbelievably disgusting that like, if these are the people rooting for you, man, I would hope that there would be some introspection. But anyways, yeah, so we still have to wait for the tentative ruling to go through. It's pretty rare that tentative rulings get changed. Need water.
Did he start all this crazy crap after October 7th and is falling out with Hassan? Well, I would say that the falling out probably started slightly before October 7th, when they would bring up communism, right? Ethan seemed to want to catch Hassan slipping. What I mean is that normally what Ethan does, since he doesn't know anything about politics, comparatively speaking to somebody like Hassan, is he kind of just like, is like, oh, Hassan, how does this work? How does this work? How does this work? But he was doing this weird thing where he would play dumb and ask Hassan a question, but it was a question designed to make Hassan look like a naive person who, is so excited and gung-ho about communism, he hasn't thought of all the, obvious things, like that it doesn't work and that it always ends with authoritarianism and, all this other shit, right? Ethan, I think, was subtly laying traps for Hassan even before January 7th. But yeah, January 7th was definitely when he pulled the plug on that, or, shortly after that. Yeah, a few weeks before on the socialism and communism stream. I think Denims forgot this is the first, and it's stronger than the argument for the live stream. But forgot this first. Stronger than the argument for the live stream, but she has hinted that there are additional defenses she hasn't got to yet. Yeah, well, I'm banking on the court maybe just not thinking a countdown is really, you know, a much of a creative intellectual intellectual property is what we're talking about, chat. And I don't know if a fucking countdown could really. I'm hoping a countdown will not be taken as seriously as intellectual property. Also, the fact that he registered the countdown like 2 months after he registered the content nuke. Wait, did I say it's January 7th? Am I mixing it up with January 6th? Yeah. Dogtober 7th. That's what I mean.
Okay. If it doesn't get changed, Ethan can still appeal. And then, if he appeals, obviously...
Well, capitalism famously never ends in authoritarianism. Yeah, and if you say that it does, then you've got Trump derangement syndrome. How dare you say that the second Trump regime is an authoritarian one? Me sitting in a foreign country without the proper marker on my passport. Yeah, can attest to the the non-authoritarian nature to the current fallout from late stage capitalism. Exactly, Marmar. Exactly.
The case would go on even longer, but if he doesn't appeal, there is technically still the other case. So he's suing me for the content nuke, but he's also suing me for the countdown episode, the podcast episode before the content nuke. As you guys would imagine, the reason he hasn't really focused at all and talked about the content, the episode at all, is because I think it's a lot harder to drum up support for the episode, especially when like he has spent all that time saying like, I'm releasing my copyright. Like, no. Like it's totally fine. Like you can watch my episode. I'm not gonna. So, yeah. And
I'm kind of curious if that played a role in it, right? Remember when Ethan opened up his copyright and said he saw what the Hassan industrial complex had done for Hassan, and he wanted that for himself, right? I'm curious that I don't know law. Like I said, chat. A lot of people thought that Denims saying, hey, thanks for watching the nuke here instead of with that awful Ethan Klein so we can take views away from him. They thought that was going to be slam dunk. The joke was to be like, take views away from someone? That is theft. Denims, you go to jail for the rest of your life. Right? So I may be just as naive thinking that him saying that the copyright was, open for anybody who wanted to put out content based on it. I may be wrong that could play a role in either of these cases too, but I would think, and I would hope that it does. Countdown is also not a pure reproduction because it has been implemented into the stream. So, and she did comment on it. Her purpose was also different. She was documenting a live event. I always forget. Okay, so why do I think the countdown is not, the countdown is a live stream, right? Of Ethan being like, oh, get ready for the nuke. It's coming. We're going to nuke them. They're going to get nuked. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be great. We're going to end a great civilization of Hasanabi, the Hasanabi, Hassan Piker broadcast. Denims needs to be careful in case her crown falls off.
Especially after his debate with XQC, where he was talking about the thing that he really wants to defend is like YouTubers that put a lot of like time and soul and heart into a video, and then like one streamer watches it and says like 5 words or whatever. But that's not the spirit of like the episode. So he hasn't really talked about it at all, but that is technically still on the table. So yeah.
Oh, it was a shortened version of the podcast.
There's still like,
Shut up, socialist.
there is still a journey, okay? But we just don't know what's going to happen yet until, I don't know, we find out where this motion goes. Will you have to pay your attorney's fee if the judge rules in your favor? It depends. It just depends. We have to see what happens. And then I just can't like, there's still so many factors at play because of this other lawsuit, or because of the second part of the lawsuit. And there is still so much at play because he can still appeal. So yeah, there's still a lot to get to before we can do that. Mike seemed to find that unlikely, but it's possible. Yeah. So also a lot of people seem to think it makes me happy to see, but a lot of people seem to be like, you can sue him now for all of the money in the world. But the reality is like if I was to get any money back, it would be for lawyer fees and only lawyer fees, unless I would start a whole new lawsuit. But yeah. So are you going to get to demand a ridiculous on-camera apology? Well, no, because that would be part of a settlement. And I don't see why would he go for a settlement like that when he can just drop the lawsuit, right?
Yeah, most of these cases end in settlement. That's why there's a dearth of actual case law to draw from in terms of the, sort of guidelines for how the fair use standards are interpreted.
A judge can't like require someone to do something. You can only personally sign off on a settlement. So, yeah.
Yeah, and a settlement is done outside of court. And it's literally like people are asking about this, like, well, Casey Tron said that Hassan hadn't helped her, and if that was a lie, then wouldn't she have been perjuring herself? And it's like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. A settlement takes place outside of court. The court does have to sign off on it, but the court isn't like looking at is the thing that Ethan's asking Casey Tron to say true or not? Ethan could have made Casey Tron say the sky was yellow. Okay. And that would not, that it would still, that if that was the agreement, then Casey Tron would say the sky is yellow. And we'd all know that she's not, telling the truth, but she is lying because that was the stipulation in the settlement.
Okay. So yeah, there's a lot to still discuss and still get to, and it's not over till it's over is what I'm saying. But everything is boding really, really well right now. So I figure we can get into this, and then we'll go from there. All right. Okay. Suing people is very expensive, chat. Well, it's not even that. It's not just that it's expensive. It's just that it's like very time consuming, right? So like the reason why settlements are really popular is because technically you're gambling when you take something to court, right? Because you don't know how a judge will rule on it.
Especially in copyright fair use defense.
And then also the fact that this is like a public lawsuit, like sorry, all lawsuits. Well, I don't actually know if all lawsuits are public. I'm pretty sure all lawsuits are public, but when I say public lawsuit, I mean it's in the public eye and people are talking about it all the time versus like, some random dispute between you and another person. So there is not just like, you have to have the stamina for the court, but then you also have to have the stamina for like the internet, right? I can't believe these people are still sending these messages, by the way. Most of these people I think have finally grown a brain and stopped, but it's funny that these people are still saying it. Probably not a gamble in this case. You don't have a chance of winning. Please don't go to trial. Please. The last of the foot fungi. Please don't go to trial. Oh my God. One important thing to note about fair use, everyone, is that there are like the 4 pillars of fair use, and the most important one is whether or not like the work feels basically transformative. And this is actually one of the very few places in a court of law where it's very much so like a you know it when you see it sort of thing. Because there isn't like an objective measure that is used. And in fact, courts have said explicitly that there should not be an objective measure used for transformativeness. Like, you don't have to meet a particular quota, right? Of like words said or level of transformative, right? You know when something feels transformative and you can explain why it feels transformative. And then obviously the opposition's job is to say, no, it's not because this and this and this, right? Yeah, so we will see what will happen, but we will get to everything bit by bit. Let's go from here. So again, this is the tentative motion. So the tentative motion can still be changed. It's just pretty.
Because her camera is so fucking big and it bothers me.
Guys, funny thing for the 5 gift subs. It's just pretty unlikely and it's uncommon that tentative motions are changed. Okay.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking
Anonymous,
big
thank you for
and
the
it
5
bothers
gift
me.
subs. Thank you. All right. The court is in receipt of the defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings. The court heard oral arguments on June 5th, 2026. For the reasons explained here, the court grants the motion. Background: plaintiff TED Entertainment sued defendant Denims. Plaintiff brings the following claims for relief: direct copyright infringement against Denims and contributory copyright infringement against the H3 Snark mods. So yeah, one important thing also is that there's like, this is kind of like a 3-prong lawsuit where I'm being sued for copyright infringement, or he's alleging copyright infringement of the nuke and of his podcast episode before he released the nuke countdown episode. And then he's also suing the H3 Snark mods for contributory content copyright infringement. So the mods linked to my stream.
That's the one that I feel like out of all these things should just get thrown out, right? The fucking idea that somebody saying that, you know, like literally making a Reddit post saying, all right, you know, this is, you know, Ethan's content nuke. Here's who's covering it, right? If you don't want to watch it on Ethan, you can watch a version of it with a counter purpose. In other words, the opposite in purpose to what Ethan says, to support, you know, it's weird too. Like he's saying the quiet part out loud in the case, like he's like, my content nuke was to support Israel, and Hassan Piker, or sorry, Denims, you know, her purpose was to radicalize her viewers against Israel. And it's like, all right, right there, dude, you not only admitted that you are an Israel defender, that this is about protecting Israel, but also you also, you know, I mean, like, again, the judge cited this shit back to Ethan's lawyer saying, you just, by your own statement, this is Denims's, you know, version of the copy of the nuke is contrary in terms of its purpose.
And therefore, they also are, they had contributory copyright infringement. But like, yeah, all right.
That's
we'll get into
crazy.
all
That's crazy. So I'm trying to think, like, if I said that I knew about, like, if you were on Discord and you were like, oh, I really want to watch this anime, and it's not on any of the streaming services that I have, and I was like, well, there is this site, like, Balls Deep Anime. Wait, is that actually one? I feel like that almost is one. I feel that actually sounds like a real. I shouldn't mention anything that is a real site. But like some random, like, you know, internet site where you can watch it for free. Am I liable? Am I an accomplice to a crime? Is that how it works?
The cope after the reading of the document. All right, let's continue. How is that your fault though? Well, I'm not responsible for that. Like, that's not, but they are getting sued for that, right? All right. Plaintiff is a production company that produces content for social media, namely YouTube. Defendant is an online streamer who releases content on social media platforms, namely Twitch. Plaintiff, through its owner YouTuber Ethan Klein, filed this action seeking statutory damages against the defendant for her alleged live stream reaction.
Wait. We're trying to think that the default. Now, when you say the default, do you mean them not responding to the judge's ruling? The default was so that they could try to appeal with Denims's precedent. Try to appeal with Denims's precedent. But now I'm starting to feel more like it is all about the mod case. Anime Balls Deep is a real one? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to advertise. Am I in trouble for telling you that? Chat, anyway, with copyright law, like, one thing that I've learned about this is that your intent, like the idea of, like, malicious intent, right, is not a thing. It doesn't matter if I write in the doobly-doo, hey, go support Ethan, he's a great creator. I'm criticizing him, but make sure to watch it on his channel so he gets all the views that he possibly can, right? It doesn't matter how fucking nice you are in the description. If you've infringed Ethan's copyright, you're on the line for those statutory damages and more. If you, and then the same way, if it's not an infringement, it's not an infringement. It doesn't matter, like, you know, what the fuck you said. It doesn't matter if you said, I want his channel to shrivel up and die, just like his ball. Sorry. No, it doesn't matter what you said. You could have even talked about his balls and them being, like, raisin-like in nature, and it wouldn't matter, right? There's no statute. None of fair use has anything to do with, like, maliciousness.
To the plaintiff's tragicomic documentary entitled Content Nuke, Hassan Piker, The Nuke. Posted on plaintiff's YouTube channel, January 31st, 2025, the nuke centered on allegedly controversial political ideologies of the alt-left Twitch streamer Hassan Piker regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict. The nuke contains, quote, original footage, highly edited montages, parodic skits, and archival materials. The nuke can be divided into 7 sections. The prologue, the Twitch parody sketch, the Houthi section, the Hezbollah section, the Hamas section, the Twitch section, and the conclusion. It contains original footage, highly edited montages, parodic skits, and archival materials. One sec. Hold up. Get my tea. Pausers. It's a rarity. All right, continuing. The first section walks the audience through Ethan's thesis of the nuke, that Hassan radicalizes his audience with genocidal and anti-Semitic terrorist propaganda. The second section involves a parody, mocking how Twitch has embraced Hassan's extremist rhetoric. The third section focuses on how Piker...
Malice is a factor in defamation. Yeah, and a lot of criminal law as well, right? Malice is a common factor in law. It doesn't apply to copyright. Exactly, Emily French.
Allegedly radicalizes his audience by glorifying and disseminating Houthi propaganda. The fourth section focuses
Houthi
on
propaganda?
with Hezbollah propaganda. The fifth section focuses on Piker's interactions with Hamas propaganda. And the sixth section explores Twitch's alleged role in enabling Piker to violate Twitch's community guidelines. Hassan personally did this. One second. Wait, suit denims, holy. Dude, I want to take the blazer off.
Oh, sorry. Animated Balls Deep is a YouTube channel. Oh, it is. I've probably watched it too. Sorry, not the balls part, chat. That makes it. It's not a hentai channel. It's just an anime channel. I think. Hentai.
But I feel like
whatever.
it's too much aura. It's not a suit without a blazer. That's what I'm saying. All right. Oh, I should have just had the stream be called Suit Saturday. Okay, moving on. Where were we? In the final section, Ethan Klein presents the 2 motivations behind the nuke, which are to stop Hassan's infiltration of mainstream media. How did that work out? And to hold Twitch accountable for enabling anti-Semitic and anti-Israel animus on its platform. And again, I have to say, like, is it not obscene that it is the people who I feel like the people that I've run into on the internet who are some of the most anti-Semitic people I have ever seen in my life, those are the people that are on Ethan's side. Like, I feel like when people talk about Ethan Klein and they talk about his lawsuits, they say that it's like frivolous lawsuits and he's just targeting people that he thinks are weaker than him, and that's why he's targeting them. And then the people on Ethan's side are like using every they're coming up with new anti-Semitic slurs to be like, yeah, the blank should sue her. It's like, oh my God. What the? Anti-Israel's doing all the heavy lifting in that sentence? Yeah. Yeah. But moving on. The film aims to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Also, may I just say, like, so many Zoomers today are anti-Israel, or at the very least, anti-funding of Israel's war machine and Israel's genocide. And I promise you, the majority of people are not watching fucking Hassan, all right? His head is too small, and it bothers people. Like, it's not, the idea that Hassan is driving all of these people is just, whatever. Why am I litigating the content? I already did that in the first reaction. Why am I doing it now? All right. Criticizes Twitch as a platform. Plaintiff submitted its application to register the nuke with the United States Copyright Office, which, dude, it was great theater. It really, I think, added to, like, the internet value of the, or, like, the content value of that video where he announced he was suing people, to be like, and then I registered the nuke with the United States Copyright Office. It's like, okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, I can't resist. I can't resist. Transformation goes out the window when prior to the stream you say, hey, watch this so he doesn't get the views revenue. I didn't say that. I said, I will be streaming. And at the end of the video, I said, if you like not watching that shitty video, So not only did I not say that, but I would love for you to look at the 4 pillars of fair use and show me where malice is mentioned. Show me where malice is mentioned. Please, please, please. I do
You know Asmongold's defense for when people said that he did the stream without any research, or that I don't know, people were questioning his ability to comment on what he's commenting on, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. You know that whole thing? This is, and his response was, well, I don't need to do research because I understand human psychology. Right? That's what's important, is knowing how people work, right? That is an appeal to conventional wisdom, right? That is an appeal to, actually, the people are smarter than all the fucking experts. The fucking experts don't know shit, and they're all corrupt, and they're all trying to trick us, right? That is an appeal to a fucking particular type of brain rot that you can see at work here in this person being like, no, because I've watched courtroom dramas, and they always say, you know, was the murder, you know, done with malicious intent or you know, premeditation, or, you know what I mean? There's a lot of cases, there's a lot of areas of law in which, like, malicious, you know, whether something is malicious or not, whether something was on purpose, was not on purpose, was meant to cause harm, was not meant to, you know, cause harm. Like JoJo Part 6, right? Did they leave the person that got hit by the car in the Everglades swamp with the intent to cause harm? That was what Jolene was determined to have done, but of course, you know, she was set up by a rotten attorney who was also working for her boyfriend, trying to get out of the case, right? People have seen that, and they try to apply, like that's what I know about court. I'm smart. I've watched law shows, right? Malicious is important. If it's malicious, you lose, right? Wrong. You don't know nearly enough to be a lawyer. And it's fucking crazy work that you think that you do.
You wonder if the cope will continue as the case proceeds even further. I guess we'll just find out. You should
Frisco, I unironically found Hassan because of YouTube recommendation of the YouTube to me. I watched the first 15 minutes, but it was so shitty that I searched for Hassan and became a fan of his that very night.
transform them from a chatter to a banned chatter. I think they might be just like, the problem is that I think in order to be a Denims hater, you have to be kind of stupid. Because, like, this guy is just, he's not capable of understanding English sentences, right? I don't think you have to be pro-Ethan to be against what you, Frogan, and Casey did. I didn't say that. I said the people, some of the most anti-Semitic people I've ever seen in my life are pro-Ethan. That's a whole new sentence, bitch. That is a whole new sentence. Me, squares are rectangles. You know, not all rectangles are squares. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'll pay the last one. What? I don't know what that means. Okay. Sure. Oh, so you hate rectangles, huh? Oh, so you fucking hate... She's rectangle phobic. She calls them rectors, guys. All right? Hard R and everything. Yep.
No idea. I gotta mention something. I don't know how applicable this will be in chat, but I guess I had one of the mods report to me the other night on YouTube. All right, I'm not talking about Twitch. Very different situation right now on Twitch. That they were like uncomfortable in chat or something because of all the mods. And this is a weird thing, chat. Here's the deal. I've gotta have mods in chat. There are some nights where, like, all of the names are not, you know, mod name, right? And I gotta have a mod, so I make a mod. But yeah, and you know, people get mod preferentially based on one of the big factors is, like, are you here a lot? You know, are you here for most streams, right? That's the person I'm more likely to pick as mod. But because I picked all the people who were you know, in most streams as mods, I'm noticing now we got like blue. Please, chatters, don't be intimidated by that, right? Don't be intimidated by that. I have to say this because apparently some chatters think that the presence of lots of mods in the chat means that those are mods waiting to ban the person who isn't a mod. I assure you that is not the case. And that the proliferation of blue names is partially a factor of your reticence to talk in chat. So you are a little self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know what to do about it, right? Because we got to have enough mods. I'm looking in Twitch. The question: do we have enough mods in Twitch? Very different situation in Twitch right now. But yeah, I just got to, in case anybody is out there that is like in chat and they're like, I don't know if I should talk. I'm probably gonna get banned. No, you're probably not gonna get banned unless you're gonna be an asshole or something, or like attack people in chat. You're probably not gonna get banned. But yeah, I want to keep the balance good, and I also don't want to like take mod away from people just because they're like.
All right, continuing. Where were we? Throughout defendant's live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to the criticism of the nuke. Indeed, plaintiff states where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online.
It's a delicate balance, is all I'm saying, and we had the balance where a while ago, yeah, there was like people that and it is partially because I'm streaming at a different time too.
Be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Denims attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, along with defending Hassan. Now I saw a lot of people with like either who are either being bad faith or are stupid. And we're like, the judge literally called her anti-Semitic. Do we not see the quotes here? Do we not see the part where the statement says the plaintiff said, and then quotes? Is it both? I don't understand. Now, the other thing too is I've seen a lot of people also say, oh, so if you disagree with something, it's immediately fair use. No, it's just a part of it's just a piece of the puzzle.
No, I mean, it's actually a good thing. It means that the people that I picked are consistently here. And that's important because, like, as much as I hate to do it, like if somebody's not in stream for a long time, they do, like, I try to limit the number of mods. So, you can lose a mod like that at no fault to your of your own, and no, like, hatred or no anger from me, just simply, and in this case, maybe because I've taken up streaming at a different time, which again, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to actually be. Oh my God, I need to not get frustrated and crash out here. But I do want to stream during times where it's like daylight hours or not super late at night.
The fact that I used it for a totally different use suggests that the market would be different.
Okay, let's
it being transformed
take a look at the
required. It's just helpful for the purpose of showing that the market was different. All right. During the live stream, the defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school project or middle school project. I did say that. I did in fact say that. Defendant also complains about the documentary's editing, the sources the documentary relies upon, and supposed inconsistencies of Klein's statements, and that the video treats the audience as morons as it allegedly attempts to trick them. I also did say that as well. Well, there were like, I remember there were a lot of things in the original content nuke that were kind of obscene.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
Like the presentation of, what's his name? Oh my God, I'm blanking. The Houthi kid. And just being like, well, there's a picture of him with a gun, and here he says he's a soldier, which means he's a terrorist. It's like, you don't use this standard for Americans. What the fuck?
Maybe we should.
If the only requirement was,
wouldn't that be awesome, chat? If like being a like a veteran or having served in a U.S. war, if that was actually like like a negative, like if we had such an awesome Senate and House that that was like, people were like, were looking to, like, I don't know, it was counting against them instead of counting for them.
Someone calls themselves a soldier and they have a picture of them with a gun, and they
have to explain themselves and say, here's why I went in, and here's when I got out, and here's what I think of these wars that I was involved in, and what we did while I was there. Wouldn't that be awesome if that was the way that it cut instead of the other way around?
Terrorists. Like 50% of Americans are terrorists.
Her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
And it does bother me. So yeah. And And then there are things that he doesn't like
Shut
cite,
up,
and
socialist.
you have a perfect size camera. No, those other cameras scare me. Yours is perfect. Stupid. Skill Cylinder, thank you for the 10 gifts of Ginger, thank you for the 5. Eddie, thank you for the 5. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the support. All right.
Let me check.
As further
our
support of defendant's
time.
commentary throughout the live stream, the complaint states the defendant frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Now, what this entire paragraph is basically just saying is that in Ethan's lawsuit, he
Okay.
shows multiple instances of me commenting and disagreeing with him and, quote, transforming the content.
It's 3 o'clock where I am, almost 3 o'clock. There's about 3 hours left. That means that we're very close to, we're on the precipice of bonus stream, right? We're right there.
Like, in his argument, he shows how I was criticizing his work. And it's a very key factor of fair use that what you say does not have to be correct.
Okay, we got a better mix now. And again, mods, it's not on you. You don't feel like your job is to, like, be there in case anything goes bad and that you're not supposed to talk. Absolutely talk away. It's never a problem of mods talking to Little. You were chosen because I see you in chat a lot, right? You were chosen to be a mod. That's part of the criteria, is that you're here enough. You're reliable, and I trust you. So, but yeah, if we can, it's all about getting more participation for, I don't know, people that think that they can't talk if they're gonna get banned if they talk.
It does not have to be pleasant to listen to. You can do nothing but spout like nonsense, and it's fine.
You could be anti-Semitic in this, that was the accusation against Denims. And funny enough, it wouldn't have mattered if she was spouting anti-Semitism, right? That's not what the court's looking for. The rightness or wrongness of her analysis bears no, import on the outcome of the case. The truth or the falsity of what she's saying doesn't matter either, right? All of what Ethan is worried about, or Rom is writing about, it's either geared towards audience of slop tubers, right? Trying to win in the court of public opinion at the expense even of the actual court. Maybe even assuming that none of this stuff is actually going to get taken. Remember when Ethan filed these lawsuits, he was like, and I don't think any of them are going to get taken all the way to a hearing. I don't think they're going to be decided by the court, right? These people are they're going to talk to their lawyers, and their lawyers are like, look, we could fight this, but honestly, it's probably not worth it to you. It's going to be very expensive, very time consuming, and most people would decide not to do it. I don't think Ethan really planned on actually taking this to court. So in a way, in the way he thought this would go down, it wouldn't have mattered that his arguments were bullshit. So bad that they got cited back to Ethan and Rom as the reason that they're losing the case, right? Your argument proves the fair use defense of the accused, not the accused, the defendant in this case.
The question is whether or not the work has become something new. Whether or not a 4-hour live stream where I say a bunch of wokey McWoke things has fundamentally changed the experience and fundamentally changed the work.
Like, the other option is that Ethan is just such a fucking boomer and Rom's such an incompetent lawyer, or maybe even just taking Ethan for a ride, that they thought that somehow the judge would be like, they'd come to the judge and be like, listen, Your Honor, we're all adults here, not the people on the other side, of course. They're a bunch of punks. They're a bunch of punks and vigilantes and pro-Palestinian. Those annoying protesters that you're trying to get through the city. You're trying to go pick up your food, and there's a protest. Yeah, they're those types, right? We love America. We have kids. We're like you, Mr. Judge. I think that might have been what they were counting on. That once they get to him, like, you can't just go around and say pro-Palestine. Those are terrorists over there, right? I don't know. It's either that they thought that they were going to get some judge that just said, yeah, fuck the law. I relate to Ethan and Rom a lot more than I do to this, this punk bitch Denims, this feminist, this woke SJW over here, Denims, like, right? Ethan's, okay. And that they just be like, yeah, that's right. You can't do whatever you want, Denims. Yeah, you got to stop saying that Palestine stuff, you freaking terrorist. Like they either really thought that was gonna happen, or they didn't think they would actually go to trial, because the lawyer whose business partner is wanted by the Malaysian government is ripping people off. Okay, that's what you say. I'm gonna be real careful what I say. But yeah, I have heard it said that maybe Ram's business partner, there's allegations that she was involved in the 1DB scandal, the biggest corruption case in all of Malaysian history, right?
Could we think about that? Like, is the viewer's experience the same if they watch your video versus the original video? Is that the test? That's very close to the test. Well, the test is more complicated than that, but you can simplify it down to, does it feel like the work is different? Right? Isn't claiming you're doing the opposite admitting that you've changed it correct? Well, again, it's a piece of the puzzle, right? Where market harm is most obvious is when the use of the work is exactly the same as the secondary usage of the work. This is actually the reason why, pretty comically, the reason why I've talked about how there are YouTubers that I don't really watch that much, because I just don't have enough to add to the work. We used to watch FD Signifier on stream, but the problem with watching FD Signifier is that a lot of the time I'm just like, yeah, based, and then it just becomes an Asmongold stream. And I'm like, because what he's saying is true, and it's hard to find things to criticize or things to...
Really? I'm saying this as somebody that thought that FD Signifier, kind of got done dirty by Bad Empanada and his followers, calling the guy IDF Signifier, saying that he was like a crypto Zionist or something like that. I didn't agree with everything that FD said. I do think there's fault that you can find, but in something like Bad Empanada and FD Signifier, it's kind of like finding fault on both sides. But yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that Denims is talking about FD's average video, or the kind of content that he does most of the time. The Kendrick thing, what are you gonna do? Tell FD he's done a lot of analysis, and there's a lot of history that goes into his interpretation of the Kendrick Drake beef. And also, just personally speaking, I don't have that level of knowledge, so I'm probably not gonna disagree with a lot about that. But yeah, definitely, I'm like, wait, FD Signifier, you can't find something to disagree? Yeah, I could find a few things to disagree. I try to take people as they are, and a lot of times people are mixed bags. In that case,
add when bro is just spitting, right? Build upon, extrapolate on, and usually you'll find a couple sections here and there, and that's it, right? Whereas when you're watching something that you disagree with, there's so much to add. There's so much to go in and say, But
then again, chat, I'm probably biased because my most recent FD coverage was on not FD's videos, certainly not FD's pop culture takes or anything like that, but rather FD's, his live streams, the panel that was held between him and some other creators, and just and then the back and forth between him and Bad Empanada, right? That was an interesting thing to cover, just because I didn't I disagreed with substantially with both of the commentators, but I do think that yeah, if you watch the coverage of that chat, I don't know how to put that out. I probably covered 18 hours of FD. It took me 18 hours to, I don't know, 18 hours is overestimating it. But yeah, I did kind of end on a place, and I do think that a lot of the nonsense that Bad Empanada was throwing at FD, a lot of the personal sort of toxic shit that was getting thrown FD's way, I do think FD acquitted himself pretty well in the last few minutes of his own video.
This is totally incorrect because of here, and then this is incorrect because of this, and this is incorrect because of this. So, continuing. Defendant offers further criticism of the subject documentary during her live stream. Following one of the documentary's creators' criticism of Piker's apologia of China's genocide of the Uyghurs, defendant comments on the treatment of the Uyghurs. So much of American media is focused on pointing out how evil China is. There's a typo here. Stating that disabled Americans lose disability benefits when they get married, incarceration levels in the United States. Additionally, during the live stream, and then before I get any further,
Shut up, socialist.
I also see people talking about this and pretending like this is totally off base. One of the major arguments I've seen online is like, oh, so you can just go on unrelated tangents and it's totally okay and it's totally fine.
Yup.
It's fair use. It's like,
Yup, I'm doing it, chat. This is what White Nervosa accused me of doing. Exactly that. Like, I did make a few personal comments when I was, you know, reacting to a Xander Hall stream, and she tried to use that as like, well, you know, maybe she, you know, maybe it can't function as a market substitute, but we can't, like, that it has to be pure criticism, that it has to be pure engagement with the content. No, it doesn't. I could, like, the example that I gave kind of as a joke, right, was like that I could literally talk about my pussy the entire time while I am, you know, reacting to Xander Hall. And according to this judge, at least, that is fair use, right? You're not going to use a mark. If you love Xander Hall and you think he's the bee's knees, you're not going to watch some bitch, you know, talk about. I didn't really talk about my pussy that much, chat. I made a, I don't know, something happened where that became like relevant, but yeah, no, literally, you could be talking about the food you're eating, you could be talking about anything, right? That the whole thing that, you know, that is still a little bit questionable is like the Sniper Wolf stream or the XQC stream or the even the Asmongold stream a little bit, right? The based, right? Is that a video that is in, you know, contrast to the original video? If Asmongold watches, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like a Matt Walsh video, and it's like, based. I think if Matt Walsh really wanted to, he could probably come after Asmongold, you know, for that, or at least the precedent set in this case would not, you know, would not strictly apply to that. Like Asmongold would not be able to use the Denims defense in the same way. He'd be better off if he was like talking about the Dr. Pepper that he sure could. Usually when I get a Dr. Pepper, it's pretty sweet, but this time, I don't know if they just changed the syrup or something. It's not quite as sweet as I like that nice Dr. Pepper bite. You know, when you sip on the Dr. Pepper and the little bit of it feels like a little bit of gas is you know, kind of escaping your nose and burning your nostrils. That's what I really enjoy about a Dr. Pepper. Next time we'll try to go to Sonic for the Dr. Peppers and see if those Dr. Peppers are any sweeter than this one. But all in all, I'd give this drink like a 7 out of 10. And yeah, no, we'll try some other places for Dr. Pepper. Like, he could say that, and he'd be better off than fucking saying based, right? That video, at least, where Asmongold's talking about Dr. Pepper, isn't a market substitute for Matt Walsh's video, right? You'd rather, if you not interested in Asmongold's feelings on Dr. Pepper, you don't want to watch Asmongold's video, you want to watch Matt Walsh's video. But the based one is like, well, that's pretty close to just watching a Matt. Anyway, we don't know for sure until Matt Walsh actually takes Asmongold to court or something. You know, somebody else, you know, another case happens where the reaction is much, you know, less transformative, and the purpose and the intent, like I was saying, is actually in the, you know, is the same. Like that gets you in more trouble than criticizing. Even if you fucking, you know, if Asmongold was to say, you know, defamation about Matt Walsh, right? Maybe Matt Walsh could have a defamation case against him, but he's not going to have like a copyright claim. When you know, the purpose of the work is criticism, that's not the same as the purpose of Matt Walsh's work, which is to get trans people killed, obviously.
no, it was a very related tangent, unless you're a fucking idiot and you don't understand how tangents work.
It's a very sweet stream,
I'm
yeah.
talking about,
when we talk about soda.
The treatment of Chinese people in China.
Okay, chat. 1 in chat if you prefer Dr. Pepper. 2 in chat if you prefer Mr. Pibb. 3 in chat and say what it is if you think there's another drink that's better, right? Like what is it? Dr. Skipper is like a generic version of this.
I know, and I'm saying that the standard.
Which is the better Dr. Pepper like? Dr. Pepper.
That we use to
Any Pibb fans? I heard Pibb is coming back.
criticize China.
They're bringing
are
Pibb back.
obscene relative to the standards we use to criticize America. And
Mr.
that's like,
Pibb!
you criticize any part of America and you fucking hate America. You hate everything about America, and you should move and pick up your bags and go to a communist China if you love a communist country if you love communist countries so much, right? But it's what's the copy pasta?
Mr. Pibb!
It's like there was the original like China copy.
2 votes for Pibb.
Like the America copy pasta, where it's like it's got. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. If someone has that copy pasta, please post it.
It's a tie? Wait, Wait, Dr. Pepper Zero. Oh, wait, Dr. Pepper Zero. Pib is good. Yeah, I was surprised, right? Because I was like, I love Dr. Pepper. I don't want to try the I tried it was a long time ago that Chad, I think it might have been on like a family vacation or something. We went to some other state and they had Mr. Pibb, and I was kind of like, this is actually kind of good. Right? It's hard for me to pick. Barks. Okay, similar. It's got bite.
Very vague. Yes, someone got it. Very vague. It's okay because I know my homies got me. I know my
Oh, they changed their logo.
homies got me. This one, Trail of Tears, Jim Crow
Lollipops.
segregation, human
Wait, those are good. Those are good.
rights, Citizens United, Safety, High-Speed Rail, Strong Mass Line, Republic of Hawaii, 13 colonies, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Edward Snowden,
Wait, there's a Mr. Pig at Piggly Wiggly. Are you serious?
Scientology. There's one more that has
That was the place that whenever I rode my bike as a kid, and like whenever my parents hated this, but my friends and I like to go explore on our bikes, and we'd go down to the corner store and put our change together, and we would buy like a soda or a what are those horrible little pies, chat? What are they called? Like those little pies with the dude on the front of them, and it's like a fried crust kind of thing on the outside, and some kind of fruit jelly on that's highly sugared up on the inside. What are those called?
Tulsa in it. Yeah, NSA.
We would go down to the corner store, we would put together our change, and we would try to buy stuff that our parents would not let us have.
Mass surveillance, Kent State Church of Scientology. Yep. This
Is
is
it
the
a tasty cake?
other one.
Yeah, it's kind of like the McDonald's apple pies, but like sort of shittier.
The point being
The version that you get, like that's like shelf stable.
that like the purpose of that tangent was to say, isn't it crazy that when it comes
Mr. Pig is what I call my dog when he goes truffle hunting. Has your dog found truffles for a stray piece of dog kibble, not for actual truffles? That'd be awesome if your dog could find truffles.
criticizing China, and because there is so much anti-China sentiment and there's so much Red Scare propaganda in the United States, that all you need to do is point at mistreatment of Chinese citizens and immediately just call it a genocide, even though these same exact people have no problem saying, we should just really be careful when we call things a genocide. Are we just 100% sure that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide? I just think we should be a lot more careful. Like, is it bad? Yeah. And then when it comes to China, it's like, well, they're clearly...
No, you straight up get that. They'll say, like, are all the Palestinians dead? No. Then I guess Israel didn't do a very good job of genociding. They've got nukes. They've got all kinds of weapons and armaments. If they wanted to do a genocide, I would think that all the Palestinians would be dead, right? And that puts you in a situation where Hostess fruit pies, maybe, yeah. Odyssey drinks. Have I had one of those? What region has Odyssey drinks?
genociding everyone. It's like,
Maybe it's like a regional thing.
what?
Yeah, I think Hostess fruit pies. Is that what they're called? Fruit pies?
Oh, what's with the double standard? There is no doubt that there are plenty of articles talking about the mistreatment of Uyghurs, talking about the civil rights violation. To go from there to genocide is obscene, especially when your level of criticism for America is, it could just be better. Because I would
Look, if you think that the Uyghur genocide is, if you think that the Uyghur genocide is a genocide, if you think that that what China did to the Uyghurs is genocide, then you gotta call the United States out for doing genocide too, because it's very similar to the U.S.'s war on terror, right? It's very similar to the kind of repression that that Muslim people in the United States and around the country, like you literally had like, I don't know, FBI agents infiltrating Muslim student groups to try to, find and then trying to talk up, yeah, I really hate the United States. Yeah, you know what, I would love to do some shit to the United States, try to get one of these kids to like pop off and like try to get them involved in some kind of terror plot just to be able to say we got a terrorism address. They're a sparkling green tea. Okay, that sounds really good. Green tea, lion's mane. I need to get some lion's mane in my life. L-theanine, which I love, and ginseng in the Pacific Northwest. Odyssey. Jeez. I lived in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know why I never saw this, but yeah. And I was a big drinker of, I'm trying to remember the energy. I went through an energy drink phase, chat, where I spent way too much money on energy drinks just to stay awake. This was like the summer of 2021 one, if you know, if you were watching my content at the time, you know that I was like streaming at all hours of the day and morning and night,
I would argue that, and I
and then sleeping through my 9 a.m. class.
don't think it would be very controversial to say that modern day slavery is in the United States in the form of private prisons.
Prison work, yeah.
It is unbelievably difficult for felons in the United States to rehabilitate and to reintegrate into society. Being a felon completely destroys so many employment opportunities, so many housing opportunities. And if you can never,
But yeah, what I'm saying is that what China did to its Uyghur population was repressive. It was fucked up. It was wrong, and it was in the service supposedly of combating terrorism, just like the U.S.'s war on terrorism, and it happened at kind of the same time. And indeed, I think, isn't there like a kind of contiguous population of Uyghurs in like adjacent countries, like including Afghanistan and Pakistan, if I'm not wrong. But anyway, I mean, it was China's little war on terror. The Uyghurs are largely Muslim, and they were subjected to repression based on China's fear of terrorism coming from those population, which that's a racial profiling. And so yeah, again, you can find stuff that China does wrong, but it's hard to find something where it's like, okay, China legitimately worse than the U.S. Here's China doing something that the U.S. Doesn't do, and unless it is like a free, criticizing the government, free speech sort of stuff. But again, when the United States feels its global hegemony threatened, the United States cracks down on free speech. The United States, moves to, crush protest movements like the pro-Palestine movement and or the Red Scare. Like, there's so many examples. And internment, right? It's so what people don't seem to understand. They can see that another country's shit stinks easier than they can see that their own country's shit stinks just as bad.
fuck up your life by having a gram of weed on you when it was illegal. And there are, by the way, still people sitting in the United States, in prisons in the United States today, for having some weed on them. For having some weed on them. Not like a couple kilos of weed, just a couple joints. There are people who have gotten felonies for that, like whose lives are so destroyed because of that. And then if you look at within the prison system, we pay these people pennies on the dollars to do like factory work. Like it's obscene. If you want to, I don't like criticize.
But yeah, reeks of sensitivity, that sparkling green tea, if I could only figure that out myself, like if I could only figure out how to do sparkling green tea, I think I'd just have to have like a green tea concentrate. Maybe if I did a green tea, a really strong green tea with my tea sock, and then I like reduce it down, maybe even throw in a little bit of I don't know, sugar or something to make make it into like a simple syrup, and then I could just pour you got green tea, lion's mane. I think I'd maybe skip the cordyceps, L-theanine, and wait, there's one kind of, it's actually American ginseng that I feel like is I really like, and it's hard to find.
Criticize China, sure, but if you only ever criticize countries when it's China, but you have no interest in criticizing the country that you actually pay taxes to, that actually funds any of what I would argue are civil rights violations, because they overwhelmingly target Black and brown communities, then you don't actually care about calling out injustices in the world. You care about furthering anti-China propaganda. And I'm just over that. I'm just so over it. Right? But the point being, that's still a related point, but I've seen like the cope that it's like, she just goes off on tangents that don't make any sense because I'm an idiot and I didn't understand how those 2 points connected.
A lot of times the Denims is an idiot, or Irene is an idiot, or whatever kind of shit you hear from like slop tube fans, it is coming from us saying things that go over their head, and they just can't conceive of a world in which a woman is more intelligent than they are. And so they're like, well, it must be nonsense. It must be a non sequitur. She is babbling inanely, right? And the truth of the matter is that their brain is having trouble. Their brain keeps up with the yeah based, right? Matt Walsh says something, Asmongold says yeah based. That's easy for them to process, right? Denims throws something out with a little bit of nuance, and they're like, oh, she's rambling. She doesn't know what she's talking about. No, she's not being succinct. No, you're literally not intelligent. Or sorry, let's say this in the right way. Look, intelligence, people don't realize, like, it's a little bit like a muscle, and you can train. That's what school is. Part of college isn't like cramming fucking random factoids in your head. It's learning how to think. It's learning how to process. If you go to a good school, you learn critical thinking, and that becomes more important than any fucking like factoid you could have banked into your memory or something like that. Because ultimately, rote memorization is not a very high level way of learning, and it doesn't tend to stick that much. And there's a lot of dudes that they went to school in freshman year. They got there. The English lit teacher had colorful hair and a nose piercing, and they were like, I'm not going to listen to this stupid bitch. Well, that stupid bitch has used her muscles, and her brain can outlift your brain, right? But if you stick to it and you don't let your biases and you're just like, weird insecurities get the better of you, that blue-haired, nose-ringed, TA in freshman English comp is going to teach your ass how to write. All right, is going to teach your ass how to communicate, right? You're gonna benefit. The stuff that went over your head the first day that you went, got there to class is gonna be, very easy to comprehend by your last day of that class. That's what this whole shit is for. And so many of these guys, they just drop out. I mean, people ask, oh, like, what's wrong with our men? They're not staying in school. They're not doing well in work, and the women are. Well, it's part of it's that they have a reaction to an institution that's not fucking as male dominated as like other institutions that they've seen, and they associate the and yeah, school is a little bit, especially high school, middle school and elementary school. Yeah, you're in a little bit of an authoritarian environment where it's like my way or the highway. There's not a lot of appreciation for independent thought if it contradicts, the teacher, and then they just kind of throw that on to whoever they end up getting in college, and they're so hurt by the idea that somebody they've grown up thinking, oh yeah, those e-girls, those e-thoughts, those alt girls with their like they're very stupid. They're very stupid. They're all very stupid, and here comes an alt girl that is trying to open you up to interpretations of a book that you read and maybe didn't really understand the purpose of, that your brain wouldn't have come up with, right? And it's really easy to be like, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's making stuff up, right? I don't know. I've talked too much about this chat, but I think you get what I'm saying. Yo, Snickety Snail, that's an awesome name. And also, I think you just became a bit of a weasel just now. Wait, that sounds weird. It sounds like I'm insulting you. Snickety Snail, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I always have to say, and that's a good thing, so people will know it. It's a good thing because it gives us more time. And chat, look at that. That's 3 minutes. So yeah, I'm estimating here, sub ad time, 3M. I'm estimating that we have like 3 minutes of what? Did it go? Wait, I didn't see it go. Chat, did it fucking go? Did it go in there? I misspelled sub ad time. That's why. Sub ad time. 3M. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that that's 3 minutes. That is gonna be like, so far the bonus stream is 3 minutes. And again, chat, it's kind of a bonus stream like that. It's a little bit like volleyball, right? I come on. There's 3 minutes of time. It ticks down. If you can put the volleyball back in the air. Right? If somebody, follows follows me on Twitch or donates or something like that, it can kind of put the ball back into the air, but it's very hard to keep it up for like long enough for me to do much content. But if we fuck around and give me a little bit more time to work with, then I will have, like last time we started with 20 minutes, and that was enough to get us started with, because once we start the bonus stream, people, can expand the bonus stream as well. The bonus ream. Jesus Christ, chat. I don't know what's going through my mind during Pride Month, but
It's like, well, that sounds like a personal
No,
problem, man.
there's no reaming. It's just it's streaming. To be I misspoke.
That doesn't sound like my fault. So we can continue. Additionally, during the live stream, defendant challenges Klein's perception of Piker's sentiments regarding the interaction between imports and fleeing of Jewish people from Israel, disputes Klein's accounts of the events, of the occurrence of sexual violence, of hostages, critiques Klein's discussion of Twitch's enforcement and moderation decisions, discusses her perspectives on Zionism and Judaism. All right.
I'm sorry. The way they said that is like yeah, Denims is like my perspective on Judaism. Well, I like the idea that there's a day of rest, but does it have to be on Saturday? I like to do right. And also, some of these kosher rules, like I like a good cheeseburger, could we, what, I don't think that's what I don't think Denims was critiquing, Judaism as a world religion or anything like that. But yeah, I get what, Judaism comes up in the discussion of, people that want to make this all about, the Jewish people as a way of defending the state of Israel, which is actually the institution that is putting the Jewish people at the most risk right now. Not Hamas, not Hezbollah, not Iran, not the Houthis, right? It's Israel.
Straightforward. I'm trying to think if there was anything I wanted to add to that. The judge is just basically saying, or at least this tentative.
Can you imagine if somebody did rating religions, right? If that was the content.
At Depths 20x, super chatted $5. I don't know how this works, but I support.
You support? Well, thank you for supporting. Well, how it works is like this, right? Every time somebody supports me, their support turns into extra time. So that's the one thing. The other thing is you got the ability, if you want to weigh in on the content and be like, hey, I would like my money to go towards bricks and minifigs. I would like to, you can add a bonus to look right there. We're adding that super chat. The number goes up, right? That's the first and most important thing. And the other thing is that at 6 o'clock my time, I got to be in Thai class. So I'll end the stream at that point. If we got, which we will now, time left on the board, I'll come back at 8 o'clock my time. Again, what is that? 6 o'clock my time is 7 a.m. Eastern time and 4 a.m. Pacific time. And then what is it? 8 my time is 9 a.m. Eastern time and 6 a.m. Pacific time. So that's when I'll start the bonus stream, and then there'll be a chance to it could be longer or shorter depending on stuff. But we're into the bonus territory. That's what's important, and I think it's actually your dono that did it there, Dead Up. So give yourself a pat on the back.
Here are all the instances where you even agree. Here she is saying things to try and rebut what you said. All right, continuing. On June 19, 2025, plaintiff filed the complaint. On April 17th, defendant filed the instant motion. So this is just a description of the facts. So Ethan filed his lawsuit June 19, 2025. We filed our motion April 17, 2026. So 2 months ago. To which plaintiff filed his opposition, to which defendant filed her reply. And again, this is what I mean when I say a lot of people are like, it's not over because Ethan hasn't even had a moment to make his argument. It's like, what? He had 13 pages or something where he made his argument. Huh? Oh, hi, Wormy. Look at her. Oh, yes. What is it, Wormy? Yes, Wormy. You have been so annoying lately, Wormy.
Wait, is there a cat named Wormy?
She's, I don't know what's going on.
Wait, chat, why is the cat named Wormy? That scares me. Why is the cat called Wormy?
To her. But she's not acting like a cat. She keeps acting like
hopefully that's a condition that got cleared up at the vet. I don't know.
And it
I had a friend whose cat had worms, and I remember this cat would it was the sweetest cat, but they were mean to the cat, right? And I didn't understand why. But then I found out, right? Because the cat would come over to you, it would fart, and then as it was leaving, it would wave its tail as if to fan the fart in your general direction, just to make sure you get the full flavor of that fart. And I remember, them saying, my neighbor saying that the cat that cat had worms, and that's why the farts. But it's not as bad. Chat, has anybody experienced this? Like a cat or a dog with the flatulence problems. It's a sad thing because we love our pets, but sometimes our pets, you know, create smells that are not quite so lovely. I remember, you know, I've told this story before, but like my piano teacher had a dog that liked to sit under the piano bench while a student, you know, whenever a student would come in, the dog would get under the piano bench, and well, this dog would just fart. And my teacher must have been nose blind because she didn't notice it. And she would be like, I thought you said you were going to practice this week. We've been working on this for 3 weeks now. I can't really, you know, like I can't, you're not going to learn if you don't practice. And finally I told her, listen, I fucking practiced this shit, but what I didn't practice was playing this with a miasma of dog flatulence just emanating from below the piano bench. She was so embarrassed, and then she got mean to the dog. She was, get out of here. And it's like, no, you know what? That's not the dog's fault. You can't, like, I don't know. I miss the smell of cat poop now because it's been, a month since Zucchini passed away. Yeah.
It bothers me. She keeps like all day, every day. She just wants me to play with her. And then she meows and she's so fucking loud. And of course she never does it on camera because she's a good worm. She's so polite when there's company. All right. On May 1st, Squirma.
Oh, look, it's cute. Do you see that?
What are you trying to tell me? Here, let's go.
Wait, do I need to move this so you can see the cat better? Because the cat's right down there.
All right.
Is the cat's name really Wormy?
Frame. Unfortunately, moving the camera would require me to move so that she gets off of the frame, or like she'll get off me. But
Dobbs ripping ass is a classic. Yeah, and it's a great if you yourself rip ass as well, you can always blame it on the dog.
Maybe I am I must be super evil. I have a cat that I'm stroking while I'm playing.
You're what does JD Vance say? A childless cat lady.
Playing my game while I'm reading my.
A childless cat lady.
I'm the evil one. I've got the evil cat. No, she's not evil.
It's Worm or Wormy.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Oh, so cute. Look at that. Look at that. I love it. I love doing that. This little scratch like right up under here.
All right. This is villain activity. Yeah. God, she's so weird. Why does she sit like this? She sits like such a freak. All right.
It's because she loves you, Denims.
Sorry, I want to reply to this. I guess I'm dumb, but how could you transform a video you can't edit? You're just doing your commentary and fact checks and such, or am I missing something? I mean, commentary and fact checking is transforming a video, right? Again, the court basically is asking whether or not it feels like the original film or the original movie or the original work is different. Maybe a better question to ask is if your friend was showing you a YouTube video, right? It's like a 30-minute YouTube video. And every 30 seconds, they're pausing and being like, okay, so what you need to understand about this is blah, 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 blah. And you're like, dude, can you just press play on the video? That person is impacting the original work.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And if you came for the original work, you're going to be saying, can you please press play on the video, right? But if you came more maybe for Denim's commentary, then you might be saying that less. And yeah, that shows right there that Denim's commentary, or even your friend watching a YouTube video with you, although this would never get you in copyright trouble, right? And pausing it every few seconds to comment on it does not function as a market substitute. It could not be used as like, well, I want to watch that video. Let me watch Denims rip it to shreds. Well, I want to watch the Xander Hall video. Let me watch No Comment Chick say bad things about the creator that I love so much, because he's gonna, if she would just leave him alone, he's gonna build a quail farm. Sooner or later, he's gonna make that quail farm. There's gonna be quails. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be wonderful. And you know, why would you criticize my Xander Hall, right? That's not a market substitute. Then that person is going to find the video on Xander Hall's channel. And they're gonna watch it on Xander Hall's channel. Xander Hall's gonna get a view, and he's gonna get watch time, because that's what the viewer wants. Whereas if the viewer is like, I do not like Xander Hall, I think he's kind of unhinged. I actually remember when he threatened to make Keffel's heart stop. God, that's like some persona. That's literally in the Oracle of Maya, chat. That's literally when the Maya maidens a heart stops, the world, it will be heaven on earth and a new beginning or something like that, right? It's like anyway, I don't think that Xander Hall is necessarily a member of the Mass Circle. That's not what I'm saying there, but yeah, if you want to watch if you're a Xan fan, you're better off watching his video than a video of me criticizing it. So that's why that's why YouTube didn't take her attempt to destroy my channel seriously. They just warned me about her. They were like, this bitch might sue you, please be advised. All right, she is crazy, we want to get her out of our hair. And that's what they said about you, White Nervosa. The YouTube moderators were not impressed with any of your bullshit, right? Because again, you're talking about something that is inherently, by its very nature, transformative. It is inherent. It's for a different purpose. Xander Hall's got what he's arguing. If I'm arguing against him, then it's gonna be at odds. Just like Denims arguing against what Ethan Klein is saying. That is the nature of transformative. Dogs ripping ass is a classic, but cats ripping ass is like, I think, an untold story, right? Or they don't rip it. Like, I've never heard a cat fart. My cat used to fart, but you wouldn't hear it, you would just smell it. But it wasn't super often. I don't think she had like a gastrointestinal issue or anything like that. But yeah, this other cat would like literally like waft with her tail, and you'd have to be like, get out of here, you'd have to like shoo the cat away to keep from getting farted on.
You are not experiencing the original work in its intended form because it keeps getting interrupted. So yeah, that's what transform there means.
Yeah, and that interruption, while people may complain about it, is transforming the nature of the video, is making it not a market substitute.
Okay. Moving on. Continuing. Legal standard.
I'm just using this Xander Hall thing because this happened to me back in the day. Do people know? I don't mention this a lot. Do people know that Vosh tried to take down my channel? That Vosh's sysadmin, the person that runs Vosh's servers for him, filed 3 different complaints that, if they had resulted in copyright strikes like she intended, would have caused my channel to cease to exist. That was her. I can only interpret it as a way of silencing dissent against content creators that are on her. I don't know. It's almost like a label, chat. Think of White Leaf. Think of Vosh and his orbiters as like a music label. Think of it as like almost Drake's label. That kind of fits. Hey Vosh, I heard you like them young. Anyway, no, he likes the short stack goblins. That's all, and the AI horses too. Don't forget those. But yeah, this actually happened to me. Where somebody was trying to go into get YouTube to take my fucking channel down, and YouTube did not agree with her. Thankfully.
This stuff is pretty boring. The legal standard section is pretty boring. It's just basically, maybe it's just because I've read so much of this stuff at this point. I've just
so, exactly, Wonton. So much of like Ethan's own statements, or his lawyer's own statements, being used against him, and not just his statements in this court case, also the precedent set by Ethan in the Matt Haas case was used against Ethan. It's gotta hurt.
Same court cases over and over and over again. So they're just describing what the standards are for fair use. But we'll get through it. After the pleadings are closed, but early enough not to delay trial, a party may move for judgment on the pleadings. A motion for judgment on the pleadings under Rule 12C is functionally identical to a motion to dismiss, and the principal difference is the time of filing. So that's why I was saying earlier, the motion for judgment on the pleadings is effectively the same as a motion to dismiss. So we're effectively filing.
I don't know why it is to me, but like to me, Tacoma weeps. It sounds like a symptom from a STI, like weeping. I don't know.
And we're just telling the judge, hey, you should just dismiss this. Okay. Continuing, the same standard applies to motions brought under either rule. Thus, the issue presented by a Rule 12C motion is the same as that posed in a 12B6 motion, whether the factual allegations of the complaint state a plausible claim for relief. A claim has facial plausibility when the plaintiff pleads factual content that allows the court to draw a reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for misconduct alleged.
So yeah, just to make it really clear to everyone, I've got about 2 hours left of this stream, right? And since it says more than 2 hours, that's what initiates the bonus stream. Does that make sense? And since it's like 20 minutes more rather than just like 3 minutes more, it's gonna be a real bonus stream, and I'm actually gonna have time to get substantially react to some of the bonus content that I wouldn't otherwise. So that's what I'm talking about, right? I got a hard out in 2 hours, but we'll have time left, which means that we get a bonus stream, and it's in the morning. I don't know, for this crew that might be really hard. That's the only thing that I hate is I got to do the bonus stream 2 hours after the class starts because the class ends in 2 hours. And
in evaluating a motion for judgment,
anyway,
the court must
hopefully
accept
that
all
makes
factual
sense.
allegations in the complaint as true and construe them in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. So I see a lot of people being like, this is important for one thing, being like, oh, are you going to show the judge like when Ethan said this or when Ethan said that? Well, no, because a judgment on the pleadings means that we are only talking about the factual allegations in the original complaint. To bring up new evidence or like new information, that would have to be, I think it's summary judgment or a trial. But for a judgment on the pleadings, you are only talking about what...
Okay, wait. So the cat's name is Worm, and the mayor and Mayor. Oh, the other cat is named Mayor. So there's Worm and there's Mayor. Okay.
Is in the original complaint. Okay, hope that explains things a little bit. All right, we can skip ahead just a teeny weeny bit. For purposes of the motion, the allegation of the non-moving party must be accepted as true, while allegations of the moving party which have been denied are assumed to be false. Judgment on the pleadings is proper when the moving party clearly establishes on the face of the pleadings that no material issue...
I doubt anybody in here will remember, but does anybody remember if Denims was in the files that weird KFC's account, which was somebody that hit on me in Discord and then got mad at me when I did not return their affections, right? That's who was posting the supposed clan ops, right? Does anybody remember if like Denims was? I don't know. I'm sure I have like a screenshot of that. I don't know if the fucking tweet is still up on Twitter, but it's I'm kind of curious.
Issue of fact remains to be resolved.
I mean, Denims was definitely streaming back then, so it could have been.
And that is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. So basically, this is like, yes, I do not disagree that I watched the content nuke and that I reacted to the content nuke on, what was it, January 31st, 2025. Yes, I agree that here are the areas where I paused. Yes, I agree that this happened here. Yes, you have not said anything I disagree with, and if there is something that I disagree with, we can make those statements, they can accept them as true, and then we can go from there. All right. Oh, Wormy. Oh, Squirmy. Okay. Analysis. Defendant moves for judgment on the pleadings as to plaintiff's first claim for relief for direct copyright infringement to the nuke as based on the second affirmative. The note here is not that important. I can skim through it a little bit.
Oh, no. I mean, that's...
Yeah, this is basically the gist of what the motion for judgment on the pleadings is. So if everything Ethan said is true, exactly as he said it, nothing Denims said is true, the law still doesn't favor Ethan, basically, effectively. Is she... No, I did not see Ethan in person. He was streaming. He was doing a show.
I'm guessing, since I'm talking about something from 5 years ago, probably nobody has or not quite, 4.5 years ago, I'm guessing nobody has the screenshot. I know Hassan was on there, right? Which is crazy. I don't think I'd ever talked about Hassan, let alone criticized or tried to expose him or something like that.
Plaintiff requests that the court take judicial notice of specific documents and court records. First, plaintiff requests that the court take judicial notice of a video entitled The Big, the Bold, the Beautiful, which was a reaction video to the work Bold Guy versus Parkour Girl in Haas versus Klein. So this is Ethan Klein's original copyright case that he won. Likewise, plaintiff requests that the court take judicial notice of a video titled Bold Guy versus Parkour Girl, which was the plaintiff's work in Haas. This video title was also filed in the Haas case. The court finds it appropriate to take judicial notice of the existence of these two video files. So basically just the two videos of the original Ethan Klein court case.
How do you say his name? Hassanzadeh? Is that it? Hassanzadeh? Like Hassanzadeh? Anyway, I say it like Denims. I just say Haas. And that, he kind of goes by Matt Haas too.
And then also request judicial notice of the complaint filed for Frogan and for Casey Tron. And then take notice of the H3 Snark Mod order by Honorable Sally Kim. And judicial notice of the video file for, I think this is Casey's case. Plaintiff has not asked the court to take judicial notice of the truth of the contents of these videos. All right. Now, defendant moves for a judgment on the pleadings as to plaintiff's first claim for relief for direct copyright infringement as to the nuke, based on the second affirmative defense of fair use as pled in defendant's answer. The fair use doctrine is an equitable rule of reason that permits courts to avoid rigid application of the copyright statute when on occasion it would stifle the very creativity which that law is designed to foster. So, TLDR, the judge was an antiseptic snacker. I saw antiseptic is the new word. It's pretty good. What was I trying to say? Oh, yeah. Basically, like, the entire purpose of copyright is to protect people's creative works. And when copyright becomes so rigid that other people cannot even interact with those works and create new original works, the copyright law is failing, effectively. So, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not allowing criticism and commentary and all the things that fair use is about. Yeah, so in other words, chat, if somebody was like cloning like Ethan's channel, right? Somebody had a H2 channel or something that like looked like H3, and they sort of represented it like they were, you know, Ethan. If somebody was taking his content and, you know, getting ad money off of it, just re-uploading his streams. Now, technically, I think that might actually fall under what he said when he said he released his copyright claims and wanted people to, because that's exactly what the Hasanabi Industrial Complex does, right? They got Hassan's picture as the avatar. Now, we'll usually say something like on the channel, like, I am not Hasanabi, or, you know, it'll link to the, you know, it'll link to the Twitch thing. That's the kind of deal that Hassan makes with his industrial complex, is that they're all going to kind of point back to him. They're all going to, you know, build his, you know, profile, you know, like make him, you know, put him out there to more people. And as a result, they, or in return, they get to monetize his content. But if somebody was to maliciously like clone a content creator, I guess Ethan's not a good example since he opened up his content to that kind of that exact kind of thing. But if let's say that I made a Denims channel, I had Denims. Well, no, I think Denims has opened up hers. I'm trying to think of somebody who hasn't. Like, let's say H Bomber Guy, right? Let's say we made like an H Bomber Guy account with a 0 instead of an O, right? Looks like it says H Bomber Guy. Got you know, Harris's picture on the avatar, and I am like, I don't know, maybe even re-editing his videos into like shorter videos, or maybe even not even that, maybe just straight up re-uploading his videos. If he has to compete with himself, that's not fair, right? That's not fair. If there are people out there like benefiting from the fact that people want to watch H Bomber Guy videos, and they're watching the same videos somewhere else, somebody else is getting that ad money, that's when H Bomber Guy can come over and say, hey, listen, cease and desist what you're doing right now, because, you know, you are costing me money. And you know, if they don't do it, then he can take them to court and show that this is my stuff. They posted this, and this money that they made should really come to me. That's what copyright law is supposed to be for, so that nobody can clone you and re-upload your content, which is probably happening to like all of us right now on TikTok. I've heard there's a lot of that shit going on TikTok. But you know, if somebody does that, you know, there's a recourse. If you got the money, if you can hire a lawyer, maybe you can, you know, come back and recoup some of that money.
All right.
I can see that people are like kind of zoning out. And again, this is legal stuff. I get that it's super boring. Let me try to, I don't know. Let's throw in. Let's do a little do a little preview of tomorrow's stream. That's what I'll say. Okay, so again, if you haven't yet, if you have Twitter, feel free to click on the link that is posted, the link that is pinned in both YouTube and Twitter, or Twitter, and click on that. It'll take you to this tweet. You can interact with this tweet, and it really helps me out a lot when you do. We've already jailbroken it, so it does seem like it's showing up for other people. Thank you, everybody that contributed to that. But yeah, there's the, you know, the announcement, the thumbnail, and then I got to put the live stream down there. Otherwise, Elon punishes me for putting a link in my original tweet. But yeah, if you wanna especially hit this with likes, because these ones don't get as much likes often. But that's what we got going on with the blast off tweak. I want to show you what's going on with Bad Empanada and Hassan. I'm gonna have to. This will be tomorrow. All right, we're gonna do this content tomorrow. But what do we have here? We got a post from Bad Empanada. All right. It's rich of Hassan to say that he is now given. Say this now. Okay, what is Hassan saying?
The court said, exactly. Different purpose means transformative. Klein argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers? Dude, can you imagine thinking? By the way, this.
And we'll get right back to Denims after this. I just noticed people are kind of like the chat's sort of dying, so I want to keep people awake.
This is Israel mindset.
If I can.
Sorry, gonna say it. This is Israel mindset. It's not shocking to me that his lawyer is a West Bank settler. It's not shocking to me that Ethan Klein loves Israel, because this is Israeli mindset. You think you get to have a say in how people transform your content? Are you fucking stupid? But of course, the way Israel mindset, being spiritually, Israeli, and doing Israel mindset, here's how it works. If you have overwhelming power, if you have a lot more money to throw at a fucking problem, you can actually make people that are smaller than you, that don't have that same financial support, you can actually humiliate them or try to humiliate them when all you're doing is humiliating yourself.
One in chat if you're awake enough to type.
And it turns out there are some people, sycophants really, that will support you every step of the fucking way. In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued. Not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly.
This is what I said to Chud Logic. I'll try to find that tweet for you too, right? That of all the people that should, he made a big deal about, like, I'm not gonna glaze Denims just because she's won. Oh, she's still a bitch. She's still stupid. Right, he just did his Chud Logic thing, right? He's back in the Destiny orbit. You know, you all know that, right? He was trying to make a play to be independent and to be almost like the pillar of they call themselves left snark chat, but I think right snark works better for them. Let's describe this. Like, let's describe this as right snark, right? If you're J-Stalk, if you're Dickers, if you're Schleppy, if you're Queemon, you're right snark, okay? You are principled, maybe in your approach to Ethan Klein. You're not trying to glaze his bullshit, but at the same time, you're not doing it because you love and care about the Palestinians. You are doing it maybe for other reasons. That's complicated, right? Yeah, because a lot of these people are like former Groypers or former deorbiters. They're all former deorbiters, right? But yeah, people are awake. People are awake. I forgot the streamer's name who had made the hostage video. Oh wait, was that the French streamer? I wonder if this decision she may be able to avoid what she was forced to say. Oh, Casey Tron. Yeah. I don't know. That was actually J-Stalk was right wing. We always give people a chance to learn and grow. J-Stalk still loves his slurs. So there's that. They're gay. Oh, hey, they're not all Queeman, okay? Like, and anyway, it's Pride Month. Maybe Queeman, will make an announcement. I don't know. Chat, I don't know. They're gay. That's an interesting interpretation. But wait, what the fuck? I'm saying, like, left snark, right snark. What was I? The point I was getting to was not just to rip on streamers who at least are on the right side in terms of Denims, recognize their own. Yeah, in terms of like slop tubers, recognizing that their interests are in Denims winning, right? We do have some examples of that, and that's good. And Chud Logic was one example of somebody who was clapping back at Destiny, who was like, had left the orbit, was on the right side, was almost like a center, right? A lot of the big debate that went on about the Snark CPS server happened on Chud's channel, right? And I was like, of all the people to not support Denims, motherfucker's got Cheeto dust in his beard. He's watching other people's content and reacting to it, and he doesn't realize this affects him. Chud Logic of all people should understand that Denims is your friend, and she fights for your freedom to live a life, to hold a vocation of you know, saying slurs on Kick and streaming to, you know, a bunch of hogs and all that. You know, everything that Chud Logic does too is you know, would be threatened by this lawsuit. So, but we do have, you know, other examples of people who at least are on the right side in terms of that. I just want you to understand, these aren't principled leftists, all right? These aren't leftists at all. These are, in a lot of cases, former groypers, you know, or former Mr. Girl fans, which, you know, Mr. Girl is kind of the more, just kind of, I don't know, like the more advanced pedo normalizing content, which has always been a part of Destiny's stream, because these fuckers love to argue shit like age of consent. How is it that you're illegal when you're 17, but the moment that you turn 18, you're magically legal? I don't think that seems fair. Like, right? Okay, you want to fuck minors. That's great. Thanks for self-reporting, right? That's what you constantly hear from Destiny, from Vosh, from the other orbiters. These people used to be orbiters, right? I'm glad that they left orbit. I'm glad they realized Destiny was cringe. I'm glad they carved their own way, but just let's be real about who they fucking are and what they fucking stand for and where their motivation is. Now, look, if Jay Stalk, I don't know, like, or like, let's say like Queeman gives like a heartfelt, I was joking around about Queeman being gay. People just throw that out, Queeman, because he looks kind of like a chopped femboy or something, but you know, who cares? Who cares about that? But you know, if Queeman wanted to say like, hey, you know, I am sorry about the shit I said about trans people. I'm sorry about the shit I said about Larex. Actually, I am going over to Larex's house after this for a glow up myself, right? You know, there we go. Then yeah, hey, we're talking now, right? People can change, and I want to encourage that. But I want to also encourage, like, you know, kind of knowing where a content creator is coming from, you know, knowing kind of like what their history is. And not expecting you know, too much, because I would think that if Hassan became too friendly with these people, he would probably end up with a knife in his own back, because that's just how content works. Part of this calculation of turning on Destiny is because Destiny's losing, right? Part of it might be that they are morally consistent, and I've given them credit, including Chud Logic, you know, who, you know, kind of turned, you know, kind of bitched out and went back into the, you know, Destiny sphere, but that, you know, they have more moral consistency than your average DGGer. I've said this about Queeman, I've said this about J-Stalk, right? There's good things about these people, but in terms of, you know, who they've been, what they've been doing, what their content has been, yeah, you know, a lot of times, you know, J-Stalk, right, has got a lot of Hassan good content on his channel right now. If you were to roll it back a few years, you'd see Hassan bad content. So just to be realistic about you know, the fact that these are not new comrades, all right, unless they want to be, right? Same thing with Kilo, right? He's still kind of an unknown. I would say that Kilo may be like the least chud coded out of all of them. But look, if the chuds are morally consistent, if they're calling out you know, Destiny and they're, you know, at least like calling out Ethan, I mean, that's a good thing. Just, you know, recognize they might have different motivations than you do, right? For a lot of you, this all stems from your support of the Palestinians and your concern at the, you know, extended genocide. Really, Israel's been genocidal since before the Nakba towards Palestinians, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. Just don't expect that to be the motivation from somebody that is like, you know, kind of is like, yeah, Nick Fuentes is great. You know, he's really funny. They're a different breed over there.
We're celebrating her getting her suit.
See, they love racism, so they'll love that I said that about them. That I'm
not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably fucking stupid or They're just horrible monsters.
But like I said, you know, I know all of these people probably had a go at Bo Black's back in the day. Now, there are some things that Bo Black's deserves criticism for, absolutely, right? And including doing his own copyright, his own like bad faith copyright claim back in the day, right? And there's a lot, like I'm not holding up Bo Black's as a paragon of virtue, but we're talking about one of their fellow commentary streamers who came out as trans and really just got made fun of for that, right? If you all want to do a video apologizing for making fun of Bo Black's for being trans, it's Pride Month. It's a great time to do that. I would love to see it. I love a rehabilitation story. I love people moving and growing and realizing, especially if they did the, you know, attacks on like Larex is another example, started being a little bit more femme presenting, and everybody's like, Larex is gay now, Larex is trans, right? Apologize to Larex. Again, not a perfect person, but yeah, doesn't deserve all that shit, right? Please, if you're not a fucking chud, show me J-Stalk, show me that penguin has got a beating heart, a bleeding heart under the Hawaiian shirt. I would love to see J-Stalk just be like, and boom. And yeah, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. It'd be a perfect time to do those videos. Just let people know that, hey, you don't just have good takes on Palestine. You got good takes on a lot of stuff, right? Otherwise, like, stop calling yourself Snark, and definitely don't call yourself Left Snark.
Okay? Sometimes both.
Although I have to say, they didn't really call, I feel like Ethan is the one that labeled them, and anybody who criticizes him, and anybody who criticizes Destiny, I mean, they didn't really label themselves that. They just took the moniker and ran with it. Ethan, you know, would use like Left Snark as a pejorative, and they were like, oh, okay, we'll take that pejorative, and we'll raise you one skull with a CPS carved into its head, right? Because, you know, we don't care.
Fucking major content creator on this dumbass fucking platform that reacts to YouTube videos with
the countdown stream was when the pronoun controversy between Olivia and Ethan happened.
regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React.
So again, we probably reacted to, like, I don't want to watch too much of this, but I just want to show you what Bad Empanada is responding to. I think it is
content in general.
Kind of a longer clip.
Kissing Denims' feet. They should have been fucking screeching at Ethan.
They need to kiss the ring. They need to bend the knee. They need to kiss the ring, and they need to recognize our fair use queen, Denims, right? The real thing I want to get to here, though, is what Bad Empanada is talking about is him supposedly claiming credit for Denims Denims win. Let me see if I can advance this a little bit, because again, I don't want to be here all day. There's Asmongold.
Whereas like the Frogan one was a lot more obvious. Like default judgment is like,
was it?
I'm trying to find,
but yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to find the part that Bad Empanada is mad about, because look at this. It's rich of Hassan to say this now, given he barely talks about these lawsuits and did nothing to help any of the victims. Right? That's what got my, like, again, I expressed my disagreement with some of the things that Bad Empanada was saying about FD Signifier on stream a couple of weeks ago. I also had some criticism for FD Signifier, but in terms of like jumping into this conflict, it wasn't until Bad Empanada said this that I felt like, okay, well, you know.
You have dropped that other one after getting your bias.
Also, can somebody explain to me, how does Yeet have the ability to post 8-minute videos? Isn't that like, I thought that was supposed to be like you gotta get a gold, I thought you had to have like a gold check mark for that. And look who's followed by anyway. Wait, what? Okay, anyway.
Real world. Because there are plenty of examples and plenty of new content that's constantly coming out that will allow you to stay in your hug box. And the more we spend time on the internet as opposed to the real world, because that's what's happening, the more you have less reliance on the truth and what's happening in the real world at all. This is something that we see with the cultish attitude from MAGA. Yeah, I did see something really funny about Asmongold. Uh, I saw a clip on my timeline of Asmongold crying and complaining that I was actually, being soft as baby shit against this more Pegasus situation. He's just criticizing you. This is an evaluation. It's fair. Are you against journalism now? I thought you liked journalists. He's got to be farming. So what's really funny about this is Asmongold has actively demanded that the federal government take care of me. Sometimes in real time, sometimes trapped in the confines of a 1-minute video, the famous video of him going, oh, Hassan would never be brave enough to be on the fucking streets. Yeah. He loves lawsuits. He fucking celebrates it. He cherishes it. He was killing it. That tech tone, rape tone was...
What the fuck? Okay, maybe I can find it from Yeet's tweet. A lot of the opposition are unbelievably stupid or just horrible monsters, sometimes both. Every single major content creator on this platform was championing this lawsuit. It would have gutted the React content. They should be kissing Denims' feet, screeching at Ethan. Okay, so wait, what was it? I'm trying to figure out what exactly provoked Bad Empanada. I've explained what provoked me, why I am now, ratioing. Not to brag, not to flex. Obviously, Bad Empanadas, has to get a new account every month because he gets banned, and he's probably, suppressed on the platform because of the things that he says. So it's not like this huge fucking flex. But yeah, when you get ratioed by a random small streamer chick, Bad Empanada, that might tell you something. That might tell you something, right? Because I used to think that you did good work. I have been the beneficiary of your debunking of Zionist weaponization of claims of anti-Semitism at me and vice versa, right? I've defended him on that too. This is why him just like kind of digging his nails into Hassan, like this and making this claim, like he's trying to say that Hassan is popping out of nowhere to be like, I'm the big hero. It's all me. Did you hear that, chat? Did you see that? I'm looking through the transcript here. And I mean, like, I'm sure there's more to this, but this guy covered the lawsuit all the time, unless it's one of his best friends. Wait, what guy? I saw Asmongold crying about the more Pegasus situation. He's like bemoaning the fact that like Philly. There we go. The work is transformative. Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say. How that's fucking free speech? How's that fucking free speech? At this point, you finally got to say, this was ridiculous process. Philly DeFranco, moist critical. There's got to be a point where these people actually cover this stuff. That's the closest thing I can see. It doesn't sound like Hassan taking credit. Like, did I miss it, chat? I feel like we watched as much of that 8-minute clip. I really didn't want to watch 8 minutes of Hassan of the content that we watched yesterday. I just don't see what the fuck is he flipping out about? It's rich of Hassan to say this now. To say what? Now that he's barely talked about these lawsuits, done nothing to help the victims. Again, that is something that we don't know. That may be true. I can't disprove it, but I know that, well, he claims that you're going to see in a second, he claims that he's got evidence that this is true. He did nothing to help the victims, right? So, anyway, look, you either die a hero or you live long enough to become a fucking clout demon. And unfortunately, Bad Empanada, you're looking a little long in the tooth, Bad Empanada. Yeah. Anyway. So that got quote retweeted. And yeah, does still hold a ratio over the original tweet. Not that it's anything to brag about. I'm not fucking Keffels over here trying to say that I'm so great because I got 226 likes. But yeah, that's 26 more likes than he got apparently. So it should say something. It should tell you something. That's important feedback. These are your supporters too, liking my tweet. These are not fucking some kind of, neolib, like Vosh orbiters. Like those people have blocked me, okay? So if you're losing on my timeline, BE, it means something. Ethan Klein, after losing the Denims lawsuit, successfully hacks Bad Empanada's latest Twitter incarnation and goes nutty mode, using it to destroy and divide his enemies. Because that's what this looks like to me. That's what this looks like. All right. And And it didn't stay here, right? It did not stay here either. Let's see if I can find the weird thing is he did pop up, like you can't see it in the thread, but he did pop up and apparently comment on that thread. It was like hidden from me and I didn't see it for a while. I didn't know that Bad Empanada, I didn't actually expect Bad Empanada. Again, I only got 25 more likes than he did. It's not like a huge post or anything. It's not, you wouldn't think it's something he has to worry about. Oh yeah, this is the Chud Logic one, right?
I'm not going to do this gay cope everyone's doing, acting like Denims is base now. That's fucking wretched to me as well. We're like, yeah, Denims, you're so based.
Denims is based. Denims is based now.
Based and cool, yeah, go girl. No, fuck that shit, dude. She's a stupid bitch. She's a stupid fucking bitch. She doesn't.
She's smarter than you. I don't want to rank everybody by their intelligence and tell you that you're not worthy as a human being for the fact that you obviously did not get much out of whatever college experience you may or may not have had, as much as Denims. But yeah, it's cringe when you just criticizing yourself, right? Saying like, anyway.
Doesn't make any difference. He just surrounds me a stupid bitch that has had this not bogus, but this malicious lawsuit filed against them. And anyone that's
okay, thanks for saying it's malicious.
Content creator purely out of a self-interested motive should not be so quick to side with a massive YouTuber. I'm not going to do this gay cope.
Okay, so the thing that he said in the end is a little bit redemptive, but this guy rehabbed Tipster. Do we remember Tipster, chat? Does anybody remember Tipster? All right, let me remind you in case it's been a while. What clips, what sound bites Tipster is responsible for bringing into the world. All right. Oh my god, if I can find it. There it is. Soundboard. Tipster.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
All right, so this guy was a lolcow for years and years and years. He defended one of his friends who was making arguments for lolicon, what was a lolicon, from what I could see, and he was like, it's just drawings, dude, it's just drawings. Tipster died, as Ethan Klein commented, on Loli Hill, not just once, but twice. You live long enough, as long as Tipster, you end up dying twice, both on Loli Hill. The second time was in defending Vosh, along with his friend Keffels. Yeah, basically by the time you would have seen Tipster, he was a Keffels orbiter, and very little else, and he became a lolcow to all these guys. They would make fun of him, and like, you know, he like low-key deserved it, right? Although the thing is that they all did worse. They all did, I don't know, Tipster was just a bad take machine for the longest time, a little bit creepy to especially his trans chatters, but anyway, they made him a lolcow, and then they decided at one point he was based. Actually, Tipster's based now. Actually, it's not cool to hate on Tipster anymore. Yay, fucking Tipster, right? I think it was as soon as he gave up on his Vosh defense and his Keffels defense, they were okay with Tipster again. So anyway, the Chud Logic was part of this fucking rehab of like, actually, Tipster's pretty cool now, right? They rehabbed fucking Tipster, all right? Fucking Sonic. Anyway, don't chat. Fucking Video Game Donkey. I don't know what clip I'm rehabbing there, but. And he won't bend the knee to our fair... So I'm laying it on thick here. He won't bend the knee to our fair use queen who fights for his right to make a living reacting to content he doesn't even own with Cheeto dust in his beard. I stick to that. But apparently whatever this shit is over here, they're not feeling it. They're not feeling it, chat. They're not feeling it. They're not feeling me. Soon they will. Soon they will feel every part of me when I become unavoidable. But anyway, there's one more thing, or no, there's two more. God, I don't like how I went off on this person, actually. I'm a little bit, yeah, I didn't need to go scorched earth, but I guess people are here for it. This is what people want on Twitter, apparently, right? This kind of shit. But yeah, so he responded to me here with want me to post my DMs with them, showing this. I didn't see this at first because again, Twitter hates him apparently, and they hid these replies. But then when I saw it, I replied again. Ethan Klein now fully in control of not only Bad Empanada's Twitter account, but also his mind now threatens to release the private messages from targets of the copyright lawsuit. So again, looks like people were feeling this one even more than the last one. What am I replying to? Oh yeah, 118. I mean, he was trying to ratio me on this. I think, I don't know. It's hard to prove intent, but look at that. Fucked around and got ratioed himself by a nobody. Let's be real, chat. I'm a nobody. I don't count. I don't matter. Yeah. So that happened, and then look, the last thing that happened, and I fucking hate this, right? Because this is a content creator, that's kind of new. It's done good work in the past. I don't really have, a lot against this person. But look at what Bunker Cat posted, right? Let's be completely honest. Hassan and Ethan Klein are on the same team. What? They're on the same team? Okay. Go on. H3 Podcast is under Night. Okay, Night Management. Right now, I think this is true. I have seen references to H3 Podcast being under Night Management. I don't see it with their current client list. So I'm not sure if maybe Ethan like dropped Night after, his blow up with Hassan or what the deal is. But yeah, at one time at least, this was true. Ethan was under the same management, under the same agent, right, of a lot of other podcasters in Southern California, including Ethan Klein. Yeah, Asmongold is on there too, right? Not even mentioning Asmongold, right? Night Management, right? So look at and again, no hate towards Bunker Cat or the Bunker Cat community, all right? I think you're getting this wrong. All of this fake op pantomime is just hype. Just to hype each other up. On the real, they're not really going against each other in any meaningful sense. Now, I heard this from Bunker Cat, and then I heard from people in the comments. I think they took it even further. And again, we're not disputing. For all I know, yeah, maybe they're both covered by Night Management, but the conclusion that you drew from this is really kind of, yeah, okay, Asmon as well. Yeah, it's really atrocious. Oh, yeah, I guess all the drama with Asmongold is fake too, right? I'm sorry, chat, but Merrick freaking DeVille made a tweet implying that me and Dylan were not actually, like, fighting, right? That guy almost destroyed my fucking channel. Bullshit, we weren't fighting. This is reminding me, this is giving Merrick DeVille. That's a really weird comparison for me to, draw, because I don't think Bunker Cat's politics are anything like Merrick DeVille's, right? Merrick DeVille's like a Vosh orbiter. So again, respect for a lot of the work that Bunker Cat has done, and no hate. Please don't, think that there's like an anger or a drama or a beef, or I'm like, judging this person and saying, they're worthless or anything like that. That's not what I'm doing at all. But the idea that this is kayfabe, chat, between Hassan and Ethan, it's fucking Ethan and Denims, right? And like I'm not seeing it here, all right, but I have seen Bad Empanada stands, and I think maybe also Bunker Cat fans, although it's hard to tell on Twitter who's a fan of who, but I have seen people basically taking this kind of again, I think this would be correct premise, right? Hassan part of Night Entertainment. Possibly correct premise. I have no reason to doubt the premise that Ethan Klein also part of Night Entertainment. And when we draw a conclusion from it that says they're working together, the agent is like, "Hey, Hassan, what if you criticized Asmongold? What if Asmongold? What if you became a chud? Yeah, no, this is what we're gonna do with it, like Vince McMahon backstage talking to the wrestlers, being like, this is how we're gonna do the work, right?" I'm sorry, that's fucking madness. All right, that is not happening. These fights are real. All right, at least between Hassan and Ethan Klein, these people were taking this and saying Hassan is basically Ethan Klein, but who is basically who? Who is basically who in this situation, chat? Look back at this, and again, like this, the one regret I have here is like using the meme instead of just the crack pipe, because honestly, that is a crackalicious deduction. But yeah, the works cited, if you interpret that as being the sources of like their on Night Entertainment, yeah, I could understand how you'd disagree with this, and Bunker Cat did disagree, that they were smoking crack. But really what I was trying to get at is more like the deduction, right? The, A plus B equals C, C plus D equals E, therefore, A plus, I don't know, you could actually make a deduction out of that formal logic. But anyway, the logic is what to be completely clear, is what I have the problem with, the deduction that this is all work. This is all kayfabe. This is all wrestling, right? I'm sorry, you need to show me a lot more than like they're both a night entertainment to be, which from what I can see is a outfit, is an agency that has a lot of podcast people in the Southern California area. It absolutely makes sense that they would all be, covered by the same agency, even if they don't agree with each other. But again, let's go back to this original see what Bad Empanada is saying. All right. And again, I'm not doing this to drag the guy. I'm not trying to, I don't harbor like a bunch of ill will. Like I said, he has defended me. I have defended him. I have respect for, a lot of the work that he's done. Same thing with Bunker Cat, although I guess I've seen less of Bunker Cat than I have of Bad Empanada. But yeah, this right here, right? The reason I said Ethan Klein has hacked Bad Empanada's account is because this shit right here, it's rich of Hassan to say how he barely talked to these given how he barely talked about these lawsuits and did nothing to help the victims. This is straight out of Ethan's ass. This is literally something Ethan Klein has said. And I wasn't the only one, saying that this is some Ethan Klein ass shit that you're posting, right? So yeah, Hassan is Ethan. No, au contraire, Bad Empanada is Ethan, at least in this limited context, right? That's not a, it's a narrow comparison that I'm really drawing there, not like a wide comparison at all. But yeah, that is what has been happening for the last few days. I got involved in this Hassan versus Bad Empanada thing. Now that Bad Empanada's going off on Hassan more than I think he's criticizing Zionists, at least at the moment. And yeah, people like Bunker Cat sort of, following along and drawing crazy deductions. And when you draw crazy deductions, just believe it, your fans are going to draw even crazier deductions, right? Like Hassan Piker and Ethan Klein are basically the same person. That's fucking madness. You will not be able to, understand anything if that's your fucking framework there. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. This coming up tomorrow. I'll cover this tomorrow. I'll be fair like I always am. I don't always agree with Hassan on everything, and Bad Empanada sometimes has good points, but they are at each other's throats. And I blame Bad Empanada, and I think it's got to stop. I think this circular firing squad shit has got to stop. This like finding the secret Zionist amongst your like allies has got to stop because it's destructive to the movement. And the worst thing that I said about Bad Empanada here, if I can find this again. God, people love that toxic tweet so much. I feel bad about posting it actually. It was just like, I don't know. This person just did not like, they were saying, oh, you're going to call anti-Semitism again. I don't even want to put them up on the, the screen. Cause like, again, they're just a random account on Twitter and I don't want them getting, I don't want this to be their like reputation. Right. But that was pretty unhinged to say that I was like, accusing Bad Empanada of anti-Semitism or something in the second tweet. I did nothing of the sort. But yeah, my deepest criticism for Bad Empanada is this, and I'm serious about it. I'm going to disagree with some of what Hassan has to say about Bad Empanada tomorrow. Just a little preview, all right? I think Hassan went a little too far in his interpretation, but I do think that this is how Bad Empanada is functioning right now. Whether he means to or not, whether he wants to or not, he is destroying and dividing Ethan Klein's enemies at the moment where we've experienced a little bit of success in a sphere that's very hostile to even considering the possibility that Denims might actually be right about something, right? I don't think fighting over like who did the most for Denims is productive right now, and I want to see it stop. I really do, and I want to see like less like sloppy ass conclusions being drawn of like, oh yeah, I guess they're all on the same side since they fucking, you know, they use the same agent, right? That's yeah, I think I got my point across. Anyway, let's go back to the Denims thing. I'm just trying to make sure you're still awake, chat. So, and I wanted to promote tomorrow's live stream.
The fair use of a copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research is not an infringement of copyright. So when you react to a work or you transform a work, it is not copyright infringement. It's fair use to do that. You can do that. We want to reward creativity, and if we are punishing creativity because the copyright rules are too stringent.
Bunker Cat has lost it. Well, hopefully we can help them find it again. Whatever it is.
They are not working effectively.
Hopefully not sanity. I don't know if that's what's going. No, I don't. I just think that I don't know. I just think there's a conclusion being drawn that the facts don't exactly merit. I don't have a problem with Bunker Cat's facts, and I just don't know. You can draw a line between they're on the same under the same agent and they're secretly fighting to hype each other up, and then to see the fans go on and say, oh yeah, they're basically the same person. Yeah, Hassan's a Zionist just like Ethan Klein. Please miss me with that shit. Absolutely miss me with that shit. Bunker Cat went from one extreme to the other. It's not healthy nor sane. Well, whatever's going on, maybe it's just like I don't know. Sometimes people just need to understand one little thing, and that fixes it. So again, I just want to keep it together, chat. I want to keep the team together. I want to promote solidarity. I don't want us doing a circular firing squad, trying to be like, who is more holy or whatever, right?
All right.
We need to implement a little strategy called diversity of tactics, right? Where we get off each other's proverbial asses.
Continuing. The 4 non-exclusive factors courts consider when determining fair use are: 1, the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use is of...
An important thing here is recognizing a comrade, and I think that people like Bunker Cat and definitely Bad Empanada are missing that.
Of a commercial nature or is for a non-profit educational purposes. So the first factor is the most important. Basically, it's saying like, what is the purpose and character of the use, and what does the use feel like? So the new product that was created, what does that new product feel like? So someone, for example, burning, no one does this anymore, but like someone, for example, burning copies of, The Little Mermaid and selling them. That the purpose and character of that use, there's nothing transformative there. That purpose of the use is to sell this work and profit off of the same work for the original. There's nothing that's been added there, right?
Oh, and yeah, before this becomes like a clip for BE to react to, yes, BE, you did ratio me on that last thread, right? I probably should have, like I said, it was confusing for me to put works cited, the works cited crack pipe meme when it actually isn't Bunker Cat's sources that are the problem. I don't disagree with Bunker Cat's sources. I disagree with Bunker Cat's conclusions. So, you can take that small ratio and put it in your pipe, I guess. Smoke on that. I don't know.
Whereas the purpose of my work was to debunk his tragicomic documentary. That was the purpose of the work. And that is why people came to tune into the stream, because they wanted to see everything that Ethan said that was wrong and factually incorrect, and they wanted someone to break it down. That was the purpose. For a second, I thought you meant actual burning. No.
But yeah, my purpose is not to flex the ratios I got. The purpose is to let Bad Empanada know that anytime I'm getting a ratio on you, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. All right, that should never happen.
What the hell is she doing?
Oh, so cute though. Look at that. Oh my god.
All right. The nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. And then Dr. Seuss versus Comic Mix, finding that the 4 factors set general principles, the application of which require judicial balancing depending on the relevant circumstances. Fair use is a flexible concept, and its application may well vary depending on the context. Basically, that fair use is a sort of a rare instance in the law where it's you know it when you see it.
Yeah, there's 4 factors that are like basically guideposts, and because there's not a lot of case law, the only one of the like again the biggest thing in case law for copyright is actually Ethan's case from Matt Haas, and they again, this came up multiple times, but it's because because there's not a lot of case law, it's flexible in the sense that every judge or like any judge could kind of see something different. I'm wondering what these cases are. Dr. Seuss enters LP. Is that like what maybe the estate or something of Dr. Seuss is dead, right? Is that like the estate? I don't even know. And then Comic Mix LLC. What was Comic Mix LLC doing with Dr. Seuss's work? Right? Were they making like a comic book out of Dr. Seuss, or like redoing the famous Dr. Seuss books as like comics, or almost think like it could be like a tabletop game or something like that. Did somebody make a Dr. Seuss tabletop game?
You know whether something is fair use when you see it. You know when you watch a video that has a reaction, you know whether or not that feels like a new product or if it feels like the same product.
Tanky Gooner says it was porn. Wait, Comic Mix LLC? I mean, oh no, what if it was, wait, was it? Do you have knowledge on this? That would be hilarious if Dr. Seuss's estate was suing somebody for having a like an SFW version of, oh my god, chat, no. Oh my god, that's got to be horrible. I don't want to see the NSFW version of Hop on Pop.
Ethan is technically
disturbing. That's some Destiny shit right there.
The porn argument, yeah. Oh, Wormy, you're so heavy.
And like, know your enemy and understand that they're not defeated, right? Bad and Panada's been good at this in the past, right?
And that there shouldn't be rigid guidelines.
When you keep your enemy list to like Vosh and his orbit, Aristocracy, and Twitch Pull, I think you're doing, and Destiny and those orbiters, I think you're doing pretty well.
Right. Additionally, when the copyrighted work and the alleged infringement are both before the court, capable of examining and comparison, non-infringement can be determined on motion for dismiss. The purpose and character of use, transformative nature. Defendant moves to the judgment on the pleadings in part because of the transformative nature of her use. The first statutory factor examines the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use is of a commercial nature or is for a non-profit educational purpose. This factor is taken on a heightened significance because it influences the lens through which we consider 2 other fair use factors. The central inquiry under the first factor is whether the new work is transformative. The term transformative does not appear in the statute, yet it permeates copyright analysis. Transformative works add something new to an existing work, endowing the first with new expression, meaning, or message. So, like, I would argue, I don't have the clip on hand. Maybe somebody else does. Do you guys remember when Ian put out the content cop on Ethan, and then Ethan reacted
immediately,
and he added something new to the work, where he was like, "Oh, that plushie in the background. I gave him that plushie. That's we were real homies. We were real homies because of that. That added to my experience of the work. That was something that was in there that was not in the original work. And it made the rest of it cinema. It made the next 5 seconds cinema. I don't know that I have it. If someone in here has to have the clip.
I almost want to bring up the Ghostbusters copyright case. Do people know that the song Ghostbusters was a controversial song because it a lot of it sounded very similar to a Huey Lewis and the News song called "I Want a New Drug." But if you really listen to Ghostbusters, it may start from like a, I don't know, like it adds something. I would say like that case, I think, got decided against Ray Parker Jr., the author of Ghostbusters. And in fact, they did bring in Ray Parker Jr. because they wanted to get Huey Lewis and the News for Ghostbusters Huey Lewis and the News didn't want to do it or something. So they bring in Ray Parker Jr. and they're like, can you do like a Huey Lewis and the News? Like, kind of like I Want a New Drug, kind of, but like I've been listening to those two songs. And if something strange, I want a new drug. I want a new, like, right. It is very similar in the verse, I think. But then the bridge, the I feel like that should be transformative, right? Huey Lewis didn't have any I'm afraid of no ghost, right? There was none of that. Ray Parker Jr. took I Want a New Drug and he made it better and he involved ghosts. And for that, I feel like I don't know, chat. I feel like he got a raw deal there, but what do I know, chat? I'm not a lawyer. Certainly not a music attorney in the 80s. I think it was transformative, yeah.
That's the one. That plushie changed everything. The what? The huh? I know one of you guys has a link. I know one of you guys. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Oh, neat.
Okay,
Okay, wait. It was a webcomic mashup. Wave Surrenders is telling us about the Dr. Seuss court case. So who they were suing was they were making a webcomic mashup of Dr. Seuss and Star Trek. That should have won. That should have been in like Sonichu territory, right? It's not Sonic. It's not Pikachu. It's Sonichu, and it's a different intent. The intent of being of like glorifying its creator and zapping to the extreme. These are things that I don't think either Sonic or Pikachu ever did.
I don't have the link. Just if you know, you know. If you don't know, it's all good. You're not missing too much.
Oh god, I gotta pay attention to the
No way.
timestamps, don't
Someone
I?
found it.
Whoa. All right, 140. That's where we're at. Where do we got to get to? Oh no, chat! Did I lose Rave's timestamps?
Maybe
Or
lose
sorry,
the
these aren't
timestamp,
Rave's
though.
stamps. Rave's timestamps.
This one has the correct time. Oh,
Did I lose Direful's timestamps? Oh no, they're still there. They're still there.
That it's like Jim Crow inside of Israel proper
what?
when it's not. I live besides Palestinians my entire time there. Friends with them, worked with them. Like they're integrated in all levels. So like.
Is this the right timestamp? Is 1 hour? Okay, I know. I was like, I don't think this is the right timestamp, man.
Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Cringe, bro.
I forgot about the tattoo.
Well, I mean, so far, this is just pathetic.
What if he's suiting up to defend you? Maybe he agreed with that clip where you said,
Stop. No, not this. A little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further. Okay, I think it's here.
Bro, just to give you an idea, he put this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them.
Okay, the plushie in the background, I guess, is called a dunny. I don't know. This is an extremely rare dunny that we gave them.
This is like ancient lore
so
stuff.
that's
but, like,
what,
we made a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. It's pretty nuts.
So she's crediting him as explaining how his video reaction to iDubbbz is also fair use. I gotta kind of move on, chat. We have like
Okay, continuing. Critiques.
It says we have an hour and 24 minutes left. In reality, it's more like an hour, I think. Let me look and confirm. Yeah, we got about an hour left to do this, so I got to kind of hurry us up a little bit. Apologies. There's maybe more good stuff that we'll miss, but okay, I've heard there's a chatter. She responds to a hate chatter right here.
Klein's discussion of Twitch's enforcement and moderation decision. Well, again, he keeps insisting that like Twitch is like this left-wing anti-Semitic platform, and that's why they're not banning Hassan. But it's like, dude, I literally saw a clip the other day of Asmongold saying, yeah, base to someone else making comments about black people being inferior. And I'm not joking.
So again, if you noticed what I said, there's 1 hour left in the broadcast, right? You'll notice that there's like 20 minutes that are unaccounted for. What's going to happen to the other 20 minutes? Those are going to occur after my Thai class, right? I will disappear for 2 hours. I will come back. It'll be early in the morning for you Americans, probably later in the day if you're in the EU, and nighttime if you like me are in like the the other hemisphere. If you're Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Southeast Asia, China, that area, right? But if we can rack up all the time that we rack up that is extra, I'm going to use for the bonus stream. I'm going to start that with the bonus stream. So, you know, you can bank bonus stream time right now. Is what you would be donating for specifically is a longer bonus stream when I get back.
Like Twitch has we care about the top earners on our platform. That's the problem that Twitch has. Twitch has our biggest streamers get a lot more of a lax treatment about bans. That also includes Hassan and every other large creator. Wormy. Okay, she freed me. Oh, my leg. Oh, my leg. All right. Ooh. Okay, continuing.
Where's the
water? A lot of reading today. He also went on a pro-eugenics rant about people with Down syndrome. Like, if Twitch's policy was we're going to enforce the rules perfectly, there are so many creators that would be banned or would have been banned at this point. The reality of Twitch, their enforcement is much more stringent when you're a smaller creator and way more lax when you're a larger creator.
Okay. It's like 2 more minutes into this.
Opium.
Oh,
You
here we go.
support a pedophile dog abuser. I'm not supporting Pedotroll. That's you. Getting a small win. Small.
Funny that's what they say about Hassan, right? When it fits a lot, that shoe fits on Ethan a lot better. Okay. And I don't want to get mean about like people's pets that have died, and you know maybe they weren't taking care of them as well as they would have if they knew not to feed their dog cheese. But
win Omegalol is needed for your mental health. Copium. That's incredible, Cope. That is amazing, Cope. Just you know what? Just don't overdose, man. Just don't overdose, all right? Just don't OD. All right. Huh? Is this sarcasm?
or is it snarkasm?
Fine. Is this chatter being sarcastic? Again, what Israel's doing is not a genocide? Wait, you're just memeing around, right?
Is it? Or are they saying since as long as there's Palestinians that are still alive, it's not? They won't consider it a genocide.
You're just memeing around, right?
That's got to be a meme, right? Please be a meme.
Oh, okay. I think I understand. I understand. They're saying, okay. I was like, you've been around for a while. Like, I'm scared. They're saying, how can you say what's happening in China is a genocide, but then you have the audacity to say what Israel's doing is not a genocide, though? Okay. Whew. You stressed me out, Chatter.
Okay, yeah, don't stress us out, Chatters. No. Sometimes it's hard to read Chatter's intent. Wait, so 2216, we got a Pisco mention, maybe?
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't.
And again, chat, sorry for skipping. I'm sure there's good stuff here, but we gotta get through this. I have an hour left for this. If you want me to, chat, if we end up with some decent amount of time for the bonus goal, I can maybe try to finish up whatever I don't get to from Denims there. I do want to also get to bonus topics. Speaking of which, let me look and see what our bonus topic for today would be, right? Debate BE and Bunker Cat. How did that get, chat? Are you editing the polls? What's going on? 73 votes so far. That's not on the menu. Come on. 73 votes so far. 32% going to Hassan on that LBC program, debating a British neolib. I don't know exactly what to call him, but yeah, he took umbrage with Hassan saying that Jeremy Corbyn was not anti-Semitic. And so that's that LBC debate. We got second place. Tim Pool weighs in on Ethan versus Denims. Yeah, this is gonna be a weird one. This is gonna be a head scratcher because I feel like he says some stuff that is like, wait a minute, are you on Denims' side? And then he throws us for a loop there. Right, that's in second place. Medi rolls PBD at 23%. These are all very close. So make sure if you've donated, or if you do donate, that you know that you can help your favorite topic win by letting me know in the chat, hey, I've donated and I'd like to support blah, 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 right? I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and it might help it win. You can also say Vox Populi in case you just want the chatters, the voters to win. Or you can say video games, in which case you are, making it more likely that we'll be doing a video game stream next Friday. All that's required is that we get 100 yen in the kitty. Not yen, it's yen in the game. Wait, actually, is it? I feel like they usually call the money something different in SMT games, but I think it is yen in the game. Or, if we fill that up to 100%, it's at 0% right now. We'll have another Persona 2 stream next week, and it's starting to really get good, chat. I mean, really good in terms of this asshole is blowing up the city, and we got to go find his bombs and try to stop him from blowing. He's already blown up the concert hall at Aoba Park, where Lisa was just performing with her friends. So exciting stuff in the video game world as well.
Really have anything else. I think that's the weirdest thing about that stuff being public. It's like, now what? Like, I don't know. Like, now what? It doesn't really impact anyone's life. It impacted their lives, obviously, but all right.
I gotta pee too.
Okay, moving on. Back to things that relate to the internet. The facts here closely aligned with those in Stebbins versus Alphabet. In Stebbins, the court found that the subject live streams to be highly transformative works because the live streams involved the viewing of the subject video for seconds at a time before pausing to respond and critique the subject video. So, basically, there is this case, Stebbins v. Alphabet, and this guy made a video about Fallout 4. I think it was about one of the Fallout games. I think it was Fallout 4. And this other YouTubers reacted to it, and they did this long, extensive react, and they watched the whole thing on their live stream. And the people reacting won their lawsuit. And we obviously cited it because it's relevant work, because it's one of the few cases that have been litigated in court about a live streamer using a video and reacting. And they found that basically using the entire work did not hurt their case because they transformed it. All right.
Yeah, Stebbins versus Alphabet was what she was just talking about. So we do have a clip. Now I showed you before a clip of, or it's not a clip. This one is just a tweet. I showed you before a clip from Pisco Liddy, DGG's favorite law tuber, who is hopefully trying to leave the cult. I don't know. He doesn't really belong there. But anyway, he's stuck there for now, I guess. Pisco kind of called this, right? Another opinion cited from, this is when May 12th, so before any of this dropped last month, Pisco basically predicted this. Another opinion cited in the North District of California, Stebbins versus Alphabet. Alphabet, chat, is Google, I believe, right? Or at least it's YouTube, right? That's my employer, one of them anyway. Denims would love the court to rely on this. Oh my god. She would love it if the court relied on this, but she's a dumb, but no, he's not saying that, to be fair. He's not saying that. He did say that she had a 22% chance of winning the case, but great language on 1, waiving highly transformative law argument, 2, substantive factor analysis, and 3, copying, not dispositive. 100% copying. So in other words, this was what White Nervosa tried to throw at me. Like, you used too much of Xander Hall's content. You used too much of Xander Hall's video. You can take she was basically saying, like, I should make like a video on it, right? That's not a live stream thing. When you react to someone, if you don't react to their whole video, you will get accused of like not wanting to confront their strongest arguments or something like that, right? You'll get accused of cherry picking. So, I don't know if I watched all of Xander Hall's video, but it was too much for White Nervosa, whatever it was. And so this 100% copying is not dispositive. This is what this Alphabet case shows, in addition to waiving highly transformative, great language on waiving highly transformative argument, substantive factor 1 analysis. Oh God, we got to go back to the factors. Factors of fair use. Let's pull this up because I always forget them. I also got a factors. I'm gonna get to those donos in just a second of their use. Would love to get like a purpose and character. That's the one where they said Denim's purpose was not to support Israel, therefore it's different, right? This is an important one. Nature of the copyrighted work. It is more the copyrighted work. Okay, so people always ask, hey, if I can react to somebody's video, why can't I react to a movie? This is why. If the nature of the copyrighted work is highly creative, fictional, or unpublished, right, that counts against you. So in other words, like, you know, this is why you can't watch a movie or a show or something like that as easily as you can, like the news, right? The news is, you know, if it's the news that you're accused of, you know, breaking the copyright of, it's better if it's like a movie, or I would even think like if Amon Animation really wanted to push it, his works are highly creative, fictional, and yeah, maybe so anyway, that's that factor. I'm trying to remember, one of them is like amount or substantiality of the portion used, right? That's what we're talking about here when Pisco says 100% copying, not dispositive. Factor 1 is again purpose and character. So yeah, Pisco like it seems like accidentally sort of predicted the way that the case would go. Although the way he talks about it, you know, Denims would love the court to rely on this. I don't know.
By the plaintiff, provided by the plaintiff's analysis and opinion regarding a video game. The live streams, however, provided commentary on the subject video, as well as several additional hours regarding other videos produced by the plaintiffs and his comments.
Not shit.
Thereon.
Opposite
the
of
relevant
shit.
live stream in Stebbins paused and commented on the plaintiff's retrospective video.
What is the opposite of shit? If you had to come up with it, what would the opposite of shit be? Yo, Crotchy, thank you for the contribution to the surprise visa extension that I got hit with. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take care of that this week. And I've already paid them all of my money, apparently, right? I'm gonna be living the next little bit on like what's left on my credit card. I'm actually in kind of a bad way. Hopefully it'll get better. I need to get my you know, YouTube monitor. There's been a little threat to that, chat. I've got to prove who I am. And I'm going to do that hopefully really soon to make sure that YouTube check comes, because that's the one where I will not have money for my rent but yeah, getting the visa stuff taken care of first is really great. So thank you everybody that's supporting me on that. And Crotchy, I'm going to add I don't know how to, like, is sub ad time, I think it's 8. I'm not the best at conversions. 8 minutes, I think. And again, anything that any donos that come now, they're gonna be extending the initial time of the bonus stream that'll happen in the morning at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. Right, I'm coming back because you've earned it. Anytime there's time left on the clock, that means we do a bonus stream after my Thai class, and that is applicable. And I've even got to add a little bit more. Marmar says, can't wait for Pisco's. I think he's been doing a little bit of a victory lap, but just understand, chat. Is it Pisco? Yeah, I always get corrected on that. I think it is Pisco, right? They put my dono towards the Tim Pool option. Look at that. Crotchy showing how it's done. Showing how it is done, right? If you want to affect the poll. Wait, lemons? Wait, what? But anyway, we're gonna add 3 more. Sub ad time 3M. I'm gonna give you the sound of continuity. And yeah, when I have to go to Thai class, chat, I'll just put this on pause. I'll put this number on pause, and we'll start off with whatever's left on the sub timer, because I don't think I'm gonna extinguish this one before Thai class. And I've really got to grind, chat. I can't believe I got asked Sabadi Mai today, and I responded Sabadi Mai. My brain was cooked from the heat, or op, as you say in Thai for baked, right? My brain was tamahan. It was cooked, chat. My brain was fucking cooked. Anyway, that just means make food. My brain was made into food. I think that's what I said. Probably the metaphors don't translate as well as I wish they would. But yeah, we got more time on the clock thanks to both Krachi and to Marmar. But yeah, so here's the deal. Like Pisco, got some stuff right. Like mentioned the case that a case like this alphabet case that actually did get used. And I'm sure that's not all he got right. But also overall his statement of that, like, Denims is probably like he said 78% chance of Ethan winning when he got pinned down for like a prediction, right? He said 78%. And remember, 78% of it happening means 22% chance of it not happening. I just don't think this was as unlikely. And again, if Pisco's a lawyer, I'm not, probably trust him more than me on a legal, position. I just think because of the nature of copyright law, it's really hard to give the odds anything more than 50-50. I really do. I really think it's the Wild West when we're talking about, from what I've read, about copyright law. So yeah, I think Pisco was wrong in his prediction. That's a little harder to prove, but yeah, he got right some of the case law in a way where he's like, well, Denims would love it if the court considered this. Well, guess what, Pisco? The court did consider this, and Denims did love it, and she won. And I'm sorry that you are the caged bird that can barely sing and gets yelled at when you sing correctly. I would love to help you escape the cult. If there was anything I could ever do for you, I have fond memories of our, the collaboration that we did in the past, and I've always respected, you as a person and as a knower of law. So.
Video is called, I think, retrospective, with the purpose of reviewing or mocking the video. The criticism is at the heart of the fair use doctrine, and it would lose meaning without the reproduction of the plaintiff's video. Basically,
the Andy Warhol case.
You're live streaming your react to a video. You can't just not show the video. Right? The video is important for the commentary. So if I start going on a tangent and talking about how, like,
wait, Ethan filed the worst case that he could. Do you mean that he filed like that he just it's a shitty case and he just like made it shitty on purpose? Or do you mean like the strongest, the most aggressive, like the most likely to ruin Denim's financial future kind of there we go, adding 3 minutes to the clock.
People don't levy this type of criticism towards the United States. They only ever levy it towards, our political enemies.
Oh, that's what you mean. His lawyer filed it badly. Yeah, I think, and I hypothesized that maybe Ethan and his lawyer didn't think this thing was going to trial. With either that, or he's just like really being served poorly by that lawyer. And again, this is a lawyer that's involved in controversy. His partner at the law firm is like, people are saying wanted by Malaysia, the Malaysian government. I can neither confirm nor deny that, chat. That this is Tina Hay, I believe is her name, a partner of Ram Barnisam at the law firm. But yeah, I don't see Ram as a good lawyer. So he could have just fucked this up. He could be that incompetent. He could be that Zionism brained where he thought everybody's going to agree with me because obviously Israel good, Palestine terrorist. And that is not the new meta, Ram. You should catch up. You should read the room. You should recognize what time it is. Rave says, now you know my brain was being ruined by reading Ram's lawsuits. I could not shut up. Yeah, okay. So it is really as bad as I think it is. And again, like there's some chance that they thought this would never go to trial. This does really present as what I would consider vexatious litigation. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the standard. And I know that he's got to fuck around a lot more to actually be considered a vexatious litigant. Even then, he would only be like within some districts considered a vexatious litigant. But this is just a lawsuit that I don't think was ever meant to go to trial. Right. I do think that it is starting to match the profile of people calling it a bogus or frivolous, although I don't want to make that claim. We haven't heard the final ruling. But I agree. Irene, I think that just Denims they assume Denims would want, yeah. And generally, this is how that shit goes. And look, what this is then is a lawsuit, which I don't see how this isn't considered a slap, right? What does this stand for? Slap lawsuits. Okay, let's go. Strategic lawsuit against public participation. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not saying that's what this is. I'm not making a claim that certainly this determination has not been reached, but it does seem like, yeah, a strategic lawsuit to chill the free speech against Ethan Klein. He couldn't win the argument, in the public view, so he's trying to win the argument with the lawsuit, right? He's trying to bring more people in that hate Denims, that hate Casey Tron, that hate Frogan, because he knows they're going to be strong soldiers in his, quest against Hassan. So again, I think this has everything to do with Ethan's PR and nothing to do with, a substantive claim, in my opinion. In my opinion, that's very important for me to say. But it does seem to have blown up in his face, and I don't think he anticipated any of these. He said as much, like any of these content creators being able to go through and actually get to the decision thing. And again, like people say, going and having a decision made in this kind of lawsuit, it is gambling. It is context dependent, as Denims just brought up, and it's also probably dependent on the judge that you get as well, as far as how they interpret a area of law that does not have a lot of case law. There's not a lot of meat on the bones to give the judge guidance and like, this is the standard operating procedure for this kind of lawsuit. It just has not been established because most people do settle, right? I'm sure Matt Haas has expected Ethan to settle, right? I do think this is, a lawsuit that was not about upholding Ethan's like copyright at all. I think this is, PR, and it is, him flexing his fucking financial dick.
If I didn't show the original clip, or if I didn't show the original stream, or I didn't show the original documentary, or tragicomic documentary, or whatever, it would be like, why are you saying this?
So Denims explained, says Gaspar, that this was a wrong sort of suit to count for a slap case. Yeah, it's definitely to intimidate. Yeah, I don't know how slap law works, but you'd hope that something like this could get... You would hope that there'd be some kind of equalizer, chat, but let's be real. That's not the system that we live in. There's something really wrong with our court system, right? It favors the rich. It gatekeeps the poor. Yes, you can get a defense attorney if you are accused of a crime and you don't have the money to fucking, defend yourself. But most of those defense attorneys, they're not ready to go to court. They're going to fucking do a plea bargain for you, and they're not really going to give you much. You get what you pay for when it comes to lawyers, and that is not how shit should be. Should be about justice, right? Just like healthcare, I think that the remedies that the law can provide, whether they be, in the case of somebody being a plaintiff in a lawsuit, or the, if they're if met with vexatious litigation, or something like a suit like this, which I'm not claiming is vexatious, but then they can, that they have a reasonable chance of, if they didn't do anything wrong, not only just not having losing the lawsuit, but also not having to pay anything. Okay, if some fucking asshole, comes up with money, comes up to you to sue you, right? They should prove, there should be some hurdle for them to jump to even get you in that lawsuit, and there should be some way. I'm sorry, I know this is like, Dabby's not gonna like this, right? But we cannot run a fucking, I don't know, maybe Dabby agrees. Maybe Dabby agrees with this, right? But this is not a way to run a system of justice, right? This is not justice. This is how much justice can you afford, and it needs to stop. All right. There's a lot wrong with this country, and I think we've put up for it for longer than we should have. I think people need to get serious, and especially with the out of control judicial branch that we've got right now, as represented by the severely conflicted Supreme Court. I would say, at least 5 of whom should resign, have a conflict of interest, do not belong there. five of whom should not fucking be there. At least 5 of them, chat, if not more. Anyway,
watching the original content,
tilting at windmills
is important for reacting to the original
tilting
content,
at windmills.
right? And yeah, you can, like, I don't know, maybe provide a full transcript of the video and then react to the transcript of the video. But unfortunately, then you lose some of the tone that was there in the original video, right? So if he says a comment like, I love Hassan.
Can we also bring up other people that maybe should be questioned in terms of this? Like, I'm thinking Jubilee. I don't like how Jubilee swings their fucking copyright dick around, right? Everyone else who's talking about politics, they know that their videos are going to be subject to scrutiny, and that scrutiny is going to come in the form of, if not reaction through a live stream, then certainly the, use of the, of their content within a video. And Jubilee just says, we're above it all. You can't watch us. Sorry. No, Jubilee, you should, and if they don't, look, I don't think there's like a YouTube remedy. I don't think there's a legal remedy. I don't think we could sue Jubilee necessarily, or I don't think that YouTube is going to come down hard on their cash cow, because Jubilee is making them a lot of money. Let's be honest. But in terms of the way that we can affect them is, with their reputation. Their reputation should be impugned until they stop going after content creators who are merely responding to the content that they put out. You are not better than anyone else, Jubilee. You need to fuck off before you become bricks and minifigs, okay? Because that's not a good road. Yeah, you can win your lawsuits and you can still lose your fucking brand. And Jubilee deserves exactly that sort of thing if they keep on bullying content creators like this.
Piker, and it's very clearly sarcastic, and you're only reading the transcript. Maybe you're not getting the full meaning of the original video. And then, of course, there's the fact that, and you guys know this, although I don't know how much of this can be used as an actual legal argument. Sorry, one second.
Ghost ATW, my solution for the Supreme Court: term limits, no. Forcing resignations, no. Instead, pack the court with 342 million people. Everyone in America is now in the Supreme Court for, so you want it to be like a, that's a lot of votes that we'd have to, there would constantly be a lawsuit being voted on. Because really what would happen with that is you'd get a certain number of Americans who were like really interested in a lawsuit, who were consuming it as content, and those would be probably the ones to vote out of the 342 million people. Yeah, there's good aspects to that and bad aspects, but certainly the justice system we have falls far short of justice, of the goal of the blind, the blind woman with the scale, right?
We'll get into
justice is not blind to money. Okay, justice can smell money.
that in a second. When you're debunking a work that's supposed to destroy someone's credibility, if you skip through parts of it, you're not debunking the work. You're only debunking the part of the work that is easy for you to debunk, and you're a coward, and you don't actually care about committing to debunking this work. You only care about making your side look good, right? My goal is to go through the video fully and explain why everything about it is completely wrong. That there is, it's like when Ethan skipped the button segment of the content cop. Yeah, and I mean, everybody saw him skip the content cop button part, and they're like, you skipped the most important part. The part where you refused to have any accountability ever. That was that was arguably the most important part. Like, go back, watch that part. Watch it and actually, like, at the very least, say nothing. At least, come face to face with the fact that you have nothing to say, that you have no comment. At least hold up the mirror, right? And I think that that's part of, like, the debunking of a documentary or a movie or a work or whatever he wants to call it, whatever he wants to call the content nuke. You're explaining why, in totality, the video is bad. And you cannot, in totality, explain why the video is wrong and bad unless
I think
you go through every single part.
It's going to be a great opportunity for me to take a pee before Thai class starts. And I think I've got 5 minutes until the next part that I want to speak to comes up. So I'm going to let Denims cook a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna get to an interesting part in about 6 minutes, and I'm gonna have to ask you, right? Fucking maybe when I come back, I will ask you whether you wanna like use the bonus stream that's gonna happen this morning for you at 9 Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. We got a bonus stream coming up after my Thai class, right? I want to know. Sorry, my Thai class. That makes it sound like I'm learning to make my Thais, chat, which is a drink. No, my pasta Thai, my Thai language class, is coming up. But I'll be back 2 hours after that, and I will be doing a bonus stream. And I want to know if you want me to like continue with this denim stuff, or if it maybe gets too much into the weeds a little bit for people, and maybe we should just go to bonus content. What is winning for bonus? Oh, wait. Prachi said put mine on. Oh my god, on what? On what? Was it Hassan versus the British Neolib? Fuck, chat, I should have put that. Oh, Tim Pool. Yes, good choice. Good choice. All of them are good choices, right? All of them are good choices indeed. And let's make sure that I'm adding. Okay, so yeah, 5 goes to the Tim Pool thing. Tim Pool commenting on this. And look, that could change everything, chat. People think that small donos cannot change the outcome of the bonus poll. Wrong. Look, that puts it within striking distance of Hassan versus the British Neolib, which is, only it's 32% Tim Pool's at 26%. So that puts it within 1 point of it. So we've got an increasingly close bonus goal. Make sure that you vote if you haven't voted already. The voting is over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You got to click on the stream, and then you got to click on the poll, and you'll be able to vote. And you can go watch the stream on Twitch if you want to. Shocked to tell you that the problem boils. Yeah, there's no gambling in this. There's gambling in this casino. There's like conflict of interest in capitalism. Yeah, it's fucking built on that shit. Solution for the Supreme Court. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, be thinking about what you want to watch or what you want to start off watching for the bonus stream. I'll try to give you some bonus content. I don't know if wait, somebody said no comment, like they're like she's shouting me out. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, I don't even know if that's like people referring to. I can't tell if people are referring to me or not, but
in as much
sometimes I got that
detail as possible. Right? And I think everybody in here knows this. Everybody in here understands this.
Be right back.
So yeah, we're just going to continue. With the purpose of reviewing or mocking the video, this criticism is at the heart of fair use doctrine. It would lose meaning without the reproduction of the plaintiff's video. And then noting, see Andy Warhol v. Goldsmith, commentary or criticism that targets an original work may have compelling reasons to conjure up the original by borrowing from it. As in Stebbins, defendant's live stream provided commentary on the nuke and sharp criticism of the claims made within the documentary. Throughout the live stream, defendant often paused the nuke to offer spontaneous reactions, engage with her audience through a live chat, and provided real-time commentary interspersed with tangential discussions. And it lists some of the notable instances of me doing this. Further, the courts have recognized the differences in viewing experiences and the uses weigh in favor of finding a fair use. Religious Tech versus Netcom, because defendant's use of copyrighted material served a completely different function than that of the plaintiffs, this first factor weighs in defendant's favor. The difference in viewing experiences here is undisputed. Indeed, plaintiff states where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, Denims attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli along with defending Hassan. And again, I keep seeing, I guess, like disingenuous liars or stupid people thinking that this is the judge saying, yep, Denims is anti-Semitic. It's like, do you not see the quotes? Do you understand how quoting something works? Do you understand what it means when someone says, plaintiff states, quote? Why are you giving me bombastic side eye, Wormy? All right. Oh, okay, so sorry, I was reading some chat messages. What was I gonna say? When will Wormy be held accountable? Dude, that's what I've been saying for so long. Hold up. There's a point that I want to make. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm sure, again, as many of you guys, purveyors of React content, understand. I have personally watched videos and got so mad at the original video, I stopped watching it because I wanted to go watch somebody else explain everything that was wrong with the video.
Her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
And I'm like, I know, like I watch like a man, I'm like, I know everything that guy just said is wrong. That's how I felt about H Bomber Guy's content for a very long time, where I was like, I need H Bomber Guy to cover this freak, to break down all of the things that are wrong with everything that he said, because I know what he said is wrong.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
Maple Takes, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Nate, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, guys. And I'm sure many of you guys have felt this feeling before, where you're wanting to watch something, but you know it's all just like garbage, and you want to wait and see someone actually break it down succinctly. You want to know all of the things that the original person got wrong, and that's why you're consuming the reacted version to it. I know I've done that. I know I've personally watched React content, because I was like, I need someone to break this shit down. I need it. That's like 80% of my YouTube algo. Real. Mom, thank you for the prime. Soon, Jack of Us, soon. That's why I watch Hassan for my news. Well, that's another good point. I think a lot of like CNN and CNBC is like, so much of mainstream media is hard to watch because it's just like, oh, the bombs magically landed in Gaza. Really? They just landed there. Is that right? Who knows where they came from? They just landed there. Oh. Classic magical landing of bombs. Passive bombs, just teleporting there. And it's nice to see someone talk about or break down all of the things that are incorrect or poorly phrased or disingenuous. And that's why people like React content. That's one of many reasons that people like React content. Alrighty. Continuing. In opposition, plaintiff presents unsuccessful arguments. This was pretty scathing. When I read this sentence the first time, I kind of went, oh, it's hot. It's hot off the press. Plaintiff presents unsuccessful arguments. First, plaintiff cites Defontbrun versus Wofsy, I think is how you pronounce it, for the proposition that the purposes of the plaintiff's videos and defendant's live stream overlap to undermine defendant's transformative argument. Here, plaintiff has conceded that the purposes of both videos do not overlap by stating where the nuke seeks to expose how Hassan radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Denim uses the nuke for the exact opposite purpose. Basically saying, hey, no take backsies. No. No take backsies. You said she used it for the exact opposite purpose. You don't get to say now. She used it for, it was the same, the purpose was overlapping. No. No take backsies. Additionally, the two subject videos are disparate from the subject works in Defontbrun, which did overlap in nature. The Picasso project and the subject's photographs both presented the works of Picasso with a shared purpose of documenting Picasso's works. As previously established, the subject's videos in this matter do not share such an overlapping purpose. I would argue, this is a good example of this is basically saying, do you remember that one guy that DMCA'd, I think it was Ludwig? He had stick figure characters, and he put a lot of time into these videos. Yeah, Mike. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Some shit like Gesundheit? No. Not Kurzgesagt. CGP Grey. That one. Like, that guy actually probably would have had a pretty reasonable case of copyright infringement, because the people watching the CGP Grey videos were, in fact, watching it to consume it and to not, push back or to necessarily add anything. They were watching it to be like, oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. This guy, I don't know if you guys remember, I think he DMCA'd a couple creators. And I've always said, you know what, man? Go for it. Yeah, that is the purpose of DMCAing. That's the purpose. But going back to this, the subject videos in this matter do not share such an overlapping purpose. I would argue that a lot of the streamers that watched maybe this content, there was maybe some overlapping purpose. And the purpose was, I want someone to talk about half of America's state flags made the same mistake. Explain this to me. Whereas probably very few people were watching these videos and explaining the details of, the California flag and the history of the California flag and why the California flag was made the way that it was, and so on and so forth and so on and so forth, right? They weren't pausing and giving more context. They weren't necessarily disagreeing. So if there was someone that probably could say, this here is overlapping purpose, that would be overlapping purpose, right? Watching a video and mostly agreeing with it, that would be overlapping purpose. The purpose is to educate people on American state flags, right? My coverage of the nuke was a different purpose. His coverage of the nuke, or the nuke was meant to remove ads from, well, that was after the ad apocalypse or whatever. Yeah, it was after. The purpose of his nuke was to say, Hassan is evil and bad and he should be banned, and here are all the reasons that Hassan is evil and bad, and Twitch should be held accountable and he should stop being shown on mainstream media. And the purpose of my reaction was, no, Omega lol. None of this is true. This is all nonsensical. And this feels like musings from an obsessed ex. So the purpose is different. And fans of the H3 show would probably not enjoy my coverage and have probably never enjoyed my coverage and probably don't particularly enjoy watching my coverage. And they probably wait for Ethan to go live to talk about how terrible and how much of a vile bitch I am. This is a vile human being. All right. What fans is crazy. Clearly anti-Semitism. All right. Second, plaintiff cites, I don't know this case, Monge v. Maya. I apologize, I don't know how to pronounce this one. Where were we? For the proposition that the defendant engaged in wholesale copying sprinkled with spoken commentary, which the court in Monge found at best minimally transformative. Defendant's live stream went beyond merely reproducing or supplanting the nuke, however. Rather, as set forth above, the live stream incorporated real-time commentary, criticism, and analysis that alter the purpose and character of the original work. Accordingly, unlike the defendant in Monge, the defendant did not simply repackage or republish the underlying work with incidental commentary, but instead used the work in furtherance of a distinct, expressive...
Oh my god, chat has gone to sleep again. Do I have to start shit on Twitter again? Here, bad empanada fucking sucks. Tweet. There we go, chat. There. Are you excited now? Yeah, it is getting late or early, depending on your perspective. And people have figured out that yes, even following the stream puts extra time. So what'll happen, chat? Let's see. We've got I'm trying to do math here. 36 minutes technically until I absolutely have to be at class. I'll probably dip out like a few minutes before that just to get ready and everything, and whatever's left on the clock is the clock's gonna be paused. Time will stop. And with it, the heart of the Maya made it. No, wait. God damn it. Persona 2 just keeps on intruding. That's the problem, chat. When a video game reality keeps on intruding on real reality. We're trying to live real reality here. And you know, it's just everything seems it's all coming up it's all coming up rumors. That would be the right. I'm on caffeine and setting up Prince on CNC. See that happens too. But just as long as, you know, just as long as I'm doing my job, keeping you awake and not putting you to sleep, that's my real concern. But yeah, let's try to watch as much of this as we can. And I gotta know from you, chat. This is what I wanna hear from you. Would you rather would you rather watch more of this, or would you rather watch the bonus content, which right now seems to be leaning towards Hassan versus the British neolib by 1 point, by only 1 point. So wait, is that right, chat? Are there only 73 votes? Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, it's a great time to like the stream because you're doing something with your mouse or something with your thumb or something with some part of your body. Hopefully, you know, like not that part of your body, but some part of your body. And, you know, you could, well, I mean, you technically, you probably could like the stream with that part of your body. Has anybody ever done that? You don't have to tell me, but I'm, you know, I'm curious if that's a thing that people do, liking. Okay, anyway, chat, probably don't do that for this stream, though. But I can't stop you from... I've been on Persona 5 mode for the last 5 days. My cat woke me... See? Was it Morgana? Is that a Persona 5 reference? I don't know, chat. Maybe everything is a Persona 5 reference, but Yeah, we gotta um get through as much as we possibly can. I'm just giving you, oh, okay, 80 votes. 80 votes. I was wrong. There's 80 votes. Can we get to 100 votes? Also, if we can get it to 100 votes, can we get to 100 likes? That's my real question. Now, and I can hear, can you hear in my voice chat that I'm like dehydrated? Where is the hydrator? Oh, yeah. I got some of these left, right? Cantaloupe, but like a really fragrant one, a really delicious one, and a fairly juicy one. I usually put these suckers into the blender with coconut water. I don't have enough. I don't have coconut water right now, and I'm trying to. I don't know. Like just seeing my bank account that low scared me today. So, I'm trying to be thrifty here. I think I'll just eat this as is. But yeah, you can make an awesome little drink for yourself if you blend it with coconut water and throw in a little bit of lime. But there are also, I mean, this is a really tasty melon. And it should hydrate me because I feel like maybe you were hearing, you know when you get mouth sounds, usually that's because the speaker is dehydrated. Oh, there they are. I can hear them on my end. I don't know if they're picking up on your end, but it was me liking the stream with my boob. Well, look, I can't stop you. It'd be weird if I could stop you. I don't know how that would even, yeah. Probably best if I don't think about it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I think I'm hydrated now. Let's move on.
Purpose. So again,
Tanadid, super chatted $5. Thanks for keeping me entertained during my late night workshop sessions.
Aw, thank you, Tanner, dude. I'm glad I can do that. I'm glad I'm entertaining. That's one thing I've always strove? Is it strove? Strave? I've striven to be, none of it sounds right, chat, but like the, whatever the right case for strive is, I strived. Is it just strived? Is it just straight up strived? It's strived. I'm so silly. I'm like going out of the way to find some new conjugation that probably doesn't exist when it's just strived. It's like, it's gotta be striven, doesn't it?
it's kind of like the SS Sniper Wolf
Stroven?
content where she like shows a video and goes like, no way, whoa. The point is to profit off of the original success of the video, and there is no probably goal of transforming or arguing or adding, right? I genuinely wanted to watch the video and react to it and explain everything that was wrong about it because I knew it wasn't going to be good.
Now that you say I'm entertaining, I feel like Bugs Bunny or Groucho Marx or whatever this meme is. I guess it's both.
I rewatched the 4-hour debate at work yesterday. The judge has hereby declared you have reacted hard enough, tentatively. For the foregoing reasons, the court finds the defendant's use to be transformative. Next is the second part of the first fair use factor involves whether the new use is commercial, i.e. whether the user stands to profit from exploitation of the copyrighted materials without paying the customary price. The more transformative the new work, the less will be the significance of the other factors like commercialism that may weigh against finding a finding of fair use. Basically, the more fair use and the harder you react, the less the money matters. Continuing. The commercial use factor concerns the degree to which the new user exploits the copyright for commercial gain, as opposed to incidental use as part of a commercial enterprise. The court in Draft Express found that even if the relevant video were considered at least partially commercial, its transformative nature offsets the significance of any commercialism. Many common fair uses are indisputably commercial. So Ethan made money off of his Haas case. He made money making fun of a bold guy, right? Him making money off of that video doesn't mean that it wasn't fair use or transformative. In fact, the more transformative the content, the less the money matters. The more the product is something completely new, the less the money that matters. The less that the money matters. Here, defendant contends that her use was not sufficiently commercial to outweigh the transformative. As defendant is a live streamer, she's eligible to receive subscriptions, donations, and advertising revenue during her Twitch broadcast, regardless of the content nature of her use. There is no doubt there was a commercial use of the subject work, but the court finds distinguishable defendant's use from the intentional exploitation of copyrighted works for monetary gain that preclude a finding of fair use. See generally Wall Data Inc. versus LA County Sheriff's Department. A commercial use is demonstrated by showing that repeated and exploitative unauthorized copies of copyrighted works were made to save the expense of purchasing authorized copies. So like watching like a maybe an anime react so you don't pay for Crunchyroll as an idea. Continuing. Although Whistle's social media presence may serve to promote its business and indirectly boost revenue, the commercial use
Okay, I'm starting to get this whole I'm starting to understand this whole commercial use thing, or this what it really is like, because were asking this question like, wait, why, if you can react to Ethan's video, why not just react to a movie? And I think this is it. The movie is behind a commercial paywall. So in other words, like, remember when Ethan threatened to go after people who were reposting the stuff that he was that he had paywalled, right? He probably could have, sued. I mean, post a C&D first, right? But if they didn't relent, he probably could have sued them for that. But because it's that, and it's like entertainment and creative versus, I don't know, what is it? Is it news, educational, or have you ever done a deep dive into how these big name streamers have the exact same talent agency? We were just talking about that, J-Pole. Night entertainment.
factor concerns the degree to which the new user exploits the copyright for commercial gain, as opposed to incidental use as part of a commercial enterprise. Defendant's transformation of the original work heavily outweighs the commercial nature of the use, because if defendant's use of the clip is transformative, the fact that Jersey Boys is a commercial production is of little significance. What is it, Wormy? Why'd she put her paw on me?
They always do that. You know what I'm talking about, chat? They do that thing.
What is it? What are you trying to tell me? Oh, okay. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted, Wormy? Some pets? I have no idea if this is what she wants. All right.
And see that Wormy plays an important role on Denims' stream.
Water. Hold up. Oh my god, I haven't drank any water. My voice is starting to get hoarse.
So that's relatable. Is there an attempt to pet us back? Aww. Thirsty.
What? What is it?
Denims evidence also showed like 1.5 times, 1.5% of the nuke was Ethan's own input, and the rest was clips of other people. I'm glad they brought that up, because that's the real irony. Frogan being sued for reacting to a video that is partially about her? That seems a little bit crazy. Yeah, when they put their paw on you, or like sometimes like you'll be sitting and they'll put it like a paw on like your knee or something like that. They just want your attention. Or the other thing my cat would always do is, like, if I was trying to read anything, she would come and sit on the book. She'd be like, oh, this is where you're paying attention to right now. Let me get there. Let me occupy that space, right? I want to be what you're paying attention to right now. I'm trying to remember, keyboard, yeah, just like, anything you're kind of focused on, the cat will try to intercept your attention.
I don't know why she's being so weird. She's been so needy lately. The past, like,
oh wait, so as far as what's actually copyrighted, interesting. Okay, I was wondering about that, because like, so yeah, there's two ways. Like, I could see it where, there's usually some cropping or filter, or there's something like there's text on top of it. Like usually, like even the clips that somebody shows, it's not the exact, frame by frame pixel by pixel. I don't know though. Actually, sometimes a lot of times it is. But I was kind of wondering like what the status of the clips were, right? When you copyright something, in other words, Rave is saying that, you know, if it's got clips, if it's got other people's work that you're transforming, that stuff that you've included is not something that you can then go after somebody else for. Like that's not part of your copyright. That's them showing pure affection and wanting to socialize, since it's not a behavior related to hunting or anything else. Yeah, not really.
Weeks she has been so needy. She just won't stop meowing and bothering me. My cat loves me too much, and it bothers me.
My wife has a job interview today, and she's desperately trying to get our white cat not to do that. Yeah, that's mood too. When you have a cat, you almost have to have like a roller. That roller becomes, you know what I'm talking about, like the lint roller that some people have. You know, you go to work and you want to not have any kind of anything on your clothes, but yeah, it works great for cat hair. The only thing I would say it works great, it feels like you use up a lot of them actually with cat hair, and if you have a lot of cats or a cat that sheds a lot, even more so.
Oh, squirmy. Good, squirmy. All right, continuing. Did I ever finish this? 1 second.
A movie is creative every moment with directing and lighting. So since you're not having to reproduce any of the filmmaking, essentially, if you want to think of a video as a movie, then it's like they used a stock footage, kind of, right? Like, I mean, you know, you will see that occasionally, but big studios, like, you know, they don't want a part of their movie that somebody could be like, oh, it's stock foot. I mean, I don't know. Do they use? I'm assuming they do use some. That's why I have a black cat and wear dark clothes. That's a hack right there. That's a life hack, actually. Ghost ATW. What's up, Chris Savas? We are coming into the final moments here. Oh my God, Chad, it's even closer. I think it's tied now.
Want some coffee? No, wormy.
No, it's not tied.
But I can give you a 2.
Hassan versus the British Neolib is winning, but by 2 points.
All right, sorry, I apologize.
Tim Pool weighs in at 29. Mehdi Hassan rolls PBD at 27. Make sure to let me know if you've donated, where you want to place that donation. If you want to place the donation, you can also place it on Vox Populi, in which reinforces the vote that's happening. We'll be doing this content when I come back after Thai class. I'm going to in stream in a bit here, and coffee time. God, coffee sounds amazing right now. Of course, it's the time when you have insufficient funds that coffee sounds the best, but it won't be for long, Chad. I've got the Twitch paycheck should be coming soon. Then at 19% Bricks and Minifigs Reckless Ben update. But yeah, between those three, it's very close. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. Looks like 81 of you have voted. And you can also let me know where to put your donos if you want me to, put them on anything, including video gaming. That's right. It's like only by virtue of people, saying donating for video games that we get video games every Friday night. It's not exactly the biggest, crowd pull, but I love doing it. And it's a game that I thought I knew a lot about. I am now playing through a different version of it and realizing I didn't know much about this game at all. There's two different versions, chat. Let me just explain this to you, right? Persona 1 is a standalone video game, all right? There's maybe like a optional quest that you can go on, the Snow Queen route or something like that. But, I don't think there's like a sequel or anything. You don't need to play, there was not a sequel originally. It's just a one game. You get through Persona 1 and that's the Persona 1 experience. Persona 2 is a little different because first of all, there's a sequel, right? Or not even a sequel. It's like a 2-part game. The game is not concluded satisfactorily. Spoiler, the game is not concluded satisfactorily at the end of Persona to Innocent Sin. Is it concluded satisfactorily in the end of Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, the second game in the series, which takes place in in a different version of the same world. So it's one of those really spooky ooky. But yeah, we'll play more of that, and we'll progress the story even further if we get 100 percent on video games this week. I prefer a shedding animal over one that risks mating. Panini's coat is so hard to manage. Risks mating? Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other thing, isn't it? Yeah, video games right down here. So yeah, let me know if you've supported the stream during this stream, or if you want to, like, where you want to, because anything that you donate can become a bonus if you want it to be. And it could be a bonus for any of the topics to make those topics more likely to happen, to add, like I said, a bonus, a buff, a plus to the score on the poll, or to or to defeat anyone's effort to do that by saying Vox Populi, or to make more video games happen soon. Matting. Wait, did I read mating? Oh, matting. Oh my god. See, I guess I'm entertaining. Okay, there you go, chat. There's your entertainment.
A little distracted. Cat owners understand.
Mating.
Cat owners understand. Sometimes your pet is just so cute, and it bothers you.
I was like, how is that an either or? How is that? I couldn't quite like. I was like, you know, like Rave is a pet owner, so I will trust your word on that. But I was just like, wait, how is that a dyad? Shedding or mating, right? Is that the thing? Only animals that are not spayed or neutered are able to shed? That.
Let's continue.
Wait, no, or it'd be like, yeah, and then that would mean if your pet is not spayed or neutered, there's no shedding somehow. But that's, I don't think, true.
Finding that a work's commercial qualities become less important where use is highly transformative. So again, just like the more you transform a work, the less important it is, the less the commercial use of the work matters. What matters is whether or not you are transforming, right? Accordingly, under the analysis of the first factor, the court finds defendant's use weighs in favor of fair use. Nature of the copyrighted work. Defendant avers that the documentary and informational nature of the nuke favors fair use. The second statutory factor recognizes that the nature of the copyrighted work. This factor recognizes that creative works are closer to the core of the intended copyright protection than informational and functional works, with the consequence that fair use is more difficult to establish when the former works are copied. So the second factor is basically just talking about...
I gotta figure out, like, how much time do I have left? Ooh, shit, chat. We're gonna hear the alarm from my phone any time now. Is there anything that I really want to get? Nature of the copyrighted work. I feel like we're there already. Yeah, we are right to nature of the copyrighted work. That's one of the factors of for use. That's the sound. Okay, wait, how do I get it to stop? Okay, like that. I hope I didn't just put it to sleep, chat, but that means I got 15 minutes left. That means I gotta, like, look for... Okay, we're right now on nature of the copyrighted work. The judge will rule against Denims on nature of the copyrighted work. Oh, wait, that's crazy, chat, because when I was just reading about this. Nature of the copyrighted work. This is kind of wild. This is a wild one to end on. And there, like, I don't know, there's maybe more even in this thing. So be thinking about, those of you that are going to come back for the bonus stream, be thinking about if you want me to watch more of the Denims stuff, because there's more stuff here. Believe me, believe you me. Why do people say it like that? It's weird, chat. It's very strange. But that is something that I've heard people say, mostly boomers, mostly older than boomers, maybe even. I don't know. Seems like something somebody would say in an old movie, but like a freaking, you know, mailman comes and says, that particular boomerism. Wait, what am I looking for? Okay. Wait, that's slap suit. Factors of fair use, yeah. Nature of the copyrighted work. Actual published works are more likely to be considered fair use. So like I said, news, education, then highly creative. Yeah, like Hunger Games, right? It would be really cool to do a react to Hunger Games, but you know, you might not your stream your channel might not stay up if you do. So best not to. Believe you me. What the fuck is that? Wait, I gotta look it up now. What is believe you me about? Is it like a carryover from like Dutch grammar or something? Origin. Where the fuck is the origin? Okay, archaic English word order like that you'd see in Shakespeare is wait, there's okay. Wow. Okay, there's too much chat. There's too much. But I think I understand now. I was like, yeah, it's like a grammatical. It sounds like an old school grammatical thing, and it kind of is an old school. Believe you me, she's always right. From what fictional work? But that's what we're talking about. That's crazy. If Denims lost this one, which like I've heard is like the least important. But if Denims ends up losing this anyway, I'm gonna have to get to class pretty soon here. But if Denims like loses this factor, it's kind of wild to me because that would infer that they think his work is like creative, right? They see like him do the like, oh, here's the nuke, I'm blowing up Hassan. Oh, look at this CGI, it's super shitty. Oh, look at this, right? You know, and they're like, oh, it's creative. This man's a genius. He's an impresario. He's an artiste. He's not just doing YouTube slop of like, this is why I disagree with Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is bad. He's a lot like the Grand Mufti of Palestine when you really think about it, who, as we can see from this picture, met with Hitler. Did Hassan Piker meet with Hitler? No, but he might as well have because he's the Grand Mufti. He's the reincarnation, and you know, it's like he'll sooner or later, the reincarnation of Hitler will arise, and they'll fist bump, and shit'll be over right then and there. He's the Michael Bay of YouTube. It's crazy. I'll never be able to look. Oh God, German grammar. That's why Germans can't understand me. I've never had a German properly understand me, even though I swear to God, I've had like 3 years of German. But you know, I don't pronounce it right maybe, and also I think my grammar sucks. I think my grammar sucks in German. I think my grammar sucks in a lot of language, but especially in German. The judge was like properly like, who the fuck is Hassan? Wait, where are you seeing that? Is there a statement of, you know? But yeah, be thinking if you're gonna come back for the bonus stream of like which, whether you want a little bit more to, you know, because there is more of this denim stuff, or if I should just go straight to the bonus content, which right now looks like it's gonna be. And it'll be locked in when I end stream, chat. So make your votes. Take your votes. Yeah, I probably kind of have to stop here, but I want you to vote. I want you to be voting right now, because this will be like your last chance if you haven't not already. It looks like 81 votes are in. Is that correct? Or there may be a few more. No, 81 votes. That's all we got. I was hoping we could hit 100 tonight. I don't know if we're going to do that. Also hoping we could hit 100 on the likes. That always helps more people find the channel, and I appreciate it because, you know, moving your thumbs, it's harder than people think. But anyway, yeah, it looks like Hassan versus the British Neolib from LBC is in the lead, and unless something you know, comes in to change that, that would be somebody saying, hey, I did a super chat and I want to see Mehdi Hassan, or oh my god, did you hear the burp? Yeah, there you go. That's what happens when you eat cantaloupe too fast. English is a lot more similar to Romance languages in that way. Yeah, there's like a lot of French in English, surprisingly. but that's its own thing. That's not even like a romance language thing. That's not from the, the spread of Latin from the Roman Empire. That one is from, wait, like, just that, like, they never got invaded by France, right? No, wait, the fucking Normans. Oh fuck, that is the stupidest thing I've ever said. That is, I mean, like, it was. Anyway, there it is, chat. My brain, look, that's as bad as somebody being like, Savadi Mai, and me repeating Savadi Mai. Like, how are you doing? How are you doing? Right? That's as bad as that. But with English history, like, yeah, I don't know if they're, like, I know the British, they went over to France, but did France ever come back and go to Britain? It's like, yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Just a little bit. But anyway, get your votes in. I'm gonna look at it. I'll look at it once more when I have the raid ready, and also be letting me know if you donated or if you do so last minute. Oh wait, let's stop the time. Let's stop the time. That's the first thing we're gonna do. We're gonna stop the time. That's important because I want to preserve whatever time we've got left. Oh yeah, look at that. Right at 30 minutes it looks like. Okay. Open control panel. And wait, is there a pause? Pause. There it is. Aha. Okay, pause, and look, I meant to stop it at 30 minutes, so sub ad time. Wait, I think I still need to sub ad time to do this 1M. Let's see if it goes in. Why are you not going? Why are you not going? Did I type it incorrectly? Oh, it's got to be okay. Just remind me to fucking I guess remind me to add 60 seconds when I stream again this morning. So what must we do now? You must find a place for you to go while visions of sugar plums dance in your head. No, while I'm in Thai class, right? What is, oh, you know what? No, I just did a clip. God damn it. Okay, I was going to say something to the clip audience, and then I realized that probably the clip ends when you hit it. I don't know how it works. But I want to see if I can. I'm thinking about the Alvius stream, if that's up. Oh, it is indeed. We raided the Thai channel not too long ago. Oh, you know what? I would send you to Alveolus, but have not rated Bill Boneless. In fact, I don't know if I haven't seen Bill Boneless. Does a streamer stream at a different time now? Maybe I'm streaming at a different time, and so I don't see him. But we're rating you into there, and yeah, just remember 2 hours from now, I'll be streaming again. I will either cover, some more of the Denims first, or the bonus content, which is it finalized, chat? Do we have a final answer? Because we're rating out right now. Oh, I should read okay, yeah, Hassan versus the British Neolib. I haven't heard no objections. It's one of those speak now or forever hold your peace kind of deals. And I think the time is up on that, but I do need to thank my Patreons, because I do this at the beginning and end of every stream, and I want it to still be heard by the people rating into Bill Boneless, who I have not rated in a long time. So get in there. Shouts out to Near Pragos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moino, and shouts out to Temporal Insanity, and shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Zara Xerix, and our newest fancy weasel, Crystal Saphira, who is responsible for 20 minutes of today's of the bonus content, right? So that's actually huge. If I had 10 minutes, I don't know I might just be on and be like, hey chat, anybody interested in keeping on going? And then like, all right, well, nice talking to you for 10 minutes. That was a cool bonus stream. I'm glad we talked. Right? No, I don't want to do that, and I won't have to do that. Thanks to Crystal Safira, but really thanks to all of you who support the stream in whatever way you do, including the thumb gang. Just understand that's meaningful. And for some of us, all we have is our thumbs to support each other. Let's be real. All right. If you got to take care of yourself, take care of your family, you got to put that shit first. But yeah, if you do have disposable income, this is a good place. I can put it to great use in entertaining people, and that makes me feel good that that people get something out of this. Anyway, I got to get to class, but I will see you in about 2 hours, and for the bonus stream, and we'll yeah, we'll figure out what to do. Probably just watch the bonus content, I'm guessing, right? But there is more. There's a lot of juice for the squeeze on this Denims video, to be totally honest. Anyway, I gotta get out of here. But until then, I will say in the mortal words of John McLaughlin, bye bye.